Chapter 347. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the barrier, he grabbed the demigod armament plate of the Mohican River. As soon as the plate of the Mohican River fell into Yang Feng's hand, it released a frightening force of rejection and burned his right hand painfully. He had no choice but to let go and let the plate of the Mohican River fall to the ground. Without the permission of their masters, many semi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts that had masters would produce a power barrier of rejection once others came in contact with these semi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts, forbidding others from touching them. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and shook his hand, and a piece of dragon bast paper with countless sealing runes written in dragon blood, as if it had a life of its own, swept towards the plate of the Mohican River, and sealed it completely. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the dragon bast paper wrapped around the plate of the Mohican River and stored it in a storage ring on his hand. A mage hand grabbed Pavon's scepter and flew into Yang Feng's storage ring. Pavon's scepter was a legend-ranked treasure, and Yang Feng would never complain about having too many of such treasures. Yang Feng's gaze shifted and fell on the person nailed to the ground by Gleistar. Gleistar smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand. Like sharp blades, black spider silk cut the master of the figure nailed to the ground, revealing a handsome vampire figure with open mouth, revealing his vampiric fangs. Yang Feng glanced at the kindred nailed to the ground and said indifferently, "This is an advanced kindred. It seems that the Mohican Principality has been infiltrated quite a bit." Gleistar waved her lily-white hand, and black threads twisted and shredded the lower half of the kindred's body. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he unleashed a secret method recorded in the taboo text. With a light point of his finger, kindred blood flew out of the shards and entered his finger. Amazing! Even though the person presiding over it is dead, the barrier still exists. However, without a person presiding over it, it's not enough. Yang Feng glanced at the huge barrier that enveloped the temple, sneered, and stabbed the barrier with his hand. A frightening force erupted from the barrier, resisting Yang Feng's invasion. That enormous barrier was constructed from divine power. Among the many types of divine power, other than darkness divine power, all other divine powers were the bane of races that used darkness power. That was why it was so lethal to the Blood Clan. Although this barrier was very resistant to Yang Feng who used Dragon Force, but it didn't have that kind of terrifying destructive power towards kindred. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into the barrier, operated a secret method recorded in the Black Dragon Morph, and his right hand turned into a dragon claw. He silently chanted an incantation, and mysterious and abstruse runes poured out of his dragon claw and into the barrier. Cracks suddenly appeared on the barrier, and then extended in all directions. Immediately after, it collapsed and disappeared. Ezramia's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. What spell is this? How did he destroy the shrine's barrier so quickly? The shrine's barrier was constructed from the powerful faith power accumulated in the shrine as well as the faith power of the clergies praying inside the shrine. It was extremely powerful. Normally, if one wanted to destroy the barrier of a divine hall, they would need many experts to attack day and night to exhaust the power of the barrier. Only when the power of the barrier was exhausted would they be able to break through the barrier. Before the divine hall's protective barrier was breached, no one dared to enter the barrier and fight with the divine hall's experts inside. Even if a demigod powerhouse entered the barrier before it was destroyed, he or she would be suppressed by the barrier. After Yang Feng obtained the taboo text, he learned a powerful secret method to crack divine power barriers. When the barrier was breached, Yang Feng strode towards the temple of the god of the Mohican River. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent. As long as the temple of the god of the Mohican River was destroyed, no one in the Mohican River Principality would be able to stop Yang Feng. He could transfer 5,000 soldiers from the Red Earth Wasteland and easily annex the Mohican Principality. This was the difference between a lord and a lone ranger. If Yang Feng was just a lone ranger, then when he was framed, he could only cut a sorry figure and flee. Otherwise, even if he killed Kisad and destroyed the temple of the god of the Mohican River, he wouldn't be able to dominate the principality. He could only carry the notoriety of a rapist and murderer. As the lord of the Red Earth Wasteland, Yang Feng could say whatever he wanted as long as he annexed the Mohican Principality. Black could be described as white, and white could also be described as black. As long as he had the will, he could turn black into white and place the crime of rapist and murderer on anyone. Breaking tricks with force was the method Yang Feng thought of to crack schemes. As long as he annexed the Mohican Principality, no matter what schemes the dark hand behind the scenes had, he would easily crack them. From the temple of the god of the Mohican River, A great beauty exuding a holy and beautiful aura slowly walked out. She had long blue hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall and a snow-white clergy robe that couldn't conceal her curvaceous figure. The great beauty exuding a pure and holy aura said slowly in a voice as gentle as water, "Dukian, I am Kath, a saintess who serves the great god of the Mohican River. Please stay, I want to speak to you." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a sword forged from divine blood steel appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "I think that since things have come to this, there shouldn't be anything to say between us, right?" Kath creased her eyebrows slightly and then said gently, "No, this is a scheme. Dukian, someone is instigating us from behind. A plot to turn us against each other. Please calm down, don't fall for the other party's trick." Yang Feng said coldly, "I also know that this is a scheme, and that someone is framing me from behind. However, things have already come to this point. The Grand Duke of the Mohican Principality died at my hands, and so did Pope Pavon. This is an indisputable fact. Do you think I'll let you off, believe that you'll put aside your hatred, and let you continue to live and oppose me?" Although Yang Feng didn't know that Kisad was a god's darling chosen by the god of the Mohican River, but he knew that a young legend-ranked genius appeared in the tiny Mohican Principality. Moreover, that legend-ranked genius could use powerful divine secret spells. The relationship between this legend-ranked genius and the god of the Mohican River could be imagined. Kisad was definitely a very important pawn of the god of the Mohican River in the Mohican Principality. Yet such a pawn was killed by Yang Feng. Such a chess piece was killed by Yang Feng, and the god of the Mohican River would never let this matter rest. Kath sighed faintly. "We will. Dukian, although we are very unwilling, but we will still put aside our hatred. This is a divine decree of the mighty god of the Mohican River." A divine decree. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. For the believers of gods on the Feisua Plain, divine decrees were orders that they simply couldn't disobey. They were even more authoritative than the orders of emperors. After a god's believer dies, if that god has his own divine kingdom, he can receive that god's believer into his divine kingdom, allowing the god's believer's soul to be reborn in his divine kingdom. The fear of death made the believer of the god extremely pious. Of course, ordinary believers didn't know that many weak gods didn't have their own divine countries, nor could they receive their believers into their divine countries. The promises they made were just empty words. Kath took out a statue of the god of the Mohican River with short blue hair, dressed in earth-yellow armor, holding a great sword in hand, and placed it on the ground. The statue of the god of the Mohican River radiated traces of earth-yellow divine light. In the air, the space distorted, and a vast and terrifying divine might faintly came from the space. An earthy yellow divine light surged out from the void and entered the statue. The chaotic divine power in the temple of the god of the Mohican River became orderly and formed a divine barrier that shielded all prying eyes. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he stared silently at the statue with a dignified look in his eyes. The power contained in the statue rose steadily until it was promoted to the pinnacle level, 3 warlock rank. Enveloped by the earth-yellow divine light, the statue seemed to come to life, and countless divine light formed its body, turning it into an adult-sized being. "Greetings, my lord." Kath bowed gracefully and prostrated herself before the god of the Mohican River, full of piety and respect. "Lowly mortal, why don't you bow when you see me?" Looking at Yang Feng, the god of the Mohican River Magina exuded frightening divine might. His eyes exuded dignified golden divine light, and his voice reverberated in the area like thunder. The god of the Mohican River Magina was a genuine feeble divine force rank god, and his divine might was genuine, even surpassing dragon might. When Azramia and Gleistar, who were hiding in the woods far away, sensed his divine might, their pretty complexions changed, and their delicate bodies trembled. Mortals had to be humble in front of gods. This was an iron rule of the Feisua Plain. No matter what race, this idea was instilled in them from an early age. Azramia and Gleistar were both bigwigs of the Feisua Plain's secular world. But after feeling divine might, they still trembled unconsciously. Chapter 348. Yang Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I am a duke of the Morin's empire. The great goddess of the weave is the great existence I believe in." The god of the Mohican River Magina glanced at Yang Feng and said in an aloof tone, "I already know what happened here. The dark races are framing you in an attempt to use you to eliminate Kisad, the chosen I care for. You can go now. I will get someone to clear your name as a rapist and murderer." It will also make them forget their hatred. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, and he sneered, Magina, you're too naive. As long as your temple is eradicated, the whole Mexican principality will fall into my hands. I took such a big risk, and now I'm only one step away from annexing the Mexican principality. You want me to let go with just one sentence? How is that possible? Mortal, how dare you? Do you want to anger a great god? When Magina heard that, he became furious, and a vast and frightening divine might spread from him and swept towards Yang Feng like a wave. Yang Feng sneered, gods can't directly interfere in the affairs of the secular world, or else they'll be punished. This is an agreement between gods. Magina, the Amon principality was destroyed by the Morince Empire's Hansen family, and the temple of the god of the Amon Springs was razed to the ground by the Hansen family. Your chosen, Kisad, has also died in my hands. How are you going to punish me? The Treaty of the Gods stipulated that the gods could not directly interfere with the mortal world. However, they also had the means to interfere with the mortal world. That was the various churches that existed in the mortal world. In the Church of the Gods, experts were as common as the clouds, and experts were as common as rain. In the civil war of the Morince Empire, the experts of the church didn't help either side. If the church's experts turned out in full force to support one side, then the other side wouldn't have a chance of winning. Even with Yang Feng's help, the outcome wouldn't change. The Mexican Principality's church is too weak, and the strongest Pope Pavon has already been killed by Yang Feng. No one in the entire principality had the strength to contend against Yang Feng. It was the best time for him to annex the Mexican Principality, so he naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Magina's eyes flashed with a dignified look. He threw away his arrogant and godlike tone and said indifferently, Ian, it seems that I have underestimated you. That's right, I can't punish you right now. However, when the time is right, I will personally come to the mortal world. In the planar tide, I can use the power of a demigod. Killing you won't be a problem. If you dare to destroy my church, then I will kill everyone you care about. Yang Feng's gaze congealed slightly and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. He stared at Magina and sank into contemplation. Except for the gods born from the relationship between the gods and the gods who were lucky enough to pick up the divinity and obtain the divine kingdom, the other gods were all peerless geniuses who climbed to the position of god step by step. Before Magina became the god of the Mexican River, he was also a peerless heavens chosen in this region, a legendary heroic figure. Before he became a god, he was a famous peerless expert on the Feisua Plain. The planar tide had begun, and the gods in the starry sky would take action. Some gods would send their avatars to the mortal world. Some gods would hole up in their divine countries and do nothing. Some gods would descend to the mortal world with their true bodies. In order to obtain more faith power, they would go all out in the Feisua Plain and expand their faith and power. Once Magina descended to the mortal world with his true body, then even if he could only use demigod rank power, his strength would surpass that of the pinnacle demigod rank as Ramia by far. Yang Feng mused for a while, then his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, Magina, if your true body descended to the mortal world, then you could only use demigod rank power. This meant that if you died once, you would die for real. As long as I was willing to pay a high enough price, I could still kill demigod rank powerhouses. I also have demigod rank powerhouses as my subordinates. A lie detection divine spell fell on Yang Feng. There was no red light representing a lie rising from Yang Feng. Magina's eyes flashed with a dignified glint. During the planar tide, it was the most dangerous thing for gods to do if they walked the secular world with their true bodies. Because so long as one killed a god's true body, one would be able to plunder an extremely precious godhead from that god's true body. A godhead could allow a legend rank powerhouse to quickly promote to a demigod, and eventually evolve into a god. Magina was a weak divine power rank god. Among the gods, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. He was one of the easiest gods to hunt, and it wasn't impossible for him to die at the hands of mortals. Magina mused for a while, and then compromised. I think we should cooperate, not confront each other. I can make the Mexican Principality obey your rule, and you have to maintain my faith and church in the Mexican Principality. Yang Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief, yet said without batting an eyelid, In that case, I seem to be at a disadvantage. Staring at Yang Feng, Magina's eyes flickered with golden light, and he asked unhurriedly, What do you think, Kath? Yang Feng praised. She's a very good woman. Although Kath's appearance couldn't compare to that of the peerlessly beautiful great elven monarch Azramia, but she was among the top humans. Besides, she had a holy and gentle temperament, which gave people a very comfortable feeling. Magina said indifferently, "She is also the most outstanding saintess who has served me in the past. If properly nurtured, she can also promote to a legend-rank powerhouse in the future. I can give her to you as a gift for our alliance. In the future, after my true body descends to the secular world, we can join hands and expand our forces together. What do you think?" Yang Feng mused for a while, and then said decisively, "All right. However, I want you to cut off contact with her. Even if we are allies, I don't want to be under your gaze all the time." The planar tide had arrived, and experts from countless planes poured into the Feisua plain. The gods in the starry sky were restless, each with their own plans. The peace of the Feisua plain, which lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, was about to be broken. All the top experts understood that great chaos was about to arrive. This was going to be an extremely chaotic great era where gods roamed the secular world. In this era, even the gods, who usually lived high above the stars and almost never perished, could perish at any time. As long as you killed a god's true body and seized their godhead and believers, you might ascend to godhood and become a true god in the future. Magina said faintly, "All right. However, I have bad news to tell you. An abyssal fiend legion is moving this way. In about 2 hours, the demon legion will arrive here. You have 2 hours to prepare." Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. "What? An abyssal fiend legion?" An abyssal fiend legion generally consisted of more than 100,000 people. Of the 100,000 fiends, 90,000 were abyssal demonic servants below the level 1 warlock rank. The remaining 10,000 were junior abyssal fiends to advanced abyssal fiend experts. Each abyssal fiend legion had a great fiend rank commander and 5 deputy commanders, all of whom were great fiend rank experts. In theory, an abyssal fiend legion had the strength to destroy the Mohican Principality. In particular, the Archduke of the Mohican Principality and the genius expert Kisad of the Mohican Principality died at Yang Feng's hands. The heavy burden of guarding the Mohican Principality fell on Yang Feng's shoulders. Yang Feng's mind stirred and he frowned. So it was a plot of the dark races. Their original plan was to force me out of here. Without me, an abyssal fiend legion would be enough to destroy the Mohican Principality. Yang Feng glanced at Magina and mused. No wonder this guy compromised so quickly. It turned out to be because of the threat of an abyssal fiend legion. He didn't want everyone in the Mohican Principality to die. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Magina, the Archduke of the Mohican Principality was your descendant. He died at my hands. Don't you have any resentment in your heart?" Magina said indifferently, "He is indeed related to me by blood, but that blood relationship is really too distant. I don't have any feelings for him." With a wave of Magina's hand, the silence barrier enveloping the area collapsed and disappeared. Magina swept Kath kneeling on the ground with a glance and ordered indifferently, "Kath, henceforth, you are no longer my holy maiden, but a woman who serves Ian. You must obey his orders and serve him as you serve me. You are not allowed to pray to me anymore, understand?" In Magina's eyes, the holy maiden of the temple was just a prop. He felt that it was worth it to use this prop in exchange for an alliance with Yang Feng. Kath's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, her mind shook, her tender body trembled, and her face paled, as if the sky had collapsed. After a long silence, she clenched her silver teeth and said slowly in a gentle voice with a trace of sadness, "Yes, my lord, I will obey your will." Abyssal fiends are about to arrive at the Mohican Principality. Ian's rape and murder of the Principality's princess was a plot of the dark creatures. Now I, god of the Mohican River Magina, appoint Ian as the new Archduke of the Mohican Principality. All my believers must obey his orders and unite by his side to resist the abyssal fiends and eliminate the dark creatures in the Principality. A vast and terrifying divine might pervaded the Mohican city, and the voice containing Magina's divine might shook the hearts of the believers in the city. Chapter 349. We obey the divine decree of our Lord. In the Mohican city, the believers of Magina knelt on the ground and uttered piously with tears in their eyes. In the Mohican Principality, most people believed in the god of the Mohican River, Magina. However, most people had never seen his true face or heard his voice from birth to death. Now that they heard the divine decree of their god, Their hearts were filled with excitement. Yang Feng sighed inside. With a few words, he completely reversed the situation. That's a god for you. If Yang Feng led troops to occupy the Mexican Principality, he would have to use all kinds of means, go on a killing spree, and spend several years or even a dozen years to grasp the hearts of the Mexican Principality's people. But with just a few words from Magina, Yang Feng won the hearts of the Mexican Principality's people. This was the terrifying power of faith. Magina turned his head, stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Take out the scepter of the Mexican River and the plate of the Mexican River." Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and the scepter of the Mexican River and the plate of the Mexican River appeared in his hand. With a wave of Magina's hand, the scepter of the Mexican River suddenly flew out, entered the temple, and landed beside an archbishop. "Magal, I confer you the title of the new pope." A loud and majestic voice resounded in the great shrine. "Thank you so much, my great lord. I will serve you with all my strength and spread your glory on earth." The archbishop knelt on the ground and kissed the scepter of the Mexican River with tears in his eyes, extremely excited. Inside the temple, the clergymen looked at the archbishop with jealousy and envy in their eyes. This was the pope personally appointed by God. No one could question his authority. The plate of the Mexican River flew to the center of the temple. The right hand of the statue of Magina radiated earth-yellow light that entered the body of an 18-year-old young guard. "Mikel, I confer you the title of Captain of the Apologetic." That young guard only had the power of a great knight, so when that earthen yellow divine light entered his body immediately turned into a great knight. The divine bloodline power hidden inside him was stimulated in an instant, and a terrifying power diffused out of him. He became a Star Knight rank powerhouse in one leap. "Thank you so much, my great lord. I, Mikel, will serve you with all my might. As your sword, I will spread your glory." Michael's heart was filled with excitement and agitation. He knelt on the ground and shouted while trembling. Yang Feng looked at this scene through the spell mage eyes and exclaimed in admiration, "Divine bloodline, divine chosen. He's the one you've truly chosen, right?" Magina casually made the temple of the Mexican River produce 2 experts. Moreover, Yang Feng could see that Michael's potential was much stronger than Kisad's. With a little training, Michael's future strength would definitely surpass Kisad's. Yang Feng said, "Michael's potential is much greater than Kisad's. Why didn't you let him come out to train earlier?" If he had appeared a few years earlier, he would have definitely grown into a very troublesome existence. Magina looked at Yang Feng and said meaningfully, "We are weak gods. In the secular world, we can't be too strong, nor can we be too weak." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded silently. "I'll leave the Mexican Principality to you, Ian. Don't let me down." Magina waved his hand, and the remnant of divine power on Yang Feng's neck disappeared. After he left this sentence, the body constructed from divine power collapsed and dissipated. Crack! The idol bearing Magina's will shattered inch by inch, and then collapsed and dissipated. The power and will of gods far surpassed that of ordinary extraordinary life forms. There were very few objects that could bear their power. Although the idol was forged from divine power, but it could not bear the power of gods for a long time. Without the suppression of divine power, the wound on Yang Feng's neck quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Magal strode out of the temple, arrived in front of Yang Feng and asked, "Your Majesty Grand Duke Ian, what should we do now?" Mikel followed beside Magal. His gaze fell on Kath behind Yang Feng, and his eyes brimmed with adoration and pain. Yang Feng asked, "Magal, can you take control of the Mexican city?" Magal replied, "Your Majesty Grand Duke, as long as I have your authorization, I can take control of it." Yang Feng pointed to the great elven monarch Azramia next to him and said, "Immediately impose martial law in the city and organize an army to defend the city wall. Before I come back, everyone must obey Azramia's orders." Understood? The great elven monarch was the emperor of the Elven Empire. On the Feisua plain, every great elven monarch had to be proficient in many abilities, the most important of which was war command. When necessary, every great elven monarch had to personally command the elven army to fight against other races. As the contemporary great elven monarch, Azramia's commanding ability was absolutely outstanding. Magal's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty Grand Duke, I will do my best to assist Madame Azramia." Yang Feng was the man personally chosen by the god Magina, and a divine decree had been issued. No matter how puzzled Magal was, he could only obey. Yang Feng glanced at Gleistar and said lightly, "Stay here and protect Azramia. At the same time, you are responsible for eliminating the restless trash." Gleistar smiled charmingly and said respectfully, "Yes, Master." At this time, Azramia only possessed junior legend rank strength. She had no problem dealing with ordinary enemies. But if those dark race experts were to assassinate her, there was a chance that she would fall as well. With the protection of Gleistar, a legend rank expert proficient in assassination techniques, she could deal with all situations. In the worst-case scenario, she could choose to escape. There was a flash of emotion in Azramia's beautiful eyes, and traces of warmth poured into her heart. The strange rune on her forehead exuded a bewitching light. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the darkness and merged with it. Following Azramia's orders, the entire Mohican city began to mobilize. The city was under martial law, and no one was allowed to walk on the streets at will. With Magal's full assistance, the 10,000 city guards of the Mohican city fell into Azramia's hands and took up combat posts. In the air, a huge mage's eye opened wide and looked in all directions. More than 20 kilometers northwest of the Mohican city, all kinds of demonic creatures formed messy formations and surged towards the Mohican city. The Abyssal Fiend army was basically made up of demonic creatures captured from the abyss to serve as demonic servants. The demonic creatures had no training, and had no discipline or formations to speak of. Only the Abyssal Fiends had a clear hierarchy, forming a relatively strict army. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and formidable fiend power gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak he wore. Enveloped by the frightening fiend power, he turned into a level 2 Abyssal Fiend. After Yang Feng turned into a level 2 Abyssal Fiend, he stealthily flew towards the Abyssal Fiend army. Hiding next to the Abyssal Fiend army, Yang Feng carefully observed for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw an advanced Abyssal Fiend with a goat head and a pair of fiend wings on the back slightly separate from the army. Legend Domination. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the advanced Abyssal Fiend, and a queer mind control spell landed on the advanced Abyssal Fiend. The advanced Abyssal Fiend trembled slightly, and its eyes lost clarity. Its figure fluttered, and it suddenly flew towards Yang Feng's hiding place. Yang Feng brandished the secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel in his hand, and beheaded the advanced Abyssal Fiend. Then, he operated a secret method recorded in the taboo text and pointed at the corpse of the advanced Abyssal Fiend. A suction force emerged and sucked the corpse dry, turning it into ashes. Only a bit of bloodline essence entered his finger. Countless mechanical tentacles extended from the magical mechanical cloak behind Yang Feng, pierced into the head of the advanced Abyssal Fiend, and quickly extracted its memories. An advanced Abyssal Fiend with a bull head came over and said in fiend language, "Babu Babu, what are you doing?" Yang Feng turned into a goat-head Abyssal Fiend and said in a low, muffled voice in fiend language, "Babu, I smelled the scent of humans just now. I came over to take a look. The flesh and souls of human powerhouses are very delicious, much better than those of ordinary people." Babu extended his snake-like tongue, licked his lips and grinned. "That's right, human flesh and souls are really delicious. Especially the powerhouses among them. As long as I eat a few dozen more human firmament knights, I'll be able to evolve into a great fiend." There was indeed the scent of humans just now, but now there's no more. He should have escaped. Yang Feng said casually and strode towards the Abyssal Fiend army. Babu stayed in place, sniffed and muttered, "There is indeed a bit of a human scent. It seems that Babu has improved a lot in strength." Chapter 350. As soon as Yang Feng entered the crowd of Abyssal Fiends, he smelled a fishy odor and abyssal magic power pervading the air. After eating, Abyssal Fiends didn't have the habit of taking a bath. Moreover, there were very few clean water sources in the abyss. The Abyssal Fiends carried a terrible stench. Yang Feng carefully glanced at the surrounding Abyssal Fiends, only to see that they all looked strange, yet each of them exuded a fierce aura. His eyes shimmered with a touch of novelty. The Endless Abyss was a mysterious plane that ran through the 36 primary material planes. This plane was only slightly less mysterious than the Netherworld, which ran through countless planes and was the final resting place of the dead. In the Endless Abyss, there were countless terrifying experts hidden. Even strong divine force rank gods could only dominate the first 49 floors of the Endless Abyss at most. Once strong divine force rank gods went to the 50th floor of the endless abyss, it would be difficult for them to guarantee their safety. In the Zhongji Plain, even when the 7 warlock emperors ruled the world and suppressed countless planes, they didn't completely conquer the abyss. Although the 7 warlock emperors could come and go freely in the abyss, and could even enter the deepest part of the abyss to hunt any experts at will, but they couldn't completely conquer and purify the entire abyss. Basically, after every warlock emperor died, the abyss would rebel, and countless human warlocks would die in battle with the abyssal demonic creatures. The Zhongji Plain had researched the abyss, and roughly divided the abyssal fiends into 4 types: humanoid, beast type, ogre type, and other types. Sheep-headed fiends and bull-headed fiends belong to the beast type. Bardock Balrogs belong to the other types. Succubi belong to the humanoid race. Tupalak belong to the ogre type. Generally speaking, among abyssal fiends, ogre-type fiends were the strongest of the same rank. The beast types were relatively balanced. Humanoid fiends were the weakest. The strength of other types was uncertain. There were fearsome other abyssal fiends that surpassed ogre types, as well as other abyssal fiends that were weaker than humanoid fiends. Although humanoid abyssal fiends were relatively weak among abyssal fiends of the same rank, but they were relatively more cunning and intelligent. The sheep-headed fiend that Yang Feng had transformed into was a beast-type abyssal fiend. His direct superior was a legendary ghost-type abyssal demon Great Demon, Tupala Demon. The Tupala Demon was a terrifying demon that was 4 meters tall and could freely control its bones. It had a hideous face that was as ugly as a ghost, and it was extremely savage. It could freely control the bones in its body to form all kinds of sharp blades that could appear on any part of its body. The sharpness of the bone blade was only slightly inferior to that of Yang Feng's secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel. After careful observation, Yang Feng found that the commander of this fiend legion was the Tupala. Among the other 5 deputy commanders, there were 3 beast-type fiends, 1 ogre fiend, and 1 humanoid abyssal fiend horned. The horned was about the size of a normal human. His entire body was black, and he was extremely handsome. He had a 30-centimeter long horn on his head, a pair of demonic wings on his back, and strange demonic patterns on his face. Among the 3 beast-type demons, 2 were sheep-headed demons and 1 was ox-headed. The ogre fiend was a type of ghost-type fiend called a backed fiend. The backed demon was a ghost-type demon. It had a pair of huge demonic wings on its back and a horn that was 10 centimeters long on its head. It was 3 meters tall, and its face was as ferocious as a ghost's. It didn't look like a human at all, and it was covered in a layer of black scales. It had a tail that was like a steel whip, and it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Among the 6 great fiends, the 2 great fiends, the Tupala and the backed fiend, exuded fearsome demonic might, which surpassed that of the other 4 great fiends by far. The horned great fiend was in charge of controlling the 90,000 demonic servants in the rear. The other 4 great fiends at the deputy commander level each controlled 2,000 elite fiends. The Tupalak Great Fiend controlled 2,000 elite Tupalak fiends that were all high-level abyssal fiends. If the demon legion were to face the human army, and the human army didn't have a large number of mages and priests, then the human army would face a terrible disaster. Led by the 6 great fiends, the frightening fiend legion soon appeared 5 kilometers in front of the Mohican city. Gleistar, who was hidden in the shadows, suddenly said, "The enemy is here. Prepare for battle." As Ramia ordered calmly, "Illuminate." Great illumination. Magal silently recited an incantation with the scepter of the Mohican River in his hand, pointed at the sky, and conjured the level 3 divine spell Great Illumination. Formidable divine power fluctuations came from the temple of the god of the Mohican River, and a sphere of light suddenly rose into the sky. Like a small sun, it spread its light in all directions. Illuminated by the light, the area several kilometers in radius around the Mohican city became as bright as day. Illuminated by the light, the human warriors atop the wall of the Mohican city saw the 100,000 grotesque and ferocious fiends in the distance. When the human warriors atop the wall of the Mohican city saw the terrifying fiend legion, they couldn't help but reveal looks of fear in their eyes. The Mohican Principality had been peaceful for many years. The 10,000 city guards of the Mohican city could at most deal with bandits. Although under Kisad's leadership, the 10,000 city guards had fought the Desert Empire several times, but this was the first time they fought against the terrifying extraordinary life forms that were fiends. The Tupalak Great Fiend Anjit looked at the human warriors atop the wall of the Mohican city. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he barked, "Baloba, attack!" Kill them all. The horned Baloba opened his mouth and let out an incomparably strange shriek. The eyes of the 90,000 grotesque abyssal demonic servants turned bloodshot, and like a black tide, they surged towards the wall of the Mexican city. Countless abyssal demonic servants were born in the endless abyss every year. They were cannon fodder among cannon fodder, and no one cared about their lives. Only by devouring each other in battle, or by devouring enough intelligent life forms with souls, would abyssal demonic servants evolve into abyssal fiends. Only then would they have a bit of status and evolve from cannon fodder to cannon fodder. Only after evolving into an abyssal fiend lord would they be regarded as a bigwig in the abyss. As Ramia ordered coldly, "Release the arrows." The archers on the wall of the Mexican city shot a dense rain of arrows into the crowd of abyssal demonic servants from above the wall. One grotesque abyssal demonic servant after another was nailed to the ground by the arrows, and black blood sprayed out of their wounds. When the abyssal demonic servants reached the city wall, many of them with wings on their ribs flapped their wings and flew up. A sacred and formidable light radiated from the temple of the Mexican in the city and spread to the surroundings, and a frightening forbidden space array that enveloped the whole city was suddenly released. The abyssal demonic servants had just flown up, when they dropped to the ground. Boiling oil poured down from the city wall and poured on the abyssal demonic servants. Immediately after, the abyssal demonic servants were scalded and let out miserable screams. The crowd of abyssal demonic servants frantically cast their innate spells. Poisonous smoke, venom, shadow rays, bone spurs, and other long-range attacks barreled towards the human warriors atop the city wall. The elemental innate spells were completely blocked by the powerful barrier protecting the city, while the bone spurs and other physical attacks hit the human warriors atop the city wall and killed them one by one. The god of the Mexican River had limited divine power, and could only resist elemental spells. That kind of powerful barrier that could protect both physical and elemental types required a lot of divine power. Only the gods of the Zalia and Titan pantheons had the qualifications to use them. Some abyssal demonic servants resembling demonic insects crawled along the city wall and quickly climbed up the city wall. A 4-meter-long advanced abyssal demonic servant, a human-faced centipede, climbed up the city wall, opened its mouthpiece full of whiskers, bit off the head of a human warrior, and devoured it. The human face on its back also revealed a joyful expression. "Go to hell!" A human warrior brandished his sword and roared, then slashed at the human-faced centipede's back. Ding! Following a sharp sound, the human warrior's sword was ricocheted away. The human-faced centipede turned around, opened its sharp mouthpiece, and bit at the human warrior. The upper body of the human warrior was bitten to pieces, and blood spilled on the ground. The human-faced centipede was an advanced abyssal demonic servant with an armor as hard as steel. It was the freak with the strongest defense among abyssal demonic servants. It was also the freak most adept at attacking fortifications. That human-faced centipede was like a moving tank. Wherever it passed, a human warrior would have their upper body bitten off by it. It was extremely terrifying. "Go to hell!" Mikkel, who was covered in a layer of magic armor, roared angrily. He waved a magic sword and chopped the human-faced centipede in two. A copious amount of black blood sprayed from the human-faced centipede's wound. Under Michael's leadership, Sky Knight rank experts and above took action and killed the insect-type abyssal demonic servants that climbed up the city wall. Chapter 351. Sacred light surged above the city wall. The priests of the temple of the god of the Mexican River conjured divine spells, and divine light entered the warriors fighting fiercely above the city wall. Illuminated by the divine light, the warriors were blessed with strength, agility, and other buffs. They became as strong as bulls and as agile as leopards, and their combat power more than doubled. The injured soldiers were also recovering rapidly under the illumination of the divine radiance. An army with priests would have at least 5 times the combat power of an army without priests, and at least 10 times the combat power of an army without priests. Priests who borrowed the power of God to fight not only had healing theurgy that surpassed mages, but they also had powerful offensive theurgy. Of course, only high-rank clergymen could master these formidable offensive divine spells. Encouraged by the courage of the divine spells, the human warriors on the city wall rushed towards the abyssal demonic servants one after another. The sharp divine weapons made their weapons even sharper, and they beheaded the abyssal demonic servants that rushed up the city wall one after another. Enveloped by the formidable no-fly boundary, the abyssal demonic servants that could fly could not fly, and could only huddle at the edges of the city wall and become targets for shooting. The abyssal fiends didn't have the slightest concept of building siege weapons. Most of the abyssal demonic servants crowded below the city wall in a disorderly manner. Under the rain of arrows of the human archers, they suffered disastrous casualties. The insect-type abyssal demonic servants that climbed up the city wall were also beheaded by Mikkel and the other experts of the Mexican city. The 10,000 abyssal fiends laughed as they watched the abyssal demonic servants being killed by the humans of the Mexican city. For the abyssal fiends, the abyssal demonic servants were just food. Besides, abyssal demonic servants would also devour humans and livestock. For the abyssal fiends, they were cannon fodder that would compete for their food. No matter how many abyssal demonic servants died, they wouldn't feel any heartache. Many abyssal fiends were looking forward to the humans of the Mexican city killing more abyssal demonic servants, so that they could eat more humans and livestock. Watching this scene coldly, the Tupilak great fiend Anjit suddenly opened its bloody maw and let out a shrill howl. In the Mexican city, in the manor of Earl de Monlucia, one of the 3 earls supporting the Mexican principality, in a castle study. The extraordinarily handsome Earl de Monlucia opened his eyes and smiled sinisterly, revealing a pair of incomparably sharp vampiric fangs, and said coldly, "It's time." Nah. From Earl de Monlucia's mansion emerged 2,000 fully armed soldiers wearing the uniform of the Mexican City City Guard. Fully armed, Earl de Monlucia walked out of the castle and looked at the 2,000 soldiers dressed in the uniform of the Mexican City City Guard and said coldly, "Set out." The 2,000 soldiers silently followed behind Earl de Monlucia and rushed towards the west of the Mexican city. "Who are you people?" When Earl de Monlucia and his party arrived on the street, they were stopped by a patrol of the Mexican City City Guards. The captain vigilantly stared at Earl de Monlucia and his party and barked, "Get out of the way, George. Don't you recognize me?" Earl de Monlucia took off his visor, looked down at the captain of the Mexican City City Guard, and barked. George's complexion changed greatly, and he said respectfully, "Greetings, Sir Earl." Earl de Monlucia was one of the 3 earls of the Mexican Principality as well as a descendant of Duman, one of the 4 legendary founding heroes of the Mexican Principality. He had a very lofty status in the Mexican Principality, and George was once his subordinate. Earl de Monlucia barked, "I was ordered to reinforce the west gate. Get out of the way." George didn't dare to ask any questions, and immediately stepped aside. "Yes, Sir Earl." Earl de Monlucia advanced with his 2,000-strong army. When the patrolling soldiers saw him, they retreated to the side, not daring to stop him. He led his troops all the way to the west gate of the Mexican city. Escorted by a dozen guards, the general guarding the west gate of the Mexican city came up to Earl de Monlucia and asked respectfully, "Sir Earl, why are you here?" "I'm here to kill you." Earl de Monlucia showed a malevolent smile, slashed down with his sword, and instantly cut the human general with Firmament Knight rank cultivation base in 2. Almost at the same time, the soldiers wearing city guard uniforms who followed Earl de Monlucia also changed sides. They brandished their swords and slashed at the city guards at the west gate as well as the priests on the city wall. The city guards at the west gate didn't guard against their comrades at all. In an instant, most of the city guards fell into a pool of blood. More than 100 priests who were heavily guarded also died tragically in the hands of Earl de Monlucia's subordinates. Earl de Monlucia barked, "Open the gate!" Amidst the commotion, the west gate of the Mexican city slowly opened, and countless abyssal monsters surged towards the west gate one after another. "The city is breached. The west gate is breached." Raging flames rose everywhere in the Mexican city, and kindred servants and vampires hidden in the darkness moved out. As they lit fires, they shouted loudly, causing slaughter and panic everywhere. Many believers who were praying silently at home and providing faith power to the temple began to panic. They poured out of their rooms and fled in all directions. Numerous thugs poured out of the streets, burning and looting everywhere to vent their desires. Countless believers of the god of the Mexican River fell into pools of blood. The formidable barrier that enveloped the entire Mexican city slowly weakened bit by bit. The barrier that could cover the entire Mexican city was originally released with the temple as the center and all the believers in the city as the energy source. The god of the Mexican River couldn't use his precious divine power to maintain such a powerful barrier. Otherwise, even if he could maintain such a powerful barrier, it would be difficult for him to support such a large-scale barrier. Seeing the flames rising in the city and the constant shouts coming from inside the city guards atop the city wall were shaken, their morale plummeted, and their fighting strength was reduced by more than 50%. The relatives of the city guards were in the Mexican city. Once the ferocious freaks broke into the city, the tragic outcome could be imagined. A haggard and anxious look on his face, Maegel came to Azramia and asked respectfully, "What do we do now, Lady Azramia?" There were already many signs of instability on the city walls. Even with the blessing of divine spells, there were still many soldiers who directly fled towards the city. The defensive line of the Mexican city was already in a precarious situation and could collapse at any time. Once the city gate was breached, it would be a huge psychological blow to the defending side. Besides, without the city wall and the formidable barrier, the human soldiers were fundamentally no match for the abyssal fiends. The astonishing number of demonic servants alone could slaughter all the human soldiers in the Mexican city. Azramia stared at the motionless abyssal fiend legion without saying a word. A haggard and anxious look in his eyes, Maegel said in a slightly heavier tone, "Lady Azramia, can you let Lady Liz take action? If it's Lady Liz, we can definitely recapture the West Gate." Liz was Gleistar's alias. Even though she had lost all her divine power, but after cultivation and recovery, Gleistar still possessed pinnacle legend rank strength. Her battle prowess was even far above that of Azramia at this time. Gleistar, who was proficient in the art of assassination and walked in the darkness, had the terrifying strength to recapture the West Gate by herself. Azramia's gaze was ice-cold, and she spoke with dignity. "No! Pass down my order, everyone must stick to their posts and are not allowed to attack at will. This is an order." Maegel gritted his teeth and said respectfully, "Yes, Lady Azramia." Kath's beautiful eyes flickered with anxiety, and she asked in a gentle voice, "Lady Azramia, why didn't you send someone to rescue the West Gate? With Lady Liz's help, we have great hopes of recapturing the West Gate." "So what if we recapture it?" Azramia pointed at the 10,000 abyssal fiends, who were ready to set off, and said grimly, "The barrier protecting the Mexican city has been weakened a lot. Once our main force leaves, the 10,000 abyssal fiends will launch a thunderous attack, and we won't be able to fight back. Our only chance of winning now is Ian. Only by cooperating with him can we have a chance of winning. Otherwise, we can only maintain this spark and evacuate at once." As a great elven monarch, Azramia was proficient in the path of war. At a glance, she could see that the gap in strength between the Mexican city and the Abyssal Fiend Legion was too huge. Without special means, the Mexican city would not be able to defeat the Abyssal Fiend Legion, especially when the other side had an insider. Kath showed a wry smile and looked anxiously ahead. The Tupilak Great Fiend Anjit looked at the Mexican city and sneered, "The commander of this city is really a cunning guy. He didn't move his main force. But even so, he's bound to lose." A sheep-headed great fiend stared at the human powerhouses atop the city wall with bloodthirsty eyes, and licked his lips. "Anjit, let's attack. I want to taste the flesh and soul of human powerhouses. I can't hold back anymore." Chapter 352. The eyes of the Tupilak Anjit shimmered with a cunning glint, and he said with a ferocious smile, "Seton, bear with it. We just need to confront them here and pin down their main force. Once our servants have killed their way into the city, they will fight our servants until they are exhausted. That will be the best time for us to strike." Seton showed a sinister smile, and his bloodshot eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty glint. "How long do we have to wait? I can't wait to taste the delicacy of human blood." The abyssal great fiends stared at the human powerhouses atop the city wall with a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. They could fly out at any time and attack the human powerhouses atop the city wall. The Tupilak Anjit licked his lips, his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint, and he said solemnly, "There are more than 500,000 people in this city. After the city is breached, you can eat whatever you want. However, this is a city guarded by a true god, after all. We should be careful." When the abyssal great fiends heard this, their restlessness disappeared, and their eyes shimmered with caution. No matter which plane it was, gods were extremely powerful. Gods often entered the abyss to search for abyssal materials and hunt abyssal demonic creatures. Of course, when gods entered the abyss, they usually sent their avatars. Very few went to the abyss with their true body. That was because if their true body went to the abyss with their true body, they could be eroded by the power of the abyss, turn into an abyssal fiend lord, and be branded with an abyssal mark and bound by the abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there were many powerful abyssal fiend lords who degenerated into abyssal fiend lords. Once the true body of a god degenerated into an abyssal fiend lord, their godhead would collapse, and they would no longer be able to accept faith force or use divine force. They could only use abyssal fiend force like other abyssal lords, and would be rejected and suppressed by countless planes. They could only hole up in the deepest part of the abyss. What a mess! It seems that we ran into a cunning abyssal great fiend. This kind of abyssal great fiend that can restrain their desires is the most troublesome enemy. Hiding in the midst of the abyssal fiend army, Yang Feng frowned when he saw that the abyssal fiend army didn't join the battle. Although it's not the best time, but I can only act now. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he quickly flew in the direction of the Horned. When the Horned saw Yang Feng approaching quickly, his eyes flashed with vigilance, and a powerful force condensed inside him. Yang Feng said loudly, "Sir Baloba, I have something to report to you." The vigilance in Baloba's eyes faded a little, and he asked coldly and arrogantly, "What is it?" "Please die." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Force. Frightening Dragon Force filled his body, and he stabbed Baloba in the heart with his claw, dug out his heart, and crushed it. At the same time, the magical mechanical cloak on his back trembled, and Baloba's corpse was sucked inside. After killing Baloba with a sneak attack, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at the 2 beast-type abyssal great fiends, and unleashed the level 3 spell Mark of Light. In an instant, the 2 beast-type abyssal great fiends burst out with powerful light and powerful auras of life. In the dark night, they were like beacons. Here it comes. As Ramia's beautiful eyes congealed. With a flick of her lily-white hand, the sun god bow appeared in her hand. Mysterious runes appeared on the sun god bow, and a resplendent sun god ray turned into a ray of sunlight that crossed a distance of several kilometers and pierced through the heart of a beast-type abyssal great fiend in an instant. The beast-type abyssal great fiend issued miserable screams, and then was swallowed by the fearsome sun god ray and died. Another pitch-black arrow that seemed to have blended with the night silently pierced through the head of another beast-type abyssal great fiend, and exploded, insta-killing the beast-type abyssal great fiend. The Tupilak great fiend Anjit issued a world-shaking roar. "Enemy! An enemy has infiltrated our ranks!" Countless eyes in the abyssal fiend legion focused on Yang Feng. The 10,000-strong abyssal fiend legion was made up of abyssal fiends. Any abyssal fiend had level 1 warlock rank strength, and there was no lack of advanced fiends among them. Faced with this fearsome abyssal fiend legion, even an ordinary Starry Sky warlock rank expert would exhaust their strength and have no choice but to flee if they didn't use large-scale meteorological spells. Yang Feng unleashed the 4th spell of the ancient black dragon bloodline, Dragon Might. A vast and fearsome dragon might diffused from him and spread in all directions. Intimidated by the fearsome ancient dragon might, the junior and intermediate abyssal fiends trembled, unable to budge. Intimidated by the dragon might, the advanced abyssal fiends revealed looks of horror in their eyes, unable to cast spells right away. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and the demigod armament black dragon armor covered his whole body. A fearsome dragon aura diffused from him, as if a humanoid dragon had appeared in the secular world. The only flaw was that there was a deep blade mark on the demigod armament black dragon armor. This is the stench of an ancient black dragon. Interesting, human. Are you a dragonborn hybrid from the country of dragons? A trifling hybrid dares to be arrogant in front of me. You're courting death. The eyes of the Tupilak great fiend Anjit shimmered malevolently, and a copious amount of fiend power gushed out of its body. Black bones extended from its body and intertwined to form a set of black fiend bone armor. The fiend bone armor of a Tupilak great fiend had a fearsome reputation on many planes. This fiend bone armor could be strengthened along with the strength of the Tupilak. Some Tupilak greater demon overlords evolved into demon overlords, and their demon bone armor was even comparable to a divine artifact grade armor. Ordinary legend rank experts were powerless against the fiend bone armor of a Tupilak. They couldn't even break through its defenses. When the Tupilak great fiend Anjit finished its transformation, its eyes flashed fiercely, and it suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng like a black tank. Countless sharp blades extended from Anjit's body, and the abyssal fiends blocking in front of it were sliced to pieces as if tofu. In the blink of an eye, Anjit appeared in front of Yang Feng, smiled malevolently, and sent a fist shrouded in dense abyssal demonic chi barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng surged with frightening dragon force, and sent a fist barreling towards Anjit. The frightening abyssal fiend power and the apex extraordinary life-form dragon force collided in midair and set off a frightening shock wave that sent the surrounding junior abyssal fiends flying. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. Anjit, however, only took 3 steps back. Even with the help of the demigod armament Black Dragon armor, there was still a gap between the strength of Yang Feng, who had just stepped into the Great Warlock realm, and the Fiend Legion commander Anjit. Anjit laughed ferociously. Shrouded in endless demonic chi, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng and sent one fist after another barreling towards Yang Feng as if an abyssal sea extending from the deepest part of the abyss. Boom! Boom! Along with fearsome blares, frightening shock waves spread in all directions, blowing away a large number of junior fiends. The high-level abyssal fiends gritted their teeth, overcame the intimidation of the dragon might, and cast level 3 darkness spells barreling towards Yang Feng like raindrops. Yang Feng's face remained unchanged. He frantically urged the power of the Black Dragon armor, and a frightening dragon-shaped life force suddenly appeared around him and devoured the level 3 spells. The Black Dragon battle armor was a semi-divine artifact, and it could only display its great power as its owner's power increased. After Yang Feng promoted to a Great Warlock, although he still couldn't display the full power of the demigod armament Black Dragon armor, but the part of its power he could display was already very frightening. Anjit smiled malevolently and barked, "Interesting! Dragonborn bastard from the country of dragons, you're really strong. If this wasn't a war, then I would have fought you fairly. Seton, Adel, come over and help me kill this dragonborn bastard. I want his head, heart and soul. As for the rest, you can divide them equally." The backed great fiend Adel smiled malevolently, unleashed Blink, and strangely appeared behind Yang Feng. Seton also used Blink, strangely appeared next to Yang Feng, and sent a claw at Yang Feng's chest and abdomen. The strength of the 3 great fiend commanders was far greater than that of ordinary abyssal great fiends. Besieged by the 3 great fiend commanders, even a slightly weaker demigod powerhouse would die if careless. Abyssal fiends are really powerful. Yang Feng's eyes congealed, and he felt the threat of death. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the final trump card hidden in the magical mechanical cloak. Vast fiend power gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak and entered Yang Feng. Strengthened by the vast fiend power, Yang Feng transformed into a 4-meter-tall backed fiend baron exuding boundless demonic might, and a frightening lord-ranked demonic might spread in all directions. Chapter 353. The hierarchy of abyssal fiends was extremely strict. Without a special reason, inferior fiends could hardly resist superior fiends. Great fiends could hardly resist fiend lords. When the fiend baron-ranked demonic might erupted, the eyes of the 3 abyssal fiends shimmered with fear, and they slowed down a bit. The eyes of Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron shimmered with a fearsome glint, and he mercilessly stabbed at Anjit's heart with his huge claw. When the sharp claw stabbed at Anjit's bone armor, it easily tore apart the bone armor comparable to a legend-rank magic armor, and then dug out its heart and crushed it. When Adel's claw stabbed at Yang Feng's scales, it issued an ear-piercing sound and barely tore open a 1-centimeter deep crack, from which black blood gushed out. Yang Feng slapped Adel on the head, and as if cutting tofu, the sharp claw cut off Adel's head. Practically at the same time, the tail of Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron shot out like a javelin, ran through Seton's head, and twisted Seton's head into pieces. In less than 10 seconds after Yang Feng transformed into a fiend baron, the 3 commanders of the fiend corps died at his hands, and their corpses were absorbed into the magical mechanical cloak to serve as nutrients for the fiend baron heart. The fiend baron heart has become a part of the magical mechanical cloak. The more fiend power it devours, the stronger it becomes, and it may even evolve into an Earl-rank abyssal fiend lord heart. When Kath saw Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron tear apart the 3 commanders of the abyssal fiend corps, her heart was filled with shock. Amazing! That's an abyssal fiend lord. He can actually use the power of an abyssal fiend lord. How terrifying! Dumbstruck, Maegel couldn't believe his eyes. An abyssal fiend lord! He can actually transform into an abyssal fiend lord. That's something that ultimate morphing can't do. What spell is that? What spell can actually use the power of an abyssal fiend lord? As upper echelon members of the Church of the God of the Mohican River, Kath and Maegel had some understanding of the abyss. They were well aware of how powerful and terrifying the abyssal demon lords of the abyssal plane were. If it wasn't for the fact that once they left the abyssal plane, the abyssal demon overlords would be suppressed by other planes and their strength would be greatly weakened. Even the gods of the Feisua plane could not resist the joint attack of countless powerful abyssal fiend lords of the abyss. The abyss had a very long history. It existed in the era when the ancient gods ruled over the Zhangji plain. According to legend, the 7 great warlock emperors were seriously injured after fighting with the most ancient and powerful existences of the abyss, which was why they were so short-lived. Like a flash in the pan, they disappeared in history. According to legend, the founder of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, the Dawn Lord had never stepped into the abyss during his lifetime. Reportedly, he feared the most ancient and terrifying abyssal fiend lords hidden at the bottom of the endless abyss. On the Feisua plain, even among the aloof gods, very few people could use the power of abyssal fiends. Yang Feng was able to transform into an abyssal fiend baron. If he wasn't the Archduke of the Mexican Principality in the Oracle of the God of the Mexican River, Magina, he would have been able to transform into an abyssal fiend baron. Magal would never recognize someone who could use the power of abyssal fiends as an Archduke of the Mexican Principality. There was a flash of shock in Azramia's beautiful eyes. That's amazing. In terms of strength alone, that abyssal fiend baron is far stronger than me. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she licked her cherry lips with her sexy tongue, looking very bewitching and beautiful. That's my master for you. This power is really formidable. After Yang Feng insta-killed the 3 abyssal fiend commanders, he reverted to his human form. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath, his figure blurred, and he frantically rushed towards the Mexican city. The Fiend Baron transformation was Yang Feng's strongest trump card, but it was also the trump card that consumed the most energy. With his current strength, Yang Feng could only transform for 10 seconds at most. Once the 10 seconds were up, he would fall into a state of exhaustion after the transformation ended, unable to use any power. Kill him. Kill that damn human. Kill him. When the advanced abyssal fiends saw the 3 abyssal fiend commanders die tragically at Yang Feng's hands, they were taken aback at first, and then immediately issued frenzied roars. A variety of level 3 spells shot towards Yang Feng like raindrops. The 2,000 Tupilak roared furiously, and countless sharp bone spurs shot towards Yang Feng like fearsome javelins. Under the frenzied bombardment of level 3 spells, the dragon-shaped life force field surrounding Yang Feng gradually collapsed. When the dense swarm of sharp bone spurs slammed into Yang Feng's black dragon armor, after their power was reduced by 80%, the remaining power blasted into his body. Amidst the attacks of countless abyssal fiends, Yang Feng quickly flew to the foot of the Mexican city. A green vine extended from the top of the Mexican city's city wall and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng reached out and grabbed the green vine. The green vine quickly shrunk and pulled him up the city wall. When the countless bone spurs stabbed into the city wall, they were immediately blocked by the thick city wall enchanted with a powerful barrier. The city wall of an ordinary city could not withstand the bone spur attack of advanced abyssal fiends. Any advanced abyssal fiend could destroy a small city without the protection of a temple. However, the defenses of cities enchanted with the power of a temple were terrifying. Even abyssal great fiend rank existences could not destroy the city wall with a single blow. When Yang Feng landed, he immediately asked, "What's the situation at the West Gate?" Azramia replied methodically, "I have Liz take the main force to support them. With Liz's power coupled with the power of the temple, there won't be any problem to take care of them." Azramia looked down the city wall and revealed a smile. Moreover, after losing the control of the great fiends, the abyssal demonic servants have fallen into chaos and started killing each other. This is very advantageous for us. Abyssal demonic servants were some low-level freaks of the abyss. They had extremely low intelligence and were like wild beasts. Without the suppression of a great fiend, they would kill each other. If they couldn't find food, they would even take the initiative to attack abyssal fiends. At this moment, after losing the control of the Horned, the countless abyssal demonic servants below the Mexican city wall started killing and devouring each other. After losing the command of an abyssal great fiend, the 10,000 abyssal fiends quickly split up. 2,000 Tupilak rushed towards the Mexican city's side. Of the remaining 8,000 abyssal fiends, some chose to leave, while 5,000 chose to watch from afar. Abyssal fiends were very cunning. Without the suppression of a superior fiend, they wouldn't risk their lives to attack the Mexican city. Overwhelmed by anger, the 2,000 Tupilak devils rushed towards the Mexican city. The 2,000 Tupilak devils were covered in incomparably sharp bone blades, like 2,000 tanks covered in sharp blades. Wherever they passed, all the freaks were chopped into countless pieces. Fire! When the 2,000 Tupilak devils approached the Mexican city's city wall, a rain of arrows was immediately fired from the city wall. When the dense rain of arrows hit the bone armor of the Tupilak, they were immediately ricocheted. Even the arrows shot by the firmament knight rank archers were ricocheted by the bone armor of the Tupilak. The large catapults hidden inside the Mexican city began to display their might. Boulders dropped from the sky and smashed towards the Tupilak. Faced with the boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms or even several tons, the Tupilak got up and punched at the boulders with their iron fists. Under the bombardment of the Tupila devils, the boulders shattered one by one and exploded in all directions. Seeing this, the complexions of the human experts atop the city wall changed dramatically. Even human star knights would be seriously injured by the boulders falling from the sky if they were careless. However, the Tupila demons shattered the boulders one by one. Their strength exceeded the expectations of the human experts on the city wall. 10 heavy ballistae flashed with light, and fearsome ballistae bolts suddenly shot out, bombarding the Tupila devil and nailing it to the ground. Within the Mexican city, only these heavy crossbows, which were known to be able to injure even dragons, could break the defense of Tupilak. Esramia's face remained unchanged. The sun god bow in her hand released rays of sun god light, and an arrow that looked like rays of sunlight entered the body of a Tupilak, and the Tupilak exploded in an instant. With the sun god bow in hand, Esramia looked like a sun goddess reaping the lives of fiends. Maintaining a constant speed, she killed a Tupilak with every arrow she shot. Most of the experts of the Temple of the Mexican City had been taken away by Magal to suppress the Kindred rebellion at the West Gate. Although there were still a dozen plus Sky Knight rank powerhouses atop the city wall, but their attacks couldn't even break the defense of the Tupilak. The ordinary soldiers were practically useless. Chapter 354. Esramia uttered calmly, "After I kill 7 more Tupilak, they'll come to the city wall. With their strength, Tupilak can easily climb the city wall." Tupilak were advanced abyssal fiends with frightening defensive strength above that of ordinary level. 3 warlocks. Even someone as strong as Esramia had to shoot them down one arrow at a time. Even in the endless abyss, ghost-type abyssal fiends like Tupilak were elite forces of abyssal fiend lords. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and vampiric Rottan seeds quickly flew into the army of abyssal demonic servants. The seeds of the vampiric demonic Rottans swelled in the wind and turned into countless huge vampiric demonic Rottans covered with barbs. The several meter-thick Rottans swept towards the surrounding abyssal demonic servants and swept them up. Countless sharp barbs stabbed into the abyssal demonic servants and sucked them dry. After absorbing the powerful demonic blood, the vampiric Rottans became even more berserk. At the same time, they produced countless Rottans that swept towards the Tupilak. Sharp bone blades ejected from various parts of the Tupilak's bodies and frantically slashed at the vampiric Rottans. Slashed by the sharp bone blades, countless vampiric Rottans were pulverized, and mucus splashed about. A lot of vampiric Rottans slammed into the Tupilak, yet they couldn't break the Tupilak's bone armor. Instead, they were sliced to pieces by the Tupilak's bone blades. Although the vampiric Rottans couldn't kill the Tupilak, but they forced the Tupilak to chop up the vampiric Rottans, hindering the Tupilak's advancement. With a flick of his wrist, a bucket-like 6-barrel railgun appeared on Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng pressed a button on the 6-barrel railgun's launcher, and countless electric arcs flickered and shot railgun beams barreling towards the Tupila like shooting stars. When a railgun slammed into a Tupilak, it pierced through the bone armor of the Tupilak and blasted open a huge hole on its body. Another railgun blast blasted the thigh of a Tupilak demon, shattering its thigh. The power of each beam fired by the 6-barreled railgun was comparable to a single-target legendary spell. The only thing it couldn't compare to legendary spells was that it couldn't be locked down like legendary spells. However, the 6-barrel railgun launcher uses high-energy crystals as its energy source, so it doesn't need Yang Feng to provide any power. This was the strongest aspect of the 6-barreled railgun launcher. The outer layer of the 6-barreled railgun was engraved with countless mysterious magic incantations, making it look like an alchemy weapon refined using alchemy spells. It was full of mystery. However, its core was completely made of Shizu technology. Super railgun beams shot out of the 6-barreled railgun launcher like meteors and blasted into the group of Tupilak demons. Every moment, several Tupilak demons were penetrated by the railgun beams. Esramia stared fixedly at the 6-barrel railgun launcher with a dignified look in her beautiful eyes, and tempestuous waves set off in her heart. Amazing! What's that? That's right, he's also an alchemist. Is this a magic artifact he made with alchemy? What a terrifying magic artifact. The six-barreled railgun hardly stopped firing. Yang Feng just kept replacing the high-energy crystals as its energy source. Under Yang Feng's control, the six-barreled railgun killed more than 200 Tupilak demons in less than a minute. Even at her peak, Azramia wouldn't be able to kill Tupilak demons at this speed. So strong. He's so powerful. As expected of the man chosen by the mighty god. When the Mexican Principality's experts atop the city wall saw this, they were greatly shaken and discussed spiritedly. Each Tupilak demon possessed advanced abyssal fiend rank strength. As long as 20 Tupilak demons rushed up the city wall, no one atop the city wall would be able to resist their attack. Yet, as if ants, the Tupilak demons died tragically under the bombardment of Yang Feng's six-barreled railgun. This filled the hearts of the Mexican Principality's powerhouses with shock. Faced with the bombardment of the railgun, the Tupilak demons, who didn't dodge, revealed looks of fear in their eyes, and began to dodge. What a terrifying alchemical weapon! That human is really dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't throw away my life like those idiots. When the abyssal fiends hiding several kilometers away saw this scene, they rejoiced. After Yang Feng used the six-barreled railgun to kill 400 Tupilak demons in a row, the reddened barrels of the railgun automatically fell off and fell to the ground. When Azramia saw the 6 barrels fall to the ground, she felt slightly relieved. Sure enough, this alchemical weapon has its limits. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The firing speed of the 6-barreled railgun was extremely frightening. It was equivalent to more than 30 legend wizards casting single-target offensive spells without interruption. If the 6-barreled railgun could be fired without limit, then a powerhouse wielding it could massacre tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops by himself. Azramia thought that if this frightening alchemical weapon could be mastered, then even the elven woods would find it difficult to stop powerhouses using this weapon. The thing that the 6-barreled railgun feared the most was a powerhouse capable of blink. A great fiend proficient in blink would appear in front of the user. If the user wasn't strong enough, they would be killed by such a powerhouse. The eyes of a Tupilak flashed fiercely, and it roared wildly. That human's alchemical weapon has reached its limit, it can't be used anymore. Everyone, rush over and kill him. Destroy that weapon. The Tupilak demons no longer dodged, and instead rushed towards the Mexican city. The countless vines of the vampiric rottans were cut off by the bone blades ejected from their bodies. On top of the city wall, fear flashed through the eyes of all the human experts when they saw this. Once the remaining 1,600 Tupilak devils approached the city walls, they would be able to annihilate everyone on the city walls. Yang Feng smiled coldly and grabbed with his hand, and 6 new barrels appeared in his hand. Then, he inserted them into the 6-barreled railgun launcher. Countless electric arcs flickered, and railgun beams shot out like meteors and bombarded the Tupilak demons. Pierced through by the railgun beams, the Tupilak demons suffered heavy casualties. As if they had hit an invisible wall, they couldn't advance at all. Several official wizards and magic apprentices atop the Mexican city wall cast slow, grease, web, and other similar spells to slow down the advance of the Tupilak. How terrifying! This alchemical weapon can be used like this. He's really unfathomable. To be able to refine such a fearsome alchemical weapon. Azramia's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. While shooting at the Tupilak demons that slipped through the net, she looked at the 6-barreled railgun launcher, and her heart filled with shock. As long as there were 10 such fearsome alchemical weapons as the 6-barreled railgun launcher, they could completely change the situation of a large-scale war. Unless a demigod rank or even a god rank powerhouse took action, virtually no one could suppress an army equipped with a 6-barreled railgun launcher on the battlefield. After more than 400 Tupilak demons were killed by the 6-barreled railgun launcher, the remaining Tupilak demons could no longer hold on, and collapsed and fled in different directions. How terrifying! That human is really terrifying. When the thousands of abyssal fiends standing in the distance saw this scene, they dispersed and fled in different directions, hiding in the darkness. Atop the city wall, the experts of the Mexican Principality heaved a sigh of relief. If the thousands of abyssal fiends had joined forces, they might not have been able to resist. Even if they could resist, who knows how many people would have died. Yang Feng replaced the barrel of the 6-barreled railgun launcher and said solemnly, "I'll leave this side to you. I'll go to the west gate as reinforcements." A complicated look in her eyes, as Ramia glanced at the 6-barreled railgun launcher in Yang Feng's hand and uttered, "Okay." Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a black ray of light, and quickly flew towards the west gate. When Yang Feng approached the west gate, a dignified look flashed past his eyes. By relying on the extraordinary perception of a great warlock with dragon bloodline sex bloodline, he clearly perceived that there were no fluctuations of life force of the kindred powerhouse near the west gate. Glyselda was confronting another legend rank powerhouse. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then sped up his pace. After a few breaths of time, he appeared above the west gate. Chrissy! When Yang Feng arrived above the west gate, he saw a valiant and beautiful woman with long blue hair and an extraordinary temperament, dressed in a silver magic armor. She was Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. Behind Princess Chrissy stood 5 people, each of whom was very young and exuded the confidence of a powerhouse. Glystar, dressed in a sexy and alluring black leather armor, faced Chrissy and company with a smile on her face. Chapter 355. Yang Feng glanced at Glystar and said solemnly, "Liz. Master, when I arrived here, I already saw these people appear and kill the Blood Tribe powerhouses who were fighting the Chaos Fiends one by one. My hands itched, so I captured this guy alive." Glystar smiled sweetly and snapped her fingers, and a black spider thread shot out from the side, wrapped around the dejected earldom and Wuxia, and dropped him in front of Yang Feng. Glystar threw Yang Feng a coquettish look and said with a charming smile, "This is Earldom and Wuxia, one of the 3 earls of the Mohican Principality." For some reason, he voluntarily transformed into a kindred. His status is quite high, and he should be an advanced kindred. A beautiful and lovely girl with short blue hair, a flat chest, medium height, dressed in a swordsman's attire, and a sword at her waist glared angrily at Glystar and said loudly, "This Earldom and Wuxia was clearly defeated by us. Yet she snatched him away from us. You're too unreasonable." Yang Feng carefully sized up Chrissy and her party. There were a total of 5 people following behind Chrissy, all of which were beautiful women with their own characteristics. One of them was the swordsman girl with short blue hair. One of them was a beautiful mixed-race magician with long black hair and a wand in her hand. She had the characteristics of both Westerners and Orientals. The other was covered in a layer of black cloth, and only her curvaceous figure indicated that she was a woman. The other was a tall and voluptuous female archer with a blue ponytail, exuding a heroic aura. The last was a beautiful woman dressed in a priest's robe, exuding a holy temperament, with long blue hair and a healing aura. She wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Kath's. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration, and he mused, "It's true that the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia prefers beautiful and pure girls. The people he has chosen are all beauties. The gods chose their own favored ones according to their own preferences. For example, most of the god of joy's favorites were handsome men and sexy women. The favorite of the god of dance were generally handsome men and beautiful women with outstanding dancing skills. Gods chosen like the god of war were those with astonishing battle prowess, and they were war maniacs who loved to fight. The god of the Mohican River chose 2 male powerhouses with amazing potential and special bloodlines. The goddess of the Amon Springs, Venia, preferred beautiful and pure girls, so the favored she had chosen were naturally beauties." Yang Feng said with a gentle and slightly dignified smile, "I am Ian, the current Archduke of the Mohican Principality. Thank you very much for your help. I will prepare a generous reward for all of you. Thank you for your help." As soon as these words came out, the blue-haired swordswoman was immediately rendered speechless. The god of the Mohican River, Magina, publicly announced that Yang Feng was enfeoffed as the Archduke of the Mohican Principality. He was now the master of the Mohican Principality. Earldom and Wuxia was one of the 3 earls of the Mohican Duchy, and his rebellion was naturally an affair of the Mohican Duchy. No matter what Chrissy and them wanted to do with Earldom and Wuxia, they couldn't get around Yang Feng, the Archduke of the Mohican Principality. Chrissy showed an impeccable smile and said, "I am Chrissy, the first princess of the fallen Amon Principality. It's a pleasure to meet you, Archduke Ian." The complexions of the 5 women behind Chrissy darkened slightly. They were all people of the Amon Principality and believed in the goddess of the Amon Springs, Venia. Now that the Amon Principality had fallen, they had become rootless trees and water without a source. They could only drift with the wind in this chaotic world. Yang Feng tried to recruit them. "Chrissy, if you have nowhere to go, how about staying in the Mexican Principality? As long as you are willing to serve me, I can confer you the title of a hereditary peer baron." Chrissy was a legend rank powerhouse. A legend rank powerhouse favored by a god. Her potential was unfathomable, and she might even evolve to the demigod realm in the future. The 5 beautiful women following Chrissy were all people favored by the goddess of the Amon Springs, Venia. At a young age, they already possessed frightening level 3 warlock rank strength. Chrissy smiled and declined, "I'm sorry, Archduke Ian. I will dedicate my life to the revival of the Amon Principality. I cannot serve you. Thank you for your kindness." Yang Feng sighed regretfully. "What a pity. However, the gate of the Mexican Principality is always open to you." As soon as he said that, the 5 beautiful women following Chrissy had a favorable impression of Yang Feng. After all, everyone liked the feeling of being valued. At this time, Yang Feng was the Archduke of the Mexican Principality, the head of a state. Although he wasn't as noble as the emperors of the 4 empires, but he had already entered the ranks of the top bigwigs of the continent. At the time, even the status of the Archduke of the Amon Principality was equal to Yang Feng. Seeing such a bigwig show kindness and respect to the 5 beautiful women made them feel very comfortable. Chrissy hesitated for a moment, then stared at Yang Feng and said, "Archduke Ian, I hope to join hands with you to recapture the Amon Principality. Please help us restore our state." When he heard that, Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "I can't think of any reason to help you restore your state. Can you give me a reasonable reason?" Chrissy smiled and said methodically, "Archduke Ian, you and the Hansen family are mortal enemies. We are also mortal enemies with the Hansen family. If you join hands with us, we can destroy the Hansen family together. We still have a lot of connections in the Amon Principality that we can use. As long as you join hands with us, we can easily recover the Amon Principality. At that time, not only will you have a firm ally, but we are also willing to offer you 1 billion gold coins as a reward for dispatching troops." Although the Amon Principality was destroyed by the Moritz Empire's Hansen family, but a state with the support of the gods had countless contingencies and could easily come up with a huge sum of 1 billion gold coins. Yang Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 1 billion gold coins was not a small sum. Even Yang Feng would find it difficult to come up with such a large sum of liquid funds in a short time. With a smile on his face, Yang Feng looked quietly at Chrissy, not saying a word. Chrissy sighed inside, knowing that this bit of benefit couldn't move Yang Feng. She hesitated for a while before saying unhurriedly, "Archduke Ian, in addition to this, the mighty goddess of the Amon Springs Venia will personally teach you the method to ignite your divine fire and become a god." When she said that, Gleistar's beautiful eyes lit up, and they flickered with endless excitement and longing. The 5 beautiful women behind Chrissy looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. On the Feisua plain, the method to become a god was tightly sealed. Even popes of churches didn't know how to ignite their divine fire and ascend to godhood. In the starry sky, the gods of the Feisua plain had agreed that the method to become a god was a secret method that was absolutely not allowed to be spread. Even Gleistar and Ezramia, who were originally at the apex of the secular world of the Feisua plain, didn't know how to ignite their divine fire and become demigods in the truest sense, rather than powerful existences with demigod-rank battle prowess. The method to become a god promised by the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia was a secret method that countless people of the Feisua plain yearned for even in their dreams. When he heard that, Yang Feng showed a smile of contempt on his face. Without saying a word, he quietly looked at Chrissy. Although the secret method to ignite one's divine fire and ascend to godhood was a secret of the Feisua plain, but the Zhangji Plain's major forces had records of this secret method. Even in the remote Turandot subcontinent, there were detailed steps to ascend to godhood. In the demonic fighting sect, there were countless records of methods to become a god. These methods to become a god were the spoils of war that the demonic fighting sect's experts obtained when they went to countless planes to slay gods. There were also some that were written by the demonic fighting sect's experts after they became gods on other planes. The Zhangji Plain's human warlock civilization was very open-minded, and they had countless secret methods. This was why there were 8 warlock dynasties. Each warlock dynasty had a different research focus, and they created one brilliant era after another, suppressing countless planes for hundreds of thousands of years. As one of the 10 major sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the eastern world of the Zhongji Plain, the demonic fighting sect had a very deep foundation and a very long inheritance. It also controlled many planes. In many planes, there were seniors of the demonic fighting sect who ignited their divine fire and ascended to godhood to guard their planes. Those seniors of the demonic fighting sect had also left behind many methods to become gods. In the demonic fighting sect, methods to become a god were nothing. Yang Feng had already found a lot of them, so he didn't care about the method to become a god promised by the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia. Chrissy was very keen. She caught the trace of contempt in Yang Feng's eyes, and asked directly, "Archduke Ian, you aren't interested in the method to become a god promised by the mighty goddess of the Amon Springs Venia? In other words, you should already have a method to become a god?" Yang Feng replied with a smile. "When I traveled the world, I indeed obtained a method to become a god. On the Feisua Plain, many legendary heroes obtained the legacies of many fallen gods during their travels. Eventually, relying on these legacies, they accomplished countless legendary deeds step by step, and then ignited their divine fire and became gods." When these words came out, envious gazes focused on Yang Feng. Gleistar's beautiful eyes were filled with joy and longing as she stared at Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng became a true god, she would be able to recover her strength and become a demigod-rank powerhouse. Chapter 356. Chrissy looked at Yang Feng with some jealousy and exclaimed in admiration, "You're really lucky." Yang Feng smiled and quietly looked at Chrissy. Chrissy suddenly felt a little awkward. She knew that there were very few things in the world that could move Yang Feng, an overlord-class powerhouse with a formidable force. Even if there was such a thing, it wasn't a treasure that she could get her hands on. Chrissy's pretty face changed, and she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Archduke Ian, if you can help me restore my state in the future, then I'm willing to marry you. Then I am willing to marry you, and our offspring will become the Grand Duke of Amon Principality." "Chrissy, don't." "Chrissy, didn't you say that you want to marry someone you like?" "Chrissy, don't. We can think of other ways, we don't need to go this far." The complexions of the 5 beautiful women behind Chrissy changed dramatically. Except for the beautiful woman dressed in priestly attire, the other 4 beautiful women tried to dissuade Yang Feng. The beautiful woman dressed in priestly attire stared at Chrissy with a complicated look in her eyes, silent. Yang Feng then carefully sized up Chrissy. She had long slender legs, a slim waist, skin that was as translucent as jade, twin peaks that were perfectly shaped, exquisite facial features, and a pair of sapphire-like eyes. Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality was worthy of being the #1 beauty of the Amon Principality. Her appearance and temperament were peerless. For Princess Chrissy, Duke Iser launched an attack and destroyed the Amon Principality. Although it was just an excuse, but it was enough to prove how charming Chrissy was. The 5 beautiful women behind Chrissy were all top-notch beauties. But standing next to Chrissy, they were like green leaves that set off a red flower. All their brilliance was overshadowed, and they were merely green leaves that set off Chrissy's beauty. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he sank into his thoughts, calculating the gains and losses. Although Chrissy was a rare peerless beauty and had great potential, but Yang Feng wasn't the kind of man who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. After seeing a beauty. He also had to go through some calculations before making a decision. Yang Feng was silent for a while, and then said slowly, "Okay, I can help you restore your state." A complicated look flashed through Chris's beautiful eyes, and she revealed a slightly bitter smile. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "However, after the restoration of the state, I want to become the Archduke of the Amon Principality." As soon as he said that, the expressions of Crazy and the other 5 women immediately changed, and their beautiful eyes were filled with anger. The youthful swordswoman Vera mocked, "If that's the case, then what's the point of asking you to help us restore our country?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "It's meaningful. After I become the Grand Duke of the Amon Principality, I can also allow you to recover the shrine and reunite the people of the Amon Principality to worship the goddess of the Amon Springs, Venia. I think the great goddess will be very satisfied with my proposal." To the gods in the starry sky, faith was the most important thing to them. If Duke Iser had not used various means to force the people of the Amon Principality to convert to the gods of the Zalia pantheon as soon as he annexed the Amon Principality, the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia might not have spent a huge amount of divine power to support Crazy's restoration of the state. Crazy has already promoted to a legend rank powerhouse at a young age. In addition to her extraordinary talent, the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia also spent a lot of divine power to nurture her. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to promote to a legend rank powerhouse in such a short period of time. The beautiful swordswoman Vera still wanted to say something, but Crazy raised her lily-white hand and suppressed her words. Crazy looked at Yang Feng. Tempestuous waves set off in her heart. She knew very well that Yang Feng was right. The gods in the starry sky only cared about the spread of faith on the ground, and didn't care who ruled the Amon Principality. Crazy pondered for a while, then her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she said, "I know of a place that, if used well, can quickly promote to a demigod. I can tell you that place in exchange for half of the power of the Amon Principality." Yang Feng was a little surprised, yet he revealed a smile and said, "Okay, deal." After the deal was reached, the relationship between Yang Feng and Crazy's party became much closer. Yang Feng kicked earldom and Lucia and said, "Chrissy, what do you want this thing for?" Crazy's eyes flickered with anger, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "The darkness races are said to have infiltrated the chaotic mountains and secretly controlled many states. The Hansen family is said to be in cahoots with the goddess of the god of conspiracies and assassination, Liana. I came here in the hope of catching Liana and finding evidence of her collusion with the Hansen family." Yang Feng frowned slightly. The god of conspiracies and assassination. The god of conspiracies and assassination, Lucas, was a weak divine power rank god among the darkness gods. He liked to play with conspiracies and was proficient in assassination techniques. Several weak divine power rank gods died under his conspiracies and assassinations. There was even a mid-level divine power rank god who had assassinated and severely injured him. He was only one step away from being killed. Even among the darkness gods, there were few who liked Lucas. However, he was still very active among the darkness gods. He was a very powerful and dangerous god. The goddess of the god of conspiracies and assassination, Liana, Yang Feng had heard of her name. She was the offspring of the god of conspiracies and assassination's true body and a human woman. She possessed the bloodline of a god and was extremely powerful. More than 10 legend rank powerhouses have died at her hands. Besides, she was very mysterious. No one had ever seen her true face, so it was impossible to kill her. A thought suddenly welled up in Yang Feng's mind. Was she the one who framed me in the Mohican Imperial Palace? Crazy's beautiful eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, Ian, you were framed in the Mohican Imperial Palace because of Liana's plot. She wanted to force you to leave, and then have the Abyssal Fiend Legion attack the Mohican city." If Yang Feng really had misgivings about the crime of rape and murder and chose to escape, then not only would he have to bear this infamy for the rest of his life. Moreover, the Mohican city would be captured by the Abyssal Fiend Legion in one fell swoop. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with data, and he said solemnly, "I'll have someone investigate the matter of the chaotic mountains. Go and have a good rest." "Yes." Crazy smiled, then turned around and took her 5 companions towards the Mohican city. Yang Feng turned his head and looked in the direction of the Red Earth Wasteland, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City. The Miracle City established by Yang Feng had become the center of the Red Earth Wasteland. Expanding every year, it had now become a huge city covered with tall buildings and a large population. The population of the Miracle City alone had reached hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, with the Miracle City as the core, oases formed in the wake of purification trees. There were also many humans living in those oases. The number of humans in the Red Earth Wasteland had already exceeded 1 million. At this moment, countless people were pouring into Miracle City, causing it to be overcrowded. Many squares and parks were already covered with mats and filled with refugees. The eyes of the refugees were filled with fear. On the city wall of the Miracle City stood 2 people. They were Babu and Clive. After several years of experience, Babu has promoted to a Firmament Knight rank powerhouse, while Clive has become a Star Knight rank powerhouse thanks to Yang Feng's nurturing. Having plundered the resources of the entire Tyrandot subcontinent, it wouldn't be a problem for Yang Feng to cultivate a dozen-plus Star Knight rank experts. If he hadn't wanted to lay a solid foundation, then he would have already promoted to a Great Warlock rank expert. For him, promoting to a Great Warlock wasn't a problem after he obtained the resources of the entire Tyrandot subcontinent. Only promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock was the biggest problem. At this time, the regular army of Miracle City had 50,000 people, and Barb and Clive were the commanders of the 50,000 regular army. Although Babu was a beastman, he was discriminated against on the continent. However, the soldiers under his command were all human slaves who were even lower than the half-beastmen. Those soldiers had been trained by him day and night, and were also full of reverence for him. Clive looked into the distance, his eyes flashed with worry, and he sighed deeply. The Democalypse finally broke out in the Red Earth wasteland. Babu's eyes flashed with apprehension, and he said solemnly, "Abyssal fiends are very strong. The warriors I sent out to scout were all killed by them. The most troublesome thing is that those fiends can fly. We don't have that many archers to deal with those fiends." Many abyssal fiends had wings, and those with wings had the ability to fly. For ordinary cities without a flight restriction array, abyssal fiends were simply an unstoppable nightmare, and the city wall was useless. Clive's eyes flashed with worry, and he gave a long sigh and took a deep look at the temple of the Weave Goddess in the city. Babu's eyes flashed with ridicule and he sneered, "Clive, there's no need to look." When those cowards heard that abyssal fiends were about to arrive at our city, they all fled. Although the temple of the Weave Goddess had been built in the Miracle City, but the belief in the Weave Goddess had yet to be fully established. Inside the temple, there weren't any bishop rank experts, and they didn't have the ability to release a powerful barrier like the flight restriction array. When the priests of the temple of the Weave Goddess learned that the abyssal fiends were about to arrive at the Miracle City, they fled overnight. Chapter 357. Clive looked into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. "Now we can only rely on ourselves to protect Sir's foundation." Babu grinned and said, "That's right. However, Clive, you forgot something. This is not only Sir's foundation, but also our home. Everything we care about is right here." Clive and Babu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. As the first group of elders who followed Yang Feng, they watched the Miracle City develop into such a bustling scene step by step. Their feelings for the Miracle City were several times deeper than Yang Feng's feelings for the city. For Yang Feng, the Miracle City was just a city he casually established, a stepping stone on his way to becoming a god. For Clive and Babu, however, this was an irreplaceable home that they struggled to protect. "Lena, why are you here? It's dangerous here." When Clive saw Lena, who looked like a valiant female knight dressed in a set of golden armor, walk over, he frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. Lena brushed aside the long hair falling in front of her forehead and said with a smile, "This city was established by Sir. I also want to fight to the best of my ability and protect the city established by Sir." As the major domo of the Miracle City, Lena also practiced the secret method Yang Feng taught her. Now she also possessed a Sky Knight rank cultivation base. Clive said solemnly, "Lena, your job is to organize personnel and ensure the safety of our logistics. You shouldn't appear in such a dangerous place." Lena smiled sweetly and said, "I know. I just came to take a look. You have to fight to the death. Don't let me, the major domo, go into battle myself." "Don't worry. Major Domo Lena, there's still us. We men haven't died yet, how could we let you do it?" The officers atop the city wall shouted. Some officers stared at Lena with adoration in their eyes. As the major domo of Yang Feng's Miracle City, Lena was the most beautiful woman in the city. Many high-ranking officials of the Miracle City called her the Miracle Flower. Many officers were Lena's admirers. If it wasn't for the rumors that Lena was Yang Feng's woman, there would have been countless people pursuing her. Even though Lena was rumored to be Yang Feng's woman, but there were still many officers who secretly admired her. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Just as the morale of the officers on the city wall was high, a series of loud and clear alarms suddenly sounded in Miracle City. A black line suddenly appeared in the distance. Above the black line formed by countless abyssal demonic servants were dark clouds formed by abyssal demons. Babu looked at the abyssal demons flying in the sky and clenched the big axe in his hand. His eyes flashed with a dignified look. "This is terrible. Looks like we're in big trouble this time." Clive looked at the dark clouds formed by the abyssal demons in the sky, his eyes full of bitterness. Without the protection of the forbidden sky barrier, the Miracle City's walls, which had been continuously expanded to a height of 20 meters, were useless. Moreover, The walls of the Miracle City were not enchanted with any magic power. They were just ordinary walls. A Tupalaku demon could smash a huge hole in the city wall of Miracle City with a casual collision. Miracle City's 50,000 soldiers would have no problem dealing with some small-scale abyssal demons. But to deal with a legion of abyssal demons was undoubtedly a pipe dream. When the people on top of the Miracle City's city wall saw the dense and ferocious abyssal demons, their eyes shimmered with fear. In particular, the officers stared at the abyssal demons flying in the sky. Their complexions turned deathly pale, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Any abyssal demon could contend with a level 1 warlock in terms of terrifying power. Generally speaking, it would take 5 human Sky Knight rank experts to besiege a junior abyssal demon and lose 1 or 2 people to kill it. One-on-one, a human Sky Knight would only be tortured to death against a junior abyssal demon. In the entire Miracle City, there were less than 30 Sky Knight rank experts, while the number of abyssal demons flying in the sky exceeded 3,000. This huge gap in combat power was simply despairing. When Pagos led his wizard squad to look at the more than 3,000 abyssal demons in the sky, his complexion couldn't help but change greatly, and his eyes shimmered with fear. Faced with the more than 3,000 abyssal demons, Pagos and his wizard squad could only cast 3 rounds of spells at most before they were devoured by the dense crowd of abyssal demons. If they encountered an abyssal great fiend and were careless, then once the abyssal demon used blink to get close to them, Pagos and his wizard squad would be wiped out by the other party without any losses. Lena looked at the dense crowd of abyssal demons, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. How could this be? There has never been a democalypse in the Red Earth wasteland. How come there are abyssal fiends here? The entire Miracle City was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. In the depths of that dense army of abyssal fiends, there was a golden chariot. Below that golden chariot stood 36 beautiful and voluptuous female knights. They were all at least Grand Knight rank. Sitting in the golden chariot was an incomparably handsome horned abyssal great lord of the abyss. His face was covered with demonic runes, and he had a single golden horn on his head. Nestled beside him were more than a dozen seductive human beauties dressed in tulle. Gold-horned was a royal race among horned. Gold-horned was a powerful race among human-type abyssal fiends that could contend against ghost-type abyssal fiends. Of course, gold-horned were too few in number to be compared with Tupalak. A Tupalak abyssal great fiend walked over from the side, opened its bloody mouth, grabbed a human beauty nestled beside the gold-horned, and swallowed her whole. While chewing it asked, "Your Highness Portales, why did we come to this damned place, the Red Earth wasteland? There are too few humans here. Not enough to eat." The faces of the human beauties nestled beside Portales turned even more fearful, and they served Portales even more attentively. Portales didn't care that the women around it were eaten by the Tupalak abyssal great fiend. It caressed a beautiful human woman and revealed a bloodthirsty and excited glint. "I suspect that the Miracle City in the Red Earth wasteland is a chess piece arranged by a human god. If we destroy the chess piece arranged by the god, I think the expression of the human god will be very interesting. Furthermore, after destroying that city, I believe that Imperial Father will praise us greatly and give us even more benefits. I can also get more power from him." The Tupalak abyssal great fiend grinned and flattered loudly. "Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is wise." The 16 abyssal great fiends beside Portales also flattered him. Suddenly, Portales's complexion changed, and it launched blink. It was shrouded in spatial fluctuations, and it disappeared in an instant. Beams of light from the railgun descended from the sky and bombarded the golden chariot, blasting it into pieces. 3 abyssal great fiends, who hadn't reacted in time, were hit by the railgun beams and blasted a big hole in their bodies. However, the life force of the abyssal great fiends was far greater than that of ordinary people. Although they had a big hole blasted in their bodies, yet none of them died. Instead, they launched blink and rushed to the side. A sun-like arrow fell from the sky and instantly ran through the heart of an abyssal great fiend that had just appeared 100 meters away, and fearsome sun force burned the abyssal great fiend to ashes. Another dark arrow also fell from the sky and hit the head of another abyssal great fiend, blasting it to pieces. Like meteors, railgun beams fell from the sky and bombarded the ground. In the wake of the railgun beams, the abyssal great fiends were run through, suffering heavy casualties. After Portales used blink to avoid the railgun beams, he looked up and saw Yongfeng, Ezramia, and Gleistar sitting on a magic carpet. Lena's eyes were sharp. When she saw Yang Feng sitting on the magic carpet, she said excitedly, "Sir! Sir is here! Sir! Is Sir here? Sir is here to save us! Great! Sir is here!" When they heard that Yang Feng had appeared, the warriors atop the city wall were filled with excitement, and their morale rose to the limit. Under Yang Feng's leadership, they had created many miracles. They believed that as long as Yang Feng appeared, they wouldn't fail. Portales pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3 and barked, "Kill them!" In the sky, thousands of abyssal great fiends flapped their wings and flew towards Yang Feng's group of 3. Faced with the thousands of abyssal great fiends, Yang Feng operated the ultimate secret method of Black Dragon Morph. His body blurred, and he transformed into an over 50-meter-long ancient black dragon. Vast dragon might diffused from the ancient black dragon Yang Feng transformed into and spread in all directions. Among the thousands of abyssal great fiends, more than 90% of them trembled under the deterrence of Yang Feng's fearsome dragon might. Unable to flap their wings, they fell to the ground like raindrops. Some junior abyssal great fiends even fell to their deaths after falling from the sky. The remaining less than 10% of advanced abyssal great fiends trembled, and their eyes filled with fear as they watched Yang Feng transform into an ancient black dragon. Chapter 358. Dragon might was a terrifying pressure that only dragons possessed, and it was one of the formidable talents of dragons when confronting enemies. Under the deterrence of dragon might, lesser life forms didn't dare to resist dragons. The deterrent power of the dragon might was only second to the divine might possessed by the gods. Apart from divine might, there were few kinds of pressure that could compare to dragon might in the same rank. Under the frightening pressure of ancient dragon might, the hundreds of thousands of abyssal demonic servants were reduced to waste, not daring to attack Yang Feng. Only the hundreds of advanced abyssal fiends and abyssal great fiends could attack Yang Feng. Portales frowned and barked, "A bunch of useless trash. He's just a trifling dragonborn hybrid from the country of dragons. Follow me and kill this bastard." Blink radiance revolved around the abyssal great fiends. Spatial disruption. Riding on the back of Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon, Ezramia pointed with her lily-white hand and conjured the level 4 spell Spatial Disruption. A strange whirlpool of chaotic space appeared in front of Yang Feng. Abyssal great fiends strangely appeared at the edge of the chaotic space vortex. Strands of spatial power erupted from their bodies, cutting them to the point that they were dripping with blood. Spatial Disruption was a counterspell to Blink, and it was one of the most effective spells to deal with abyssal great fiends proficient in Blink. As the Great Elven Monarch, Ezramia cultivated magic and martial dual cultivation, and was naturally proficient in countless spells. Yang Feng opened his bloody maw and belched a frightening black dragon breath, which instantly devoured 3 abyssal great fiends. Burned by the black dragon breath, the 3 abyssal great fiends screamed miserably and turned into ashes. Yang Feng extended a pair of dragon claws and grabbed 2 abyssal great fiends. He squeezed the 2 abyssal great fiends as if they were ants. In the Battle of the Mohican City, Yang Feng was forced to use the secret method Ancient Black Dragon Morph. After consuming a lot of power, he was finally forced to use his trump card, the Fiend Baron transformation. Now that he was at his peak, Yang Feng could unleash the Ancient Black Dragon Morph secret method without the slightest scruple, transform into an ancient black dragon, and slay the abyssal great fiends. Glystar raised her lily-white hand, and a dark elven explosive arrow suddenly shot out. The arrow slammed into the head of an abyssal great fiend and exploded it. Black Dragon. Let's see how capable this dragonborn hybrid's black dragon transformation is. Portales smiled ferociously and took a deep breath. Its whole body shone with golden light, and its body expanded crazily. It turned into a 20-meter-tall golden one-horned giant that shone with golden light and looked as if it was wearing a golden armor. The Golden Horn Devil clan was said to have been born from the copulation of several golden horn giants who had been corrupted by the abyssal devil Chi and the succubi, as well as other human-like devils. The Golden One-Horned Giants were considered an extremely powerful tribe among the giants. Every adult gold horn giant had great warlock rank cultivation base or above. With a bit of cultivation, breaking through to the Starry Sky warlock rank was no problem. Only when breaking through to the Moonlight warlock rank would they encounter a huge bottleneck. When Portales transformed, Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon opened its bloody maw and belched a dragon breath that slammed into Portales. Portales issued shrill screams, and dazzling golden light erupted from his body in a flash, resisting the burning of the dragon breath. The remaining 8 abyssal great fiends rushed at Yang Feng from all directions. Yang Feng unleashed Dragon Tail Swing, and a tremendous dragon might slammed into an abyssal great fiend and sent it flying. He extended his claws and crushed 2 abyssal great fiends. The remaining 5 abyssal great fiends pounced on Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon. A Tupilak fired sharp bone blades that split the dragon scales covering Yang Feng's body and cut open a 30-centimeter deep gash on his abdomen. A horn ferociously rammed its horn into the abdomen of Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon, and a fearsome toxin gushed out of its horn and entered Yang Feng's body. An Antaro Balrog covered in flames stabbed its claw into Yang Feng's abdomen in a flash, and fearsome flames erupted from its claw and frantically burned Yang Feng's body. Another Tupilak mercilessly slashed at Yang Feng's dragon wings, opening a huge gash on them. A beast-type sheep-headed fiend stabbed its claw into Yang Feng's back and tore open a terrifying bloody hole nearly 1 meter in diameter. The joint attack of the 5 abyssal great fiends seriously injured Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon, and various frightening forces reverberated inside him, destroying his body. A large amount of blood sprayed out of Yang Feng's mouth and scattered on the ground, and his eyes flashed with pain. Even though Yang Feng had transformed into an ancient black dragon and possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank battle prowess, but he still couldn't block the offensive of all the abyssal great fiends. After all, each of the abyssal great fiends possessed frightening strength comparable to that of great warlock rank experts. Yang Feng willed, and tremendous fiend force gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak behind him and entered his body, transforming him into a 4-meter-tall backed fiend baron exuding boundless demonic might. A frightening lord-ranked demonic might spread in all directions. Fiend Baron. Sir Lord. The 5 abyssal great fiends were awed by the frightening demonic might released by Yang Feng. In that instant, Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron slashed at the 5 abyssal great fiends, leaving a mysterious trajectory. The 5 abyssal great fiends were chopped into countless pieces in an instant, and then devoured by the magical mechanical cloak behind him. Portales felt the frightening demonic might coming from Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron. Its complexion changed dramatically, and it roared wildly, "Fiend Baron! Who the hell are you?" "I am Portales, the son of the 9th floor's master, the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna." An abyssal fiend Earl is a terrifying existence comparable to a weak divine force rank god. However, since you've run into me, then go to hell. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and his javelin-like tail suddenly shot out and stabbed towards Portales' heart. At the moment when Yang Feng's tail stabbed Portales' heart, resplendent gold light gushed out of Portales' body, and frightening demonic might, which far surpassed that of Yang Feng's dragon might, gushed out of Portales' body. Eyes full of indifference, tyranny, bloodthirstiness, callousness, and calmness, Portales erupted with frightening demonic might comparable to that of an abyssal fiend Earl. It stared at Yang Feng and barked, "I am the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna, the master of the 9th floor's master. Kneel, you lowly thing." The reverence for superior fiend lords rooted in the abyssal fiend baron bloodline nearly made Yang Feng kneel on the ground. In the endless abyss, abyssal fiend barons were merely lesser lords, while abyssal fiend viscounts and above were greater lords that could contend against gods. Abyssal fiend viscounts could even contend against the demonic might of an abyssal grand duke, while abyssal fiend barons could hardly contend against the demonic might of an abyssal fiend earl. The gap between lesser and greater abyssal fiend lords was like the gap between demigods and gods, a natural chasm. With a thought, Yang Feng's body shook, and he transformed into the ancient black dragon riddled with scars. Even though the abyssal fiend earl's demonic might was monstrous, but it still couldn't suppress the power of Yang Feng's bloodline. He opened his mouth and belched a frightening dragon breath barreling towards Montagna. An indifferent, cruel, terrifying, and bloodthirsty voice came from Montagna's mouth. "Lowly thing! Even if I can only use this little bit of power, it's still enough to kill a lowly thing like you." Montagna slashed with its hand, and a huge spatial rift suddenly appeared. Yang Feng's dragon breath entered the spatial rift. Montagna's figure shook. As if it had passed through the endless void, it appeared in front of Yang Feng and mercilessly clawed at Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng twisted his huge dragon head and tilted his body slightly. Montagna seized the opportunity and stabbed Yang Feng's right eye with its claw. It forcefully dug out Yang Feng's right eye. A copious amount of blood spurted out of Yang Feng's right eye and scattered on the ground. Montanya smiled malevolently and stabbed at Yang Feng's head with its other claw. "Lowly thing, this is the final blow." A dazzling ray of sunlight suddenly appeared and shot towards Montanya's head. Sun God Arrow. Montanya's complexion finally changed slightly. It withdrew its claw aimed at Yang Feng's head and slashed with its hand, and a spatial rift suddenly appeared. The Sun God Arrow shot into the spatial rift, passed through numerous spatial rifts, and suddenly flew towards Montanya's head. Amazing! This arrow already possesses 30% of the skill of that whore, the elven sun god. Interesting, little elf, I've taken a fancy to you. After I descend into this world, I'll catch you and turn you into my toy. TSK 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 TSK. Montanya smiled ferociously and spread the fingers of a hand, and the gold demonic chi around him compressed madly and formed a fearsome whirlpool. He placed it in front of him and pulled the sun god's arrow into the whirlpool. The arrow twisted madly and shattered. Chapter 359. When she saw this, Ezramia's pretty complexion changed. This was the first time someone had used power of the same rank to break her sun god's arrow. As one of the strongest great elven monarchs in the history of the Elven Empire, Ezramia was virtually invincible in the same rank. The sun god's arrow was practically unstoppable against powerhouses of the same rank. This was the first time it had been broken by a powerhouse of the same rank. Ezramia's beautiful eyes flashed with deep apprehension. Abyssal fiend earls are indeed terrifying existences that can contend against gods. Their combat awareness is really terrifying. Portales, who was possessed by Montanya, had been seriously injured by Yang Feng. The power it could use was merely at the level of an ordinary abyssal great fiend, yet it had successively defeated Yang Feng and Ezramia. Its terror and strength could be well imagined. The combat awareness of the two sides was not on the same level. Suddenly, a dark arrow suddenly shot towards Montanya. Dark Elven Burst Arrow. This archery is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, your archery is a defective product that bitch Lolth modified. There are too many loopholes. Montanya smiled grimly. He flicked his finger and pointed at the dark arrow. The dark arrow twisted, turned into a black ray of light, and pierced through Yang Feng's dragon scales and burst apart. Boom! Yang Feng's chest exploded, and countless dragon scales and blood sprayed out and scattered on the ground, causing his huge body to twist in pain. Gleistar apologized in panic. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'll kill you first." Montanya smiled malevolently, looked deeply at Yang Feng, took a step forward, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and stabbed its claw at Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng also showed a crazy smile. "The one who's going to die is you. Fortunately, I was prepared and didn't underestimate you." Beams of black light suddenly shot out from the four corners below and converged in mid-air, forming an incomparably strange sealed space. Within that sealed space, any spatial spell would be ineffective. Montanya was an abyssal fiend earl proficient in spatial spells. It used all kinds of incredible spatial spells to dissolve Yang Feng's attacks. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon hidden in the clouds opened its eyes, and terrifying fluctuations of power comparable to that of a demigod gushed out of its body. It opened its bloody mouth and madly sprayed a dragon breath cannon from the sky, bombarding Montanya like a beam of divine punishment. Montanya's complexion finally changed greatly. It stretched out its claws, and masses of terrifying golden demonic energy frantically circled in its hands, condensing into 9 vortexes in an attempt to resist the terrifying dragon breath cannon. The dragon breath cannon instantly blasted into the 9 golden vortexes, forcibly destroying them one by one, and finally blasted into Montanya's body. "Interesting, lowly human. I'll remember you. You actually dared to kill my son. When I personally come out of the endless abyss, I will definitely kill you. Before that, I will catch all your loved ones, torture them, and let you taste all the pain in the world." Montanya smiled malevolently, recited an incantation, and pointed with its finger. A speck of black light suddenly flew out, entered Yang Feng's head, and formed a black imprint. In the next moment, the terrifying dragon breath cannon instantly engulfed Montanya and turned it into ashes. Montanya was proficient in countless secret methods. It was extremely powerful, and its combat awareness was far above that of Yang Feng's party of 3. However, it only used the body of a seriously injured great fiend. It couldn't display even 1/10,000th of its strength, which was why it was barely defeated by Yang Feng's group of 3. When Portales died, the Abyssal Fiend army fell into chaos. The mechanical black dragon with demigod rank strength plunged into the fiend army, opened its bloody maw, and sucked in countless abyssal fiends and abyssal demonic servants. There was a terrifying meat grinder in the maw of the mechanical black dragon. As soon as the abyssal fiends and abyssal demonic servants entered its maw, they were ground to pieces. Strands of souls were directly absorbed by it and turned into its power. The mechanical black dragon was a product Yang Feng created using high-grade soul stones, alchemy of the Zhongji plane, and Shizu technology. It could also devour souls to evolve. As for how far it could evolve, even the optical computers of the Shizu were unable to deduce it at present. The soul was an existence that contained infinite mysteries among intelligent life forms. The weapons of war that were created using the soul all possessed extremely terrifying evolutionary potential. Among the powerful beings in the countless planes, the soul stone was the common currency among them. Yang Feng's body shook slightly, and he reverted to his human form and flew onto the back of the mechanical black dragon. At this time, Yang Feng's right eye had been gouged out, and he was riddled with wounds. The wounds created by the 5 abyssal great fiends were so deep that bones could be seen. Part of his head was torn off, exposing his skull. Yang Feng took out vials of extremely precious elixirs and drank them in one go. The wounds on his body quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Ramia watched Yang Feng's injuries heal rapidly, and her heart was filled with shock. Amazing! This recovery speed is already comparable to that of a dragon. What a freak! Gleistar watched as Yang Feng's injuries healed quickly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with delight. Without using any healing divine spells, he has such a powerful recovery speed. That's my master for you. For Yang Feng to be able to recover so quickly, his recovery speed had already surpassed that of many human demigods in this world. This was one of the benefits of the ancient black dragon bloodline. Extraordinary life forms such as dragons, giants, and abyssal fiends, who stood at the pinnacle of extraordinary life forms, had recovery speeds far above that of humans. Bloodline warlocks with such a bloodline had a terrifying recovery speed, which was also one of the advantages of bloodline warlocks. After recovering a bit, Yang Feng took out a 6-barreled railgun and fired at the remaining advanced abyssal fiends in the sky. Resplendent railgun beams streaked across the sky and slammed into the advanced abyssal fiends, killing them one after another. Without the suppression of the abyssal great fiends, the countless abyssal demonic servants fell into chaos and frantically killed each other. The intermediate and low-level abyssal fiends scattered in disorder, fleeing madly in all directions. Without anyone to command and suppress them, they weren't willing to waste their lives in vain. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Sitting on the back of the mechanical black dragon, he quietly repaired his body. The mechanical black dragon wantonly hunted the advanced abyssal fiends flying in the sky. With its frightening demigod rank strength, none of the advanced abyssal fiends could withstand a blow from it. The various offensive spells released by the advanced abyssal fiends were easily blocked by the mechanical black dragon's energy shield. After fighting for less than 5 minutes, the advanced abyssal fiends scattered in disorder and fled in all directions. After all the abyssal fiends had fled, countless abyssal demonic servants remained on the ground, frantically killing and devouring each other. The scene was exceptionally savage. The Endless Abyss was a place that ran through the 36 primary material planes and absorbed the evil force of the 36 primary material planes. Countless freaks were born in the Endless Abyss every year. By frantically killing and devouring each other, the final victor could evolve into a junior abyssal fiend. Every junior abyssal fiend had frightening battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. In terms of physique alone, a junior abyssal fiend's physique was at least 5 times that of an ordinary level 1 warlock. Only great fiend rank abyssal fiends and above had the power to control abyssal demonic servants. Even advanced abyssal fiends couldn't control the chaotic and irrational abyssal demonic servants. Looking into the distance, Clive watched the scene of countless abyssal demonic servants killing each other, and his heart filled with shock. These are abyssal demonic beings, what a bunch of terrifying freaks! On the Feisua plane, it was recorded in the scriptures of many churches that after death, heretics would fall into the endless abyss and become food for demonic beings. Clive shuddered inside at the thought that he might become food for demonic beings after death. With a light leap, Yang Feng jumped onto the city wall from the back of the mechanical black dragon. Clive saluted Yong Feng. "Greetings, Sir Duke." Atop the city wall, all the warriors knelt on one knee and saluted Yong Feng. "Greetings, Sir Duke." All the warriors who saw Yong Feng quell the abyssal great fiends worshipped and respected him as a god. Yong Feng looked around and said with a faint smile, "You did a good job." All the warriors were filled with excitement. Yong Feng's praise was a supreme honor for them. Yong Feng said, "Don't worry about those freaks, let them kill each other." Clive responded respectfully, "Yes, Sir Duke." Yong Feng said with a smile, "Clive Babu, I'm going back to rest. I'll leave this place to you." Babu grinned and said, "Yes, sir, leave everything to me." Yong Feng nodded and took Azramia and Gleistar towards the Miracle City's City Master's mansion. Lena followed closely behind Yong Feng. "Not bad, Lena. The Miracle City is developing well. You did a good job." Along the way, Yong Feng looked at the tall buildings rising from the ground in the Miracle City and praised from the bottom of his heart. These years, Yong Feng had left the management of the Miracle City to Lena while he entered secluded cultivation. Lena's contributions to the Miracle City being able to develop to this point couldn't go unnoticed. Chapter 360. Lena's pretty face welled up with a captivating blush, and her eyes flickered with a cheerful glint. "Thank you for the compliment, madam. This is what I should do." Gleistar looked at the Miracle City and exclaimed sincerely, "What a beautiful city. Master, for you to be able to establish a city in such a forsaken place like the Red Earth Wasteland, that's really amazing." Azramia looked around and praised faintly. "That's right, to be able to establish such a city in the Red Earth Wasteland is really amazing." In Azramia's eyes, the Miracle City wasn't too beautiful. However, to be able to establish such a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, this was what she admired the most. Lena stole a glance at Azramia and Gleistar. Her eyes flashed with envy and inferiority, and she sighed in her heart. "What beautiful people! Only such women are worthy of him." Lena was a rare beauty among humans, but compared to the peerlessly beautiful great elven monarch Azramia and the exceedingly charming former pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar, Lena was still far from being comparable. Standing next to these two dazzling and moving women, she was as inconspicuous as a green leaf setting off a red flower. "Gleistar, what spell is this?" Once he returned to the city master's mansion, Yong Feng took Gleistar and the other two women to the secret room where he practiced seclusion. He pointed to the black mark on his forehead and asked. There were countless spells in the abyss, many of which weren't even recorded in the demonic fighting sect. Moreover, even if the demonic fighting sect had records, the level of the spells grasped by the abyssal fiend Earl was far beyond what Yong Feng had the authority to view. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with worry. "I'm not too sure. Abyssal fiend Earls aren't existences that we can understand. However, according to the records of the Dark Elves, this is a bit like an abyssal mark. Once you are marked by an abyssal mark, even if you are thousands of kilometers away, your whereabouts will still be easily grasped by the mark's master. This is an abyssal spell at least level 5, and it's very difficult to dispel." Yong Feng was now marked by the abyssal fiend Earl. The abyssal fiend Earl was an abyssal fiend lord that could contend against the gods of the Feisua Plain. Once he came to the Feisua Plain from the abyss, even if his strength was suppressed to the demigod rank, it would still be difficult to contend against him. In the abyss, every abyssal fiend Earl was a formidable being that stepped on countless corpses to climb to the top. Among the gods of the Feisua Plain, there were many gods who were born as gods and lived stable and peaceful lives. However, the situation in the abyssal plane was completely different. Even if one had a powerful backer, if they were too weak, they would still be devoured by other powerful beings. The lord of the 9th floor of the abyss, the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna, was definitely a terrifying existence comparable to a weak divine power god. Azramia thought for a while, and up, fiend. Up and up with up. And up. And fiend. Of a fiend. And Azramia pondered for a while, and then said, "If we can get the Pope of the Radiant Church of the Zalia Divine System to take action, we should be able to purify this abyssal mark." Yong Feng smiled bitterly. "The Pope of the Radiant Church? That's impossible." In the Zalia Divine System, there were 3 strong divine force rank gods, namely the god of light Prados, the god of war Barrios, and the god of fire Thames. These 3 strong divine force rank gods were also known as the 3 primary gods of the Zalia Divine System. Among them, the god of light Prados had a higher status than the other two primary gods, and was known as the god monarch. In the Morin's Empire, the Radiant Church was the #1 church among the churches of gods. The Pope of the Radiant Church was recognized as a great pope among the churches of gods, and commanded the popes of the churches of gods. In the Morin's Empire, the Pope of the Radiant Church was the most powerful person, and he was the man closest to a god on the Feisua Plain. According to countless legends, there were many freakish geniuses of the Feisua Plain who attempted to challenge the Pope of the Radiant Church. No matter how powerful they were, even demigod-rank powerhouses who were known to have slain gods, after they set foot on the all-gods sacred mountain, there was no more news of them, and they disappeared from the face of the earth. According to legend, a newly promoted god set foot on the all-gods sacred mountain in an attempt to slay the Pope of the Radiant Church, but he never returned. Although the Pope of the Radiant Church rarely took action, but he was already recognized as one of the strongest experts in the secular world. In the Morin's Empire, he was 100 times more respected than the Emperor of the Morin's Empire. With a word from him, the Emperor of the Morin's Empire would step down. Although Yang Feng was a Grand Duke of the Morin's Empire, but it was very difficult for him to meet the Pope of the Radiant Church, let alone ask the Pope to take action. Wait a minute. I still have the taboo text. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he immersed his mind in the taboo text. The taboo text was a supreme secret method created by the warlock Emperor Taboo Lord. It was all-encompassing and omnipotent. Although Yang Feng only obtained 6 volumes, but the 6 volumes already contained endless mysteries. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of joy. Got it! In the chapter on breaking the curse imprint, it records how to break the abyssal mark. Overjoyed, Yang Feng immediately chose to enter seclusion and refine the abyssal mark. The longer the abyssal mark was on the body, the deeper the erosion of the soul would be. Once the abyssal mark was marked for decades, the abyssal mark would merge with the soul of the marked person. If you wanted to get rid of the abyssal mark, it would take at least decades or even 100 years to get rid of the abyssal mark without harming your soul. The 9th floor of the endless abyss. Purple clouds covered the sky, the earth was filled with abyssal demonic chi, demonic plants were everywhere, and all kinds of freaks were hiding in dark corners, waiting for prey. Freaks fighting each other could be seen everywhere, and the bones of freaks were scattered everywhere. Wisps of evil power diffused from the bones of freaks. In the center of the 9th floor of the abyss, there was a huge castle covering an area of tens of thousands of hectares. In a certain manner in the castle, there was a powerful barrier set up, blocking the omnipresent abyssal demonic chi. For abyssal demonic beings, abyssal demonic chi was a great tonic. But for other intelligent life forms, it was a highly toxic substance. Even god-rank powerhouses didn't dare to breathe the abyssal demonic chi of the abyss. Otherwise, even gods would be slowly eroded, eventually degenerate, and be transformed into an abyssal lord, bound by the abyss. Inside the manor, in a garden, there was a 3-meter-tall, golden-horned humanoid covered in strange golden runes, with a golden horn on his head. He was surrounded by a group of succubi, human beauties, elven beauties, and vampire beauties. He was enjoying himself without the slightest scruple. There was a powerful barrier set up in the manor, so that the human beauties, elven beauties, kindred beauties, and other women who weren't from the abyss could survive. The beauties of various races were scrambling to be the first to court the golden-horned humanoid, looking forward to his favor. What? The abyssal mark I set up was actually broken. The golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne's face suddenly sank, and an incomparably terrifying demonic might instantly gushed out of his body in all directions. The complexions of the beauties of various races surrounding the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne changed dramatically, and they collapsed to the ground like quails, shivering. Several timid human beauties were even scared to the point of urinating, and drops of yellow liquid dripped from their lower bodies to the ground. Useless trash! The eyes of the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne shimmered fiercely, and he extended his hand, and the human beauties flew into his hand one by one, shrank in midair, and turned into dumpling-sized existences. The golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne opened his bloody maw, revealed his sharp teeth, and threw the human beauties into his maw one by one, and then slowly bit them. A burst of shrill screams came from the mouth of the golden-horned demon Earl Montagne, making him reveal an intoxicated expression. Under the horrified gazes of the human beauties, one after another, the human beauties were swallowed by the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne. The screams filled the hearts of the beauties of various races with fear. Abyssal fiends were strange, cunning, cruel, and tyrannical. They were the embodiment of evil power, devoid of humanity. Therefore, once the Zhongji Plains human warlock dynasties dominated the abyss, they would carry out a thorough purge of the abyss, kill all abyssal fiend lords they found, and refine all kinds of powerful secret treasures. However, the abyss was extremely vast. Whenever an invincible warlock emperor was born in the Zhongji Plain, the abyssal fiend lords could always find a place to hide and avoid the purge of the human warlocks. Even the invincible warlock emperors weren't willing to stay in the forsaken abyss for long. The eyes of the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna flickered with a ferocious glint, and he roared loudly, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Unfortunately, the planar tide hasn't arrived yet. The Feisua Plains suppression towards us abyssal fiends is too great. Otherwise, I'll go out and eat that damn human ant. Chapter 361. The abyss was filled with abyssal demonic qi, which was poisonous to all intelligent life forms except abyssal demonic creatures. If gods were eroded by abyssal demonic qi for a long time, they would degenerate and become abyssal lords. Other planes also had tremendous suppressive force on visitors from the abyss. On the Feisua Plain, once abyssal fiend baron rank and above arrived with their true bodies, they would be suppressed to the abyssal great fiend rank. As the lord of the 9th floor of the abyss, the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna's abyssal force was extremely powerful. Once he entered the Feisua Plain with his true body, he would even be suppressed to the advanced abyssal fiend rank. The more powerful the abyssal fiend lord, the more powerful the suppression of other planes. Therefore, unless abyssal great fiend lords had protective secret treasures or the help of Zhongji Plains human warlocks through secret methods, they could only stay in the abyss for the rest of their lives, unable to go to other planes with their true bodies. After the planar tide of the Feisua Plain, the plane origin force would shrink to the extreme, and the planar suppression of abyssal fiend lords like the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna would be reduced to a minimum. When the time came, he would go to the Feisua Plain and possess demigod rank strength. The eyes of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna flickered fiercely, and he extended his hand towards the void. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the void, and a backed abyssal fiend baron was grabbed out of the hole and thrown on the ground. The eyes of the backed abyssal fiend flickered with a ruthless glint, and he surged with power and overflowed with killing intent. But when he saw the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna, his eyes flashed with fear, and he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." The golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna looked indifferently at the backed abyssal fiend baron and said frigidly, "Abaman, go to the Feisua Plain and destroy a city in the Red Earth wasteland." Abaman's complexion changed slightly, and he replied respectfully, "Yes. I'll send you there." The golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna stretched out his hand and opened a huge hole in the void. He then grabbed Abaman and threw him into the hole. On the 9th floor of the abyss, in front of a spatial rift leading to the Feisua Plain, there was a bloody altar covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers. Countless abyssal demons were brutally killed and thrown onto the bloody altar. Countless demonic lights and bloody lights soared into the sky from the bloody altar and submerged into the huge spatial rift in midair. A backed abyssal demon viscount casually grabbed abyssal demons and stuffed them into his mouth while activating terrifying abyssal power to maintain the huge spatial rift. The abyssal plane pierced through the 36 primary material planes. Abyssal demon earls and above could tear open spatial rifts and transport abyssal demons to planes that had been penetrated and eroded by the abyssal plane. But in order to maintain the existence of the spatial rift, an abyssal demon viscount or higher had to constantly send abyssal power into it. That was the only way to maintain the spatial rift. A huge cave suddenly appeared in the void. Abman flew out of the huge cave and fell into the huge spatial rift like a meteor. The backed abyssal fiend viscount was furious at first, but then he sensed the unfathomably terrifying aura of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna coming from the huge cave. He shivered and did not dare to say anything. The abyssal plane was extremely cruel, much stricter than the divine world. In the world of gods, if a weak divine power rank god borrowed the power of a divine artifact or divine kingdom, it was possible to defeat a weak divine power rank god. In the abyssal plane, an abyssal demon viscount simply could not defeat an abyssal demon count. The golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna was the lord of the 9th layer of the abyss. Even among the abyssal earls, it was a peak powerhouse. As long as the golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna did not leave the 9th layer of the abyss, The abyssal lord of each layer would have the power of a layer of the abyss. Even if an abyssal demon marquis came to the 9th level of the abyss, they might not be his match. Only a terrifying existence of the abyssal Grand Duke rank could suppress the golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna, who was the master of the 9th floor of the abyss. Of course, if the golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna went to other abyssal planes, then he would definitely not be a match for those abyssal fiend marquises. The backed abyssal fiend Viscount was in the 9th layer of the abyss. In front of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna, he would definitely be killed within 3 moves. He feared the golden-horned demon Earl Montagna from the bottom of his heart. The Feisua Plains underground world, in front of a huge spatial rift, there was also a huge bloody altar. The corpses of various magical beasts, humans, gnomes, and other creatures were scattered all over the blood-colored altar. Streams of blood-colored aura rose from the blood-colored altar and entered the huge crack in the sky, maintaining the existence of the huge spatial crack. All of a sudden, the huge spatial rift surged and warped. Seeing this scene, the abyssal fiends staying around the bloody altar revealed looks of fear, and their figures flickered and they fled in different directions. Boom! A frightening spatial distortion force suddenly spread, engulfed everything in the surroundings, and then exploded. All the abyssal fiends within a radius of several kilometers were engulfed and blown to pieces. A black figure was ejected from the terrifying explosion and fell to the ground. His body was badly mutilated and he didn't look human at all. The backlash force of the Feisua plane is really frightening. The planar tide has already begun, yet the backlash force is still so tyrannical. How frightening! No wonder those old fellows are hiding in the back, not daring to come over. Terrifying demonic aura gushed out of that badly mangled body. It squirmed continuously and forcefully condensed into Abman's body. At the same time, a sinister and excited smile appeared on its face. In just a dozen breaths of time, Abman's body had completely recovered. With a flash of black demonic light, it transformed into a burly human man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Abman transformed, and with a shake of his body, he disappeared. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City's City Master's mansion, in a secret room. Yang Feng opened his eyes, which flickered with joy. The taboo text is indeed one of the 7 great texts. It's really mysterious and extraordinary. Yang Feng looked at the taboo text in his hand with excitement in his eyes. This taboo text contains endless mysteries, it's broad and profound. I have to study it more. The taboo text was one of the 7 great texts of the Zhongji Plains human warlocks. Even on the Zhongji Plain, it was the highest level and most precious secret method. After the collapse of the Second Warlock dynasty, the taboo text was torn apart by countless experts and fell into the hands of different forces. After one warlock dynasty after another, there was now no force that possessed the complete version of the taboo text. The demonic fighting sect also had 2 incomplete taboo text secret manuals, which couldn't compare to the taboo text in Yang Feng's hands. Just the taboo text alone made Yang Feng's trip to the Feisua Plain worthwhile. If Yang Feng could cultivate all the secret methods recorded in the taboo text, then he could become a bigwig even on the Zhongji Plain. Funes Province, the Anlu City. At this time, the Anlu City was already crowded with refugees from all over, and there were still countless refugees pouring in from all directions in an attempt to squeeze into the city. Please enter the city in an orderly manner. A group of young men and women dressed in magic college uniforms was maintaining order. The person in the lead was a 21 or 22-year-old beauty with long blonde wavy hair and a sexy figure. Yang Feng had been running a magic college in the St. Toulon city for more than a year. Many geniuses of the Morin's Empire had entered the magic college he established to study. The 21 or 22-year-old sexy beauty with long blonde hair, Irene, was one of the geniuses among ordinary people in the magic college. In just a year, she had gone from nothing to becoming an official level 1 mage, and was sent to the Funes province to train her classmates. There were many talented people in the world, but Bo Lu was rare. There were many hidden geniuses among the ordinary people of the Morin's Empire. The magic college Yang Feng ran recruited geniuses who couldn't come into contact with magic knowledge. Irene was one of the most dazzling geniuses, which was why she was able to promote to an official wizard in just a year. A petite girl, about 15 or 16 years old, with a round face and a few freckles on her face, stared at the several disabled refugees howling in pain. Her eyes flashed with fear, her body trembled, and she pulled on Irene's clothes and said, "Big sister Irene, what do I do? I'm so scared. There are abyssal fiends here, It's too scary. I'm so scared. A tall, ordinary-looking boy full of confidence kept glancing at Irene and said proudly and confidently, "Lisa, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely protect you." What are abyssal fiends? With me, a future great wizard, I can kill them with a spell. They're here. Irene was about to say something, when suddenly, her complexion changed dramatically, her eyes flashed with graveness, and she turned to look behind her. Chapter 362. In the distance, a dark cloud suddenly drifted over, and a black line appeared on the ground. More than 1,000 abyssal fiends were flying in the dark cloud in the sky. On the ground, there were many humans frantically fleeing in the direction of the Onlu city. The abyssal demons descended from the sky, constantly grabbing humans like an eagle grabbing chicks. Then, they casually bit down and swallowed the humans alive. Miserable screams came from afar, sounding like the screams of hell. When she saw this, Lisa's face turned pale, and she vomited to the side. Trembling, the students of the Magic College looked at the ferocious abyssal fiends in the sky, their hearts filled with fear. Many of the students from the Chaos School turned pale with fright, and they began to vomit in large mouthfuls. Although the ordinary students of the Magic College were cultivation geniuses among the commoners, but they still lacked experience. Moreover, the things that the Magic College opened by Xiaofan had to learn weren't as much as those of Warlock colleges. In this way, their cultivation speed could advance by leaps and bounds, but their foundation was still far from that of the Zhongji Plains Warlocks. Practically 98% of the Feisua Plains human wizards had to cast spells through the weave of the Goddess of the Weave. As long as one had enough spirit force, it was easy to promote to an official wizard. The Weave Goddess paid attention to all wizards. As such, Xiaofan couldn't teach the Warlock way to the ordinary students. If the Weave Goddess was alarmed, then the strong divine power rank Weave Goddess could easily kill the current Xiaofan with a look or a voice. A strong divine power rank existence could kill a great warlock rank existence with a look or a voice, and could even trace the bloodline origin of a great warlock and wipe them out. The refugees, who were a little orderly before, panicked, and desperately squeezed towards the gate of the Onlu city. Countless refugees trampled each other, resulting in countless casualties. Don't push. Everyone, enter the city in an orderly manner. If you push, it will only be slower. Don't push. The students of the Magic Academy shouted loudly and tried their best, but no one listened to them. Irene gritted her teeth and raised her lily-white hand. A magic parchment suddenly flew out and expanded into a huge paper carpet. She shouted, "Get on!" The students of the Magic Academies all jumped onto the flying paper carpets. Irene silently chanted an incantation and pointed with her finger. The paper carpet immediately stirred up a gust of wind and suddenly flew up towards the city wall. "Save me! Let me up! I beg you, let my son go up! You bunch of selfish bastards, I curse you! I curse you, I curse you to be eaten by demons!" From among the refugees, there were waves of sorrowful wailing, pleading, cursing and cursing. The students of the Academy of Magic were all shaken to the core, and they all wore incomparably complicated expressions. At this moment, the gates of the castle began to close. "No! Let me in! Let me in, I beg you! It's my turn! Let me in!" Seeing the gates of the castle close, the eyes of the countless refugees flashed with despair, and they screamed miserably. The tall boy from the Academy of Magic, his eyes shot with blood, found the city guard officer and shouted, "Why did you close the gates? If you close them a bit later, you can save a few more people." The eyes of the students of the Academy of Magic focused on the city guard officer. The city guard officer waved his hand to stop his subordinates, who had already drawn their blades, and roared loudly with bloodshot eyes. "Idiot, if we don't close the gates, then once those fiends rush into the city, the tens of thousands of people in the city will become food for those fiends." Irene gave a long sigh and said solemnly, "Bobby, let go. Apologize to Sir Werther." Bobby's complexion changed, and he regained his composure. He bowed his head and apologized respectfully. "I'm sorry, Sir Werther." Werther patted Bobby on the shoulder and said solemnly, "You are Sir Lord's student. Later, please cast a few more spells and kill a few more fiends. I will guard the city wall until I die in battle." Bobby looked at Werther, blood welled up in his chest and he said loudly, "Yes, I will do my best." Werther nodded slightly, then turned around and walked to the top of the city wall. Looking at the densely packed abyssal fiends that were getting clearer and clearer, the abyss of his eyes flashed with despair. Although a small city like Onlu City also had a temple, but the power of the temple was not enough to support the release of a terrifyingly powerful barrier such as the no-fly barrier. Without the protection of the no-fly barrier, the more than 1,000 abyssal fiends could easily fly into the city and slaughter everyone in Onlu City. "Are we going to die here?" Irene, holding the magic staff, looked at the abyssal fiends in the distance, clenched her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes flashed with despair. As one of the geniuses of the Academy of Magic, she naturally knew the terror of abyssal fiends. With her current strength, she would definitely die in a one-on-one fight against a low-level abyssal fiend. The dense army of abyssal fiends rapidly approached. Amidst the abyssal demonic servants and abyssal fiends was a Tupala devil with bone spurs all over its body. Each bone spur had a dozen or so humans pierced through it. It exuded an incomparably evil aura. Above the city wall, the eyes of the soldiers guarding the city were unconsciously attracted by magic power and focused on the Tupalak, and their eyes filled with fear. "You will all become my food." The Tupalak turned its eyes and revealed a ferocious smile towards the direction of Onlu City. Above the city wall, the soldiers who had not reached the knight rank felt a tightness in their chest, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Werther felt his head shake, and all kinds of wicked thoughts welled up in his mind. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he erupted with great knight rank chi, suppressing the wicked thoughts in his mind. Irene felt a sharp pain in her head, and a bright red nosebleed flowed out of her straight nose. Above the city wall, the more than 20 students of the Academy of Magic knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands, bleeding from their facial orifices. Irene's body was ice cold, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. "Is this an abyssal great fiend? It's too terrifying. No one in Onlu City can stop it." With just a glance, the abyssal great fiend injured the students of the Academy of Magic above the city wall. This kind of power was terrifying to the extreme. No one in Onlu City could stop it. Despair shrouded the sky above Onlu City. In the sky, a magic carpet flew over from afar. At the forefront of the magic carpet stood 3 people, with Yang Feng in the lead. Beside him stood the peerlessly beautiful great elven monarch Azramia, and the exceedingly charming Glystar. When Werther saw Yang Feng atop the magic carpet, his eyes surged with excitement, and he shouted, "Sir Lord! Sir Lord is here!" Werther was one of the veterans who once followed Yang Feng, so he recognized him at a glance. Irene's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a peculiar splendor, and she stared at Yang Feng in the sky. "Sir Dean!" A glint of worry streaked past Irene's beautiful eyes. Sir Dean is a formidable existence that can rival legend wizards. But even so, he may not be able to defeat so many abyssal fiends. Irene had personally experienced the terror of the abyssal great fiend. She didn't dare to imagine that anyone could resist such a terrifying existence. The Tupalak in the middle of the countless freaks looked up and saw Yang Feng flying over on the magic carpet, and its eyes blossomed with a savage glint. "Human powerhouse, very good. Your flesh and souls must be delicious." Unleashing Blink, a fearsome spatial force shrouded the Tupalak, and it disappeared from where it stood in a flash, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and sent a claw at his head. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he instantly unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Force. Boundless power welled up inside him, and he slashed at the Tupalak with a sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand like a meteor. "Idiot! Your human swords are like scrap metal, they can't harm me at all." The Tupalak great fiend smiled ferociously, and a sharp bone blade ejected from its left shoulder and shot towards the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel. With a flash of resplendent light, the smile of the Tupalak great fiend froze on its face, and then it exploded midair. Yang Feng extended his right hand, and endless demonic chi enveloped his right hand. As if the claws of countless abyssal fiends roared, he extended his hand and absorbed the blood essence and soul of the Tupalak great fiend. Taboo Demonic Claw. This was a powerful offensive secret method that Yang Feng found in the taboo text. This secret method required the absorption of the flesh, soul, and power of countless abyssal fiends to be refined. Once the refinement was successful, it would become a fearsome offensive secret method with infinite power. It could control abyssal force and transform abyssal force into various other forces. In addition to the taboo demonic claw, There were also the taboo dragon claw, the taboo giant claw, the taboo blood claw, the taboo stone claw, and many other taboo claws. Countless claw methods converged to form the strongest taboo demonic claw. Yang Feng possessed the ancient black dragon bloodline, so he could cultivate the taboo dragon claw. By absorbing the power of abyssal fiends, he could cultivate the taboo demonic claw. As long as he could kill powerful abyssal fiends, he could possess the more tyrannical taboo demonic claw. Chapter 363. As Ramia looked at the taboo demonic claw, and her beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. Amazing, what kind of spell is this? Is this the secret spell that allows him to transform into an abyssal fiend baron and manipulate abyssal force? As Ramia was the elven great elven monarch, and her sun god arrow was unparalleled in the world. Few people of the same rank could withstand a sun god arrow from her. Relying on her instincts, she could vaguely sense the terrifying power contained in the taboo demonic claw. Irene's jaw dropped. She could not believe her eyes. He's dead. The abyssal great fiend was killed by Sardine just like that. Werther's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said excitedly, "That's amazing. That's Sir Lord for you." Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint. With a flick of her lily-white hand, a secret treasure longbow appeared in her hand. With a flick of the bowstring, black arrows shot towards the abyssal fiends flying midair like shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. Shot by the dark elven exploding arrows, the abyssal fiends exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood that entered Yang Feng's right claw. With just one strike, 30 abyssal fiends died tragically to Gleistar's arrows. Even without using large-scale offensive spells, the ordinary abyssal fiends were still no match for Gleistar, who had pinnacle legend rank cultivation base. As Ramia silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger, and endless fire elemental particles condensed into a fire dragon, which bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the abyssal fiends. Yang Feng cast the level 4 spell Fire Dragon and pointed at the abyssal fiends. 2 terrifying fire dragons intertwined in the sky and devoured the flying abyssal fiends. Enveloped by magic flames, the flying abyssal fiends fell from the sky like raindrops, roaring miserably as they were burned to ashes. Without the suppression of the abyssal great fiends, the dense crowd of abyssal demonic servants fell into chaos, frantically devouring and killing each other. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the abyssal fiends quickly dispersed and fled in different directions. Riding the magic carpet, Yang Feng, together with Ramia and Gleistar, chased after the flying abyssal fiends. In the Funes province, except for the capital Bunga City, which had a flight ban formation, the other cities had shrines stationed, but there was no flight ban formation at all. Only by killing all the abyssal demons that could fly in the sky would the remaining cities have some resistance. Not long after, Clive appeared in the distance with 1,000 cavalrymen under his command. A huge magic eye floated above the cavalrymen. In this direction. In 1,000-man cavalry led by Clive, a great wizard pointed in the direction of some low-ranking abyssal demons and said in a deep voice. Clive raised his sword and shouted, "Come with me, let's go destroy those damn demons. The great Duke Ian is watching us from the sky. We will be invincible." The eyes of the cavalrymen covered in secret treasure armor forged from divine blood steel flickered with excitement. They raised the silver lances in their hands and roared loudly, "We will be invincible." The more than 30 low-ranking abyssal fiends who were fleeing into the distance quickly gathered and turned to look at the 1,000 cavalrymen with fierce glints in their eyes. A ghost-type abyssal fiend turned to look at the human cavalryman with a fierce glint in its eyes, and roared wildly, "A bunch of ant-like humans dare to chase us, they're courting death. Kill them all." The more than 30 low-ranking abyssal fiends showed malevolent smiles and looked at the charging human cavalrymen as if they were looking at a delicious meal. A low-ranking abyssal fiend was comparable to a level 1 warlock, and its physique was even more tyrannical than that of a level 1 warlock. 30 low-ranking abyssal demons could completely annihilate a 1,000-man squad of human cavalry. Dark rays. Dominate humans. The eyes of the more than 30 abyssal fiends surged with red light, abyssal force surged, and they cast demonic spells barreling towards the 1,000 human cavalrymen. White rays of light blossomed on the cavalrymen's armor, and the defensive spells enchanted on the armor suddenly burst out and blocked the demonic spells. The complexions of the abyssal fiends flickered, and their eyes shimmered with fanaticism and ferocity. Many armies with priests had guardian divine spells that could resist demonic spells. Naturally, the abyssal fiends didn't think that their demonic spells could easily kill the other party. However, their strongest point was their fleshly body. Even with the power of their fleshly body alone, they could kill 1,000 human cavalrymen. Tear them to shreds. Following a ferocious roar, the more than 30 abyssal fiends suddenly rushed towards the human cavalrymen at a terrifying speed that surpassed the galloping horses. The earth shook as the 1,000 horses galloped. The torrent formed by the 1,000 human cavalrymen fiercely collided with the more than 30 abyssal fiends. An abyssal fiend smiled ferociously and slammed a fist into the head of a wildebeest. A frightening power erupted in a flash and shattered the wildebeest into countless pieces. The human cavalrymen riding the wildebeest were also sent flying by the frightening power. In the next moment, a human cavalryman in the rear stabbed the abyssal fiend with a silver lance carrying the fearsome momentum of a horse. "It's no use." The abyssal fiend smiled ferociously. Unless a fiend was equipped with a demonized weapon, ordinary blades and swords could hardly harm it. But its smile only lasted for a moment before it was enveloped by endless panic, and it issued a shrill scream. "No!" The silver lance easily pierced through the abyssal fiend and erupted with a strange attractive force. In a flash, the abyssal fiend was sucked dry and collapsed on the ground. The abyssal fiends didn't expect the lances in the hands of the human cavalrymen to be so fearsome. Caught off guard, they were run through by the silver lances, drained of their blood essence and power, and turned into dried corpses. The abyssal fiends weren't weak. Many of them stabbed their claws into the silver armor of the human cavalrymen, but were forcibly blocked by the silver armor forged from divine blood steel. Then, the human cavalrymen assassinated them one by one. In just one round of charge, the more than 30 abyssal fiends died tragically at the hands of the 1,000-strong human cavalrymen. On the human side, only more than 20 people were injured by the abyssal fiends. After killing the more than 30 abyssal fiends, the great wizard accompanying the army silently recited an incantation and conjured the spell healing water to heal the injured human cavalrymen. When Irene saw the more than 30 abyssal fiends die tragically at the hands of the 1,000-strong human cavalrymen, she was filled with shock. Amazing! A low-level abyssal fiend was a terrifying existence comparable to a level 1 warlock. The strength of a low-level abyssal fiend was much stronger than that of an official wizard like Irene. The more than 30 low-level abyssal fiends should have been able to slaughter the 1,000-strong human cavalrymen, yet they all died at the hands of the 1,000-strong human cavalrymen. The strength of the army was beyond Irene's imagination. After the treatment, Clive commanded the 1,000-strong cavalrymen to continue to pursue the fleeing abyssal fiends under the guidance of the wizards accompanying the army. Any low-level abyssal fiend was a powerful existence comparable to a level 1 warlock. If they weren't killed, then once they were allowed to rush into a crowd, they would cause great casualties to ordinary people. The Funès province was vast and sparsely populated. There was only one abyssal fiend legion attacking the Funès province. After the abyssal great fiends and advanced abyssal fiends of the abyssal fiend legion were wiped out by Yang Feng and his men, the abyssal fiend legion collapsed, and many low-level abyssal fiends were scattered in the Funès province. Yang Feng mobilized 50,000 elite troops from the Miracle City. At the same time, he gave them secret treasure armors and secret treasure swords forged from divine blood steel, as well as wizards accompanying the army, and had them sweep the low-level abyssal fiends in the Funès province. At the same time, Yang Feng quietly released reconnaissance mechanical insects to cover the entire Funès province. Under the surveillance of the reconnaissance mechanical insects, the abyssal fiends in the Funès province were besieged and suppressed by the superior forces assembled by Yang Feng's subordinates. Under the continuous encirclement and suppression, the number of abyssal fiends decreased, and the democalypse in the Funès province slowly calmed down. As for the desolate Red Earth wasteland, the abyssal fiend legion quickly left after being defeated by Yang Feng. Unless abyssal fiends practiced cultivation until they reached the fiend lord rank, they still had to eat. Even if they drank sewage, ate grassroots, and tree bark, they could still survive. But in the Red Earth wasteland, there wasn't even sewage, grassroots, or tree bark. If they didn't leave, only death would await them. After the Funès province and the Red Earth wasteland were stabilized, Yang Feng handed everything over to the two legend rank powerhouses Azramia and Gleistar, while he entered secluded cultivation and studied the taboo text in his hands. Azramia and Gleistar were also extraordinary. Under their command, as long as the abyssal fiends showed themselves, they would be killed. Under the suppression of Azramia and Gleistar, the abyssal fiends of the other provinces didn't dare to move in the direction of the Funès province and the Red Earth wasteland. The people who hid in the cities slowly left the cities and returned to their villages and towns, and the institutions slowly returned to normal. Chapter 364. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and wisps of frightening aura diffused from him. After studying the taboo text for 3 months, he became even more powerful. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes revealed great confidence. It's time. I can proceed to the next step. 3 days later, in the rear garden of a luxurious manor in the Mexican Principality. With a novel in hand, Chrissy reclined on a reclining chair and narrowed her eyes, enjoying the sunbathing and admiring the beautiful flowers in the garden. Suddenly, Chrissy looked up and saw a magic carpet flying over from afar. The magic carpet stopped in the air above the garden. Yang Feng waved his hand and put away the magic carpet, then treaded on air and walked towards the garden. Chrissy took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. This guy has become stronger. Yang Feng said with a smile. Your Highness, I'm ready. Call me Chrissy, Your Majesty the Archduke. Chrissy glanced behind Yang Feng and raised her eyebrows, saying, Archduke Ian, what about your 2 concubines? Aren't you going to take them? Our enemies are very powerful. When Chrissy first saw Ezramia and Gleistar, she vaguely felt how powerful the 2 women were. Even though Ezramia could only display junior legend rank strength due to being cursed, but with the sun god's arrow, she was still terrifying and could kill powerhouses of the same rank. Yang Feng said with a smile. Don't worry, I've made other preparations. Ezramia and Gleistar were now helping Yang Feng suppress the abyssal fiends at the border. At the same time, they were also responsible for receiving refugees pouring in from all over the Morince Empire. Chrissy didn't ask any questions and said very efficiently, Give me a day to prepare. Yang Feng replied with a smile. All right. The Andura port was a port located between the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire. It was the capital of the Ankesai Principality, the Andura city. The Andura port connected the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire, and extended towards the open sea. The sea trade was extremely prosperous. The Ankesai Duchy had also become the wealthiest duchy apart from the 2 great empires, thanks to the excellent port of Andura Port. The Ankesai Principality believed in the intermediate divine force rank goddess of the sea Aronia, a neutral god. With the exception of the 2 empires, the goddess of the sea Aronia was a god of the sea Aronia. However, in addition to the sea goddess Aronia, the Zalia pantheon also had a weak divine power rank god of the sea, Kagadilla, and the Titan pantheon also had a weak divine power rank god of the sea, Fabian. The merfolk believed in the strong divine force rank god Hrahoriaf the Aronia of the merfolk. On the Fesua plain, the merfolk were the royal race, and there were merfolk, whalemen, octopus, crab, and many other intelligent races born in the sea. They formed a united race. The various merfolk also had their own gods, but all the gods that the merfolk worshipped the sea god Hrihari as their main god, forming a powerful merfolk divine system. A huge warship was anchored in Andura harbor. On that huge warship, a large number of sailors were bustling about. While admiring the various sailboats around him, Yang Feng walked towards the huge warship. Beside Yang Feng followed Chrissy and her 5 beautiful followers. Your Majesty the Archduke. Dressed in a captain's uniform, a muscular tanned middle-aged man brimming with the heroic aura of a man at sea greeted Yang Feng and saluted respectfully. The middle-aged man was called Mark, and he was a captain sent to the Ankesai Principality by the Mexican Principality. Ocean trade had huge profits, so the Mexican Principality naturally wouldn't let go of this fat piece of meat. After Yang Feng became the new Archduke of the Mexican Principality, due to the support of the gods, he easily took over most of the forces of the Mexican Principality. This fleet of the Mexican Principality was one of them. Yang Feng glanced at the warship, nodded with satisfaction, patted Mark on the shoulder and uttered, Mark, you did a good job. Mark's eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered respectfully, Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. Yang Feng said, In the future, just call me Ian in front of others, don't call me Your Majesty. Mark replied cleverly, Yes, Sir Ian. After Yang Feng boarded the huge warship with Chrissy and the other women, he ordered Mark, Set sail. Mark said solemnly, Please wait a moment, we still have to pray to the great goddess of the sea. This is the rule before going out to sea. There are pirates, sea storms, tornadoes, giant sea monsters, sea demonic beasts, and other disasters in the sea. Only by praying to the goddess of the sea and obtaining her protection can we survive. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, as long as we pray to the goddess of the sea, we won't encounter any disasters and will be able to return safely. Mark smiled and shook his head, saying, how could it be that simple? There are countless dangers in the sea. Even ships of the Church of the Sea may encounter disasters in the sea. Of course, ships of the Church of the Sea are much less likely to encounter disasters in the sea than ships of other people. We only pray to the goddess of the sea for peace of mind. With that, Mark took out a very beautiful statue of the goddess of the sea shrouded in a layer of azure water, and placed it on a small altar in the center of the warship. Mighty Lady Aronia, you are a supreme divine being, the embodiment of the sea. Mighty Lady Aronia, you are the ruler of the sea, the patron saint of the sea. We offer our most pious faith to you. Please protect us from all disasters in the sea and return safely loaded with great wealth. The sailors of the warship came before the altar and recited prayers. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he saw streams of faith power pour out of the sailors, enter the statue, and then be absorbed into the void and disappear. Evidently, the goddess of the sea Aronia just absorbed the faith power of the sailors, and didn't intend to truly bless the warship. After the prayers were completed, the huge warship slowly moved and sailed towards the deep sea. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, the journey was calm and tranquil, without encountering any dangers. Suddenly, the galloping warship slowed to a stop. Mark, why did you stop the ship? Sitting on the deck, Yang Feng, who was fishing, suddenly frowned and asked in a loud voice. His voice reverberated on the warship, and everyone heard it clearly. Mark came out of the captain's cabin, came to in front of Yang Feng and said, Sir Ian, beyond this area is the domain of the merfolk. With a smile on his face and an indifferent look in his eyes, he looked at the pirates as if they were a bunch of corpses. What a big tone! Let Grandpa cut off your legs and turn you into a cripple, then let Mike and them have some fun. Black Butcher Baggard's eyes flashed with a cruel and tyrannical glint. He erupted with legend rank chi and unleashed the Black Butcher blade art that he has cultivated for more than 20 years. As if the embodiment of a black sea wave, he slashed at Yang Feng with monstrous momentum. Water elemental particles surged wildly from the surrounding sea and converged on the blade, making the blade even more powerful. Even ordinary human sacred swordsmen would find it difficult to resist Baggard's fearsome blade art that drew support from the power of heaven and earth. In the East Sea for more than 20 years, the Black Butcher Baggard has killed 2 or 3 human sacred swordsmen by relying on this fearsome blade art that drew support from the power of heaven and earth. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated a secret method and unleashed the taboo demonic claw. Surrounded by demonic chi, as if countless abyssal fiends roared ferociously in his right hand, he grabbed the Black Butcher Baggard's blade. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the magic blade of the Black Butcher Baggard shattered. Under Baggard's horrified gaze, the fearsome taboo demonic claw stabbed into his heart, dug out his heart, and crushed it. My heart was crushed. The Black Butcher Baggard's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. Dead! The captain is dead. How is this possible? The captain is dead. The eyes of the pirates widened, and their eyes shimmered with incredulity. The Black Butcher Baggard was one of the right-hand men of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King, a legend-rank powerhouse. He has swept the East Sea for decades, and even several human sacred swordsmen have died to his blade. The pirates couldn't believe that such a legend-rank powerhouse died so silently at Yang Feng's hands. Chrissy, who originally planned to sneak attack the Black Butcher Baggard, was also stunned. So strong. Is that a spell or a martial art? With the favor of the goddess of the Amon Springs, Chrissy has promoted to a legend-rank powerhouse in a short time. Furthermore, she was a top legend-rank powerhouse. But even though she could defeat a powerhouse like Baggard, but it would take at least 100 moves. For the Black Butcher Bagger to be insta-killed by Yang Feng was simply heaven-defying. After Yang Feng insta-killed the Black Butcher Baggard, he flicked his wrist, and a sword forged from divine bloodsteel appeared in his hand. His figure fluttered, and he plunged into the midst of the pirates like a bolt of lightning. The sword light flickered, and the valiant pirates were minced into pieces by the sword light. No matter how the pirates resisted, wherever Yang Feng's sword rays passed, the pirates were cut in half together with their weapons. Chrissy came back to her senses. Her figure fluttered, and she rushed into the Black Butcher Baggard's ship along the ropes. The 5 beautiful followers erupted with level 3 warlock rank battle prowess and followed Chrissy, killing the pirates on the Black Butcher Baggard's ship one by one. Go to hell! On the Black Butcher Baggard's ship, a pirate erupted with Star Knight rank chi, shot out from a dark corner, and slashed at Chrissy. Crazy smiled sweetly. She pointed with a long sword in her hand, and a whirlpool of spring water enveloped the tip of her sword. With a slight sway, the long sword was shaken off course, and like a bolt of lightning, it pierced into the pirate's forehead. Legend rank! A look of despair flashed through the eyes of the pirate expert, and he let out a miserable shriek. Without the legend rank expert Baggard keeping watch, the 2 legend rank experts were enough to slaughter everyone on the ship. The eyes of a valiant pirate shimmered fiercely, and he barked, "Go into the sea and sink the ship. Let's go all out." Chrissy was startled when she heard that, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with anxiety. Shit! Once the 2 ships were sunk, then even though Chrissy was a legend rank expert, but she wasn't a match for a pirate proficient in the water. At this moment, a boundless dragon's might descended from the sky and enveloped all the pirates on Baggard's ship. Yang Feng trod on air and arrived above the large ship. His eyes turned into dragon eyes, and vast dragon might gushed out of him, looking like an ancient black dragon overlooking the puny humans below. Under the crushing pressure of the terrifying dragon's might, the pirates on Baggard's ship shivered and couldn't move. The ancient black dragon's draconic might was extremely terrifying, and even mid-level abyssal demons were unable to resist it. Among humans, even among Star Knight rank powerhouses, only the most outstanding geniuses could resist the draconic might's pressure. Although the pirates on Baggard's ship were all incomparably valiant and had astonishing battle prowess, they were still unable to move in front of the ancient dragon's might. They were unable to resist the fear that came from their bloodline. On the Feisua plain, there were many evil dragons that could destroy a principality by relying on their frightening dragon might. In the face of dragon might, no matter how many ordinary troops there were, they were useless. Only true experts could contend against dragon might and fight against dragons. Yang Feng looked at the pirates with an indifferent look in his eyes. As if a god judging evil, he said coldly, "Drop your weapons and submit to me, and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll die." Chapter 366. Although the pirates were unruly, but under the terrifying dragon might, they trembled both physically and mentally. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and flicked his finger, and a ray of black light entered a pirate. The pirate's body swelled up, and then burst apart and turned into a vampiric rattan. Although the bewitching extraordinary plant vampiric rattan was only a level 2 extraordinary life form, but it had the terrifying property of rapid self-proliferation. Therefore, Yang Feng liked to use this extraordinary plant very much. The vampiric rattan continued to spread, rolled up one pirate after another, and sucked dry. Then, under the effect of magic power, it split and proliferated. "I surrender. Spare me." Unable to resist the fear in his heart, a pirate threw away the scimitar in his hand and cried out loudly. After the pirate surrendered, as if it triggered a chain reaction, the rest of the pirates knelt down and surrendered under the oppression of dragon might. The pirates who were unwilling to surrender were devoured by the vampiric rattan, and turned into nutrients for the vampiric rattan. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, syringes filled with poison fell from the sky and injected the surrendered pirates. Yang Feng glanced at the pirates and said indifferently, "These are poisons, and only I have the antidote. Every 6 months, if you don't have the antidote, your bodies will fester and you'll die. However, as long as you serve me honestly, I'll naturally give you the antidote in the future to completely remove the poison in your bodies." There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the pirates, and they responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." After subduing the pirates, the Black Butcher's flagship finally had enough manpower to operate and became Yang Feng's spoils of war. Following behind Mark's ship, It moved towards the deep sea. The ghost ship island was located on a very secretive island in the East Sea. There were dozens of mysterious ocean currents, weird reefs, and terrifying sea monsters around the ghost ship island. Without an experienced navigator, virtually no one could enter the mysterious ghost ship island. The ghost ship island was also the base of the Sword Pirate King and the Skeleton Pirate King's fleet in the East Sea. At this time, there were numerous warships and merchant ships anchored around the ghost ship island. On the island, there were bars, casinos, and brothels everywhere, where countless pirates indulged in drunken stupor. In the center of the ghost ship island, there was a huge and luxurious temple, which enshrined the feeble divine power rank god of pirates Gethrin. At the time, Gethrin was a pirate emperor who dominated the four seas. During his era, the navies of all forces on the Fesua plain were defeated by him and suppressed in ports, unable to go out to sea. The human seas were all under his control. In the seas, his words were the imperial edict, as if he was the emperor of the sea. After he became a pinnacle legend rank expert, Gethrin. And finally, Gethrin, he obtained the secret method. After an end, he and God, he Fong and God and said and God and King and N and he and God. And this huge castle was the residence of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King Accent. In the back garden of the castle sat a man with a head of blue hair and a handsome appearance. A long knife scar extended diagonally from his forehead to the right, almost touching his right eye, completely destroying his handsome face. His entire body exuded a ruthless aura. This man exuding a ruthless aura was the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King Accent of the East Sea, whose name struck terror in people's hearts. In the back garden, dozens of beautiful women in all kinds of gorgeous clothes were dancing to please Accent. Kacha! Suddenly, a pitch-black ring on the index finger of Accent's right hand shattered, and his face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said in a low voice, "Baggard was killed." Accent gnashed his teeth, his eyes almost spurting thick flames, and his killing intent surged. "Someone actually dared to kill my people. Very good. It seems that I've been too soft-hearted in recent years." Legend rank powerhouses were extremely rare. Including Accent, there were only 3 legend rank powerhouses in the Sword and Skeleton Pirate fleet. Accent glanced at the beautiful women dancing and barked, "Men! Your Majesty!" More than 30 pirates rushed in, glanced greedily at the beautiful women dancing, and then said respectfully to Accent. Accent's eyes shimmered with a tyrannical gleam, and he said with a ferocious smile, "Take these women away and reward them to our brothers. Once you've had enough fun, kill them all." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The eyes of the more than 30 pirates shimmered with excitement, and they pounced on the beautiful women like wolves and dragged them away. "No. Let me go. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I beg you, let me go." The beauties cried, screamed, and begged. All of them were so scared that they fell to the ground and kept struggling. They knew that once they were dragged away, only death would await them. They would be worse than prostitutes on the island. Accent watched this scene with a ferocious smile. The gloominess in his heart was swept away, and he felt indescribably carefree and comfortable. He wanted to become the second pirate emperor to dominate the 4 seas. His every move was modeled after the pirate emperor Gethrin of the past. At the time, the god of pirates Gethrin dominated the huge pirate fleet with cruelty and terror. After he became a god, he was spurned by the other gods and fell into the camp of the darkness gods. In fact, if it weren't for the protection of the darkness gods and the fact that Gethrin himself was a peerless genius, he would have been killed by the goddess of the sea and other gods with a domain of the sea after he became a god. After being pursued by a god with a domain of the sea, Gethrin restrained his nature and didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, with his cruel nature, who knows how many creatures would have died at his hands. Accent's eyes shimmered coldly, and he mused, "To be able to kill Baggard, they shouldn't be weak. I'll have the Black Skeleton Pirate King and the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King probe those beasts." Accent's figure flickered, and he left the Castellan's mansion. When he arrived at the seaside, he opened a jade box, took out a small silver-white fish, and released it into the sea. Ghost Skull Island was a skull-like circular mountain with 2 huge caves in the center. From a distance, it looked like a huge skull island. Ghost Skull Island was the lair of the Black Skeleton Pirate King's fleet. On the Ghost Skeleton Island, there was also an exquisite and luxurious divine hall. In the luxurious divine hall, There was an 8-armed Naga statue whose upper body was similar to a human beauty, with 8 arms, each holding a saber, and the lower body of a snake. This 8-armed Naga was the god worshipped by the Nagas, the goddess of Nagas with intermediate divine power rank, Daphne. Opposite the temple was a luxurious castle, which was the castle where the black skeleton pirate king lived. A burly bear-like man with a full beard and a fiendish expression was holding a small silver fish in his hand. "Call him, I'm Accent. A big fish has arrived in our waters. I fought with that big fish and killed 2 of their sacred swordsmen. Baggard also died at their hands. Please avenge me. If you can help me take revenge, I'll give you the treasure you want. After you hear the news, let the silver fish go. I still have to contact Lionel." The bearded man was the black skeleton pirate king, Colum, while the dragon skeleton pirate king's name was Lionel. Colum's eyes flashed with a sinister light. After thinking for a while, he casually threw the silver fish into a pond. "Baggard is dead. That big fish is really troublesome. No wonder Accent asked me for help. There must be something good in that big fish. I must annihilate them and snatch all the good stuff." As soon as the silver fish entered the pond, it shook its tail, set off ripples, and then disappeared from the pond. Dragonbones Island was an island that looked like the skeleton of a dragon. There was no temple on Dragonbones Island. It was as if the people on the island had no faith. There was only a huge palace built on the dragon's head. It was extravagant and luxurious, just like the royal palaces of the Grand Duchies on the surface. In fact, the 3 pirate kings ruled the East Sea. Each of them was as rich as a country. With great wealth, building a huge palace was nothing for them. In the back garden of the palace, an extremely handsome, slender, fair-skinned young man with long crimson hair reclined on a reclining chair. His eyes flickered with an evil light as he held the silver demonic fish in his hand. The red-haired man was the dragon skeleton pirate king, Lionel. Lionel casually threw away the silver fish, and then asked a burly man with a great sword on his back, exuding a valiant aura, "Roik, what do you think?" Roik's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said coldly, "The apple of wisdom will mature in a little more than a year. It's too suspicious for a legend to travel this route at this time. I think we should get rid of them and eliminate all future troubles." Lionel said with a smile, "Yeah, I think so too. Accent wants to kill us with a borrowed knife. However, we also want to get rid of those outsiders. We can cooperate with them." Chapter 367. On the deck, Chrissy looked eastward with excitement in her eyes and said to Yang Feng standing next to her, "At this speed, we'll be there in a day." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. These days, apart from the sea, there was only the sea around them. The monotonous scenery was annoying after looking at it for a long time. Chrissy looked at the Black Butcher warship, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with disgust. "Ian, why did you take those pirates as your subordinates?" Yang Feng spread his hands, as if embracing the sea with lofty sentiments, and said loudly, "I want to become a pirate king who rules over the 7 seas." Chrissy frowned slightly and said, "Pirates are a bunch of scum who deserve to die 10,000 times. Do you want to be the leader of those scum? Besides, where are the 7 seas? I only know of the 4 seas." Yang Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Haha, I'm just kidding." On the Feisua Plain, Pirate King wasn't a laudatory title. Practically 99% of the pirates who ran amok in the sea were scum and scum. Dying 10 times wouldn't be enough to atone for their crimes. Once pirates were caught by a state, they would be hanged in the port as a warning to others. In this world, Pirate King was synonymous with scum leader. Chrissy said with a solemn expression, "Ian, I'm not kidding. You'd better not get involved with those pirates. Otherwise, the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire can attack you and even abolish your title at any time. Ordinary people naturally can't touch you, but once your enemies seize this point to attack you, you'll be in a very passive situation." Yang Feng was taken aback and sank into his thoughts. After a while he said solemnly, "You're right, I was careless." The god of pirates Gethrin was a member of the darkness gods. Although pirates were humans, but they were regarded as members of the darkness races. Once anyone was found to be colluding with pirates, they would be sent to the gallows and hanged to death. On the Feisua Plain, pirates didn't dare to rashly go ashore. Once they went ashore, they would hide in secret strongholds. Although Yang Feng had a high position of power in the Morin's Empire, but the crime of colluding with pirates was enough to inflict serious damage on him. Pirates! So many pirates! The fleet of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King, the fleet of the Black Skeleton Pirate King, the fleet of the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King. The fleets of the Eastern Seas' 3 great pirate kings are here. Voices filled with fear and trembling suddenly rang out. The crew of the ship fell into a state of panic. They looked into the distance with fear in their eyes. Yang Feng turned around and his complexion changed dramatically. In the distance, huge warships formed 3 huge fleets, surrounding them from 3 directions. Each of the 3 fleets had more than 200 warships. A total of more than 600 warships were speeding towards them, completely blocking the escape routes of Yang Feng and his party. In the center of each of the 3 fleets was a flagship filled with a magical aura. The flagship of the Sword and Skeleton Pirates was a 400-meter-long super battleship forged from black steel. The hull was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and both sides of the hull were covered with magic cannons. The deck was also covered with all kinds of magic cannons. The flagship of the Black Skeleton Pirates, on the other hand, was a specter ship that was 200 meters long. It was ragged and ghastly, and there were countless mysterious runes carved on the body of the ship. There were ghosts, zombies, and other undead creatures everywhere. There were 2 weird cannons on both sides of the weird ghost ship. There was also a weird cannon at the bow and stern of the big ship. A gloomy aura spread from the warship, making it so that no ship dared to approach it within a radius of 200 meters. The flagship of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates, on the other hand, was a dragon skeleton warship made of the bones of 200-meter-long dragons through alchemy. There was a dragon skull embedded in the bow and stern of the Dragon Bone warship. On both sides of the Dragon Bone warship, there was a dragon skull cannon embedded in the bow and stern. The aura of a dragon gushed out of the Dragon Bone warship. When ordinary people saw the Dragon Bone warship, they would be shocked. Mark's face turned pale and despair flashed in his eyes. He cried out involuntarily, Black Steel warship, Spectre ship, and Dragonbone's warship are legendary warships that the Pirate Emperor used to dominate the 4 seas. Each of them has terrifying combat power. In the sea, even demigod-rank powerhouses may not be their match. It's over. The 3 pirate kings. The 3 pirate kings are all here. What's going on? The 3 pirate kings, why are they acting together? The main forces of the 3 pirate kings are here, we're dead. When the rest of the crew saw the 3 pirate kings' flagship, they collapsed somewhat. The 3 pirate kings were the rulers of the East Sea. Even the regular navies of the coastal states suffered crushing defeats at their hands. The 3 legendary warships shook the East Sea. Apart from the Morin's Empire's legendary warships Kagadilla, Storm Dragon, and Sea Lightning, and the Titan Empire's legendary warships Fabian, Golden Swordfish, and Lightning Sword, there was no warship that could contend against the 3 pirate kings' flagship. Yang Feng's face flickered and he barked, "Open all the sails! Hurry! Mark, this is an order!" As if he had gone mad, Mark roared with all his might, "Open all the sails! Open all the sails!" After all, the sailors were all elites. They quickly opened all the sails. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at the air, and conjured the level 3 spell gale. An incomparably violent gust of wind suddenly appeared and blew towards them. Buffeted by the fearsome hurricane, as if it had grown wings, the ship Yang Feng and his party were on fled into the distance. The pirate ship that was seized from the Black Butcher was left in its original place. "Help me! Don't attack! It's me! It's me! Don't attack! I'm a member of the Sword and Skeleton Pirates." That pirate ship issued a series of shouts while constantly waving flags. The Dragonbone's warship adjusted slightly and aimed its dragon cannon at the pirate ship. Strange runes that looked like veins lit up on the dragon cannon. The dragon cannon condensed slightly, and a black dragon breath suddenly shot out from the dragon cannon barreling towards the pirate ship like a meteor. The black dragon breath slammed into the pirate ship in a flash, and frightening black flames engulfed the pirate ship in a flash. Amid screams, the pirates shrouded by the dragon breath turned into ashes, not even having the time to jump into the sea. Aboard the Black Steel warship, Accent turned his head to look at the Dragonbone's warship. His eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, Damn bastard! The relationship between the three pirate kings of the East Sea was very complicated. When facing foreign enemies, they would join forces to resist the navies of the various states in the East Sea. But once the foreign enemies retreated, the three forces would engage in small-scale skirmishes to hinder each other. Lionel clearly didn't want to give Accent a chance to retrieve the Black Butcher warship. If the Black Butcher warship was sold, it could fetch at least 5 million gold coins. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to get one on the market. As Accent watched Yongfeng and his party flee, his complexion suddenly flickered, and regret filled his heart. Damn it, it seems that I made a huge mistake. When the fleets of the three pirate kings came to encircle Yongfeng and his party, even Yongfeng didn't dare to resist them head-on. But now that Yongfeng fled, the fleets of the three pirate kings fell into a dilemma. None of the three legendary warships dared to leave their fleet lightly. Otherwise, once they were attacked by another fleet with a legendary warship commander, their fleet might be destroyed. The gap in fighting strength between a fleet with a legendary warship and a fleet without a legendary warship was like a natural chasm. None of the three pirate kings dared to leave rashly. It should be noted that although the other warships of these fleets couldn't compare to legendary warships, but they had worked hard to build them. A pirate king's force couldn't be formed with just one legendary warship. If there were no other battleships and only one legendary battleship, then the name of the pirate king could be removed. Despite their regret, the three pirate king fleets still chased after Yongfeng at a uniform speed. Yongfeng easily escaped the encirclement, and his eyes shimmered with surprise. They didn't chase after me? Is that the speed of a legendary warship? That's right, one monk has water to drink, while 3 monks have no water to drink. They definitely don't have a good relationship. The speed of a legendary warship was terrifying. Each legendary warship was enchanted with various acceleration spells. Even if Yongfeng used the level 3 spell Gale, Mark's warship wouldn't be able to outrun a legendary warship. Now that the legendary warship didn't chase after them, there was only one possibility. The 3 legendary warships were restraining each other, none daring to leave their fleet. Mark, take the people back at once. Don't worry about us. We have a way to go back. Yongfeng tossed a magic carpet into the air, and said solemnly to Mark. The sky of this sea was full of powerful flying demonic beasts, which was why Yongfeng chose to travel by ship. Now that he wasn't far from his destination, he could use the magic carpet to fly there. Mark glanced at the magic carpet and responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." Yongfeng, Chrissy, and the other women jumped onto the magic carpet and urged it to fly away. Mark immediately turned around and fled towards the deep sea. Chapter 368. The magic carpet was a flying alchemy treasure developed by the Zhongji Plains alchemists, with a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Urged by Yongfeng with all his strength, the magic carpet quickly flew forward. Before long, a very wide continent-like island appeared in front of Yongfeng. The Eastern Desolate Archipelago was an archipelago formed by many huge islands in the Eastern Sea. The continent-like huge island was one of the islands of the Eastern Desolate Archipelago. With a cursory glance, Yongfeng felt that the island was larger than 5 Mohican principalities. The area of the entire Eastern Desolate Archipelago was even larger than that of the Morince Empire. Both the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire once wanted to conquer the Eastern Desolate Archipelago. However, the ocean-going fleets dispatched by the two empires had just entered the territory of the merfolk, when they were crushed. No fleets were able to reach the Eastern Desolate Archipelago. Ordinary merchant ships could go to the Eastern Desolate Archipelago by paying a toll. However, the aboriginals of the Eastern Desolate Archipelago were very cruel and vicious. Once merchant ships arrived at the Eastern Desolate Archipelago, they were reduced to sacrifices and delicacies of the aboriginals. Over time, the Eastern Desolate Archipelago became a barren land isolated from the rest of the world and barren of civilization. Yongfeng had just seen the Eastern Desolate Archipelago, when his complexion suddenly flickered, and he turned to look behind him. Behind Yongfeng, the black steel warship braved the wind and waves, as if splitting the sea in two, and chased after him at a terrifying speed close to the speed of sound. Shrouded in a thick fog, the specter ship appeared and disappeared from time to time. Every time it appeared, it strangely crossed a large distance, and its speed was even faster than that of the black steel warship. The Dragon Bones warship, on the other hand, had 4 dragon bone wings spread open on its hull. Shrouded in a gust of wind, it floated several meters in the air and flew towards Yang Feng at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound. Yang Feng looked at the 3 legendary warships chasing after him, and his eyes flashed with shock. Is this still a ship? The 3 legendary warships were simply terrifying. It should be noted that in the sea, due to the resistance of water, even on Earth, nuclear-powered ships couldn't reach the speed of sound even if they tried everything they could to modify them. The 3 legendary warships simply ignored the laws of physics, and were terrifying to the extreme. If they were on Earth, even an aircraft carrier might not be a match for the 3 legendary warships. Chris looked at the 3 legendary warships chasing after them, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of envy. Legendary warships are alchemy items that exceed the limits of what they can be. Every legendary battleship was basically a treasure created by a powerful existence with alchemy abilities above the demigod level, spending countless time and energy. Almost every legendary warship had a unique ability. When the pirate deity was at his peak, he had 12 legendary warships under his command, which allowed him to dominate the 4 seas and be invincible. Each of the 3 legendary battleships possessed terrifying abilities. As long as one obtained any one of them, they would be able to move freely in the East Sea. They would be practically invincible. Suddenly, the turrets on the black steel warship moved and locked onto Yang Feng. Not good. Yang Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and conjured the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force Field. A huge warping force field appeared in front of the magic carpet. At the same time, he controlled the magic carpet to descend in the direction of the desolate islands to the east. The god of pirates Gethron, who had become the god of pirates, didn't deny this legend. The black skeleton pirate king Cullum frowned slightly, a puzzled expression on his face. The desolate islands, what does he want to do in the desolate islands? There are barbarians here. The black skeleton pirate king Cullum pondered for a while, and then his eyes suddenly lit up and flickered with greed. Could it be the legendary treasure trove of the pirate emperor? The dragon skeleton pirate king Lionel asked in a loud voice. Accent, Cullum, what do we do now? The sword and skeleton pirate king Accent suggested. Since the 3 of us rarely join forces, why don't we join forces to annex this island and kill all the aboriginals on it? How about we turn this island into our new base? Ever since the pirate emperor ignited his divine fire and became the god of pirates, it wasn't that no one had set their eyes on the desolate islands. However, pirates often stabbed each other in the back, and no one dared to annex the desolate islands. But now, because of Yang Feng, the 3 pirate kings joined forces and had the power to annex the desolate islands. The black skeleton pirate king Cullum showed a malevolent smile. Okay. The dragon skeleton pirate king Lionel also said with a light smile, that's a good idea. The desolate islands were extremely vast. If they could annex the entire desolate islands, they could even establish 3 pirate empires. To establish a pirate empire was the dream of these pirates. In a pirate empire, pirates wouldn't be hunted by others, would have a country of their own, and wouldn't have to live precarious lives. Additionally, once they obtained the treasure trove left behind by the god of pirates in the secular world, they would become extremely wealthy. Moreover, if they could obtain the secret method to become the god of pirates, they might even become the next god of pirates. After the 3 pirate kings reached an agreement to join forces, they quickly swam towards the desolate islands, anchored in front of the island, and waited for the pirates behind them to arrive. 3 huge fleets maintained a certain distance from the rear and converged with the 3 legendary warships. Small boats were lowered, and the pirates rowed the boats and swam ashore. A bunch of idiots. Yang Feng glanced at the pirates and sneered, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and 6 meteor-like fireballs slammed into the pirate boats. Under the bombardment of the fireball, the 6 pirate boats were instantly smashed, and the pirates on the boats also died tragically under the bombardment of the fireball. When the rest of the pirates saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with fear. After his attack succeeded, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he rushed in another direction. Countless magic cannons aboard the black steel warship flashed, and black magic rays instantly covered the place where Yang Feng was just a moment ago and blasted it to pieces. 3 fearsome powerhouses exuding legend-rank fluctuations of power flew out of the 3 pirate kings' flagship, used chi, tread on water, and rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the three fearsome powerhouses exuding legend-rank fluctuations of power, and his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. His figure shook, and he rushed towards the interior of the desolate islands. The three legend-rank powerhouses chased after Yang Feng. Chapter 369. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and conjured the spell Mage Eyes. A huge Mage Eyes suddenly appeared in midair and scanned the surrounding area within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Found it! Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the center of the island. Figures flickered in the jungle. Aborigines with dark brown skin, bare upper bodies, and lower bodies covered in leaves flickered. A dense rain of blow darts shot towards Yang Feng from all directions. The blow darts were stained with anti-airus poison. As long as one was stabbed by the blow darts, the nerves of an ordinary person would be immediately eroded, and it wouldn't take long for them to die. The dense rain of blow darts had just approached Yang Feng, when they were jolted away by the frightening life force field surrounding him, unable to injure him in the slightest. Seeing that the blow darts couldn't stop Yang Feng, aborigines with bare upper bodies, bone necklaces on their heads, and huge leaves covering their lower bodies roared and madly stabbed at Yang Feng with sharp stone spears and iron spears. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Might. A frightening dragon might diffused from him and shrouded the surroundings. Under the deterrence of the frightening dragon might, the complexions of the aborigines hiding in the surroundings changed dramatically, and they trembled in fear, unable to budge. Yang Feng's figure blurred. Unimpeded, he passed through layers upon layers of obstacles and traps, and appeared in front of a huge tribe. It was a huge tribe with a radius of more than 30 square kilometers, and there were simple and crude tree houses and tents everywhere. In the center of the huge tribe, there was a huge totem carved with the extraordinary life form Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider with a scorpion tail bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The huge totem was shrouded in a layer of hazy bloody light, and the totem exuded wicked and chaotic fluctuations of divine power. More than 20 aborigines were tied up and kneeling on the ground. Behind them stood more than 20 aborigines with large blades in their hands. A high priest with strange, colorful makeup and an aged face stood behind the 20 or so natives. He held a human bone staff in his hand and gave off an evil aura. Behind the 20-odd aboriginals stood a dense crowd of aboriginals, all looking respectfully at the high priest who was emitting an evil aura. The high priest exuding an evil aura turned to look at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with evil light, and he waved the bone scepter in his hand. The aboriginals brandished their blades and beheaded the 20-plus aboriginals. Hot blood gushed out of the captives and splashed on the huge totem. The high priest, who exudes an evil aura, performed a strange dance and recited some words. A terrifying, chaotic, and murderous aura comparable to that of a demigod suddenly spread out from a huge cave. A 6-meter-tall Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider exuding frightening fluctuations of power crawled out of the cave and looked in Yang Feng's direction with frigid killing intent in its eyes. In the desolate islands, there were countless terrifying extraordinary life forms. The natives of the desolate islands were ignorant. In order to survive in the dangerous desolate islands, they would basically worship an incomparably powerful extraordinary life form. Over time, those incomparably powerful extraordinary life forms became the totems and gods worshipped by the aborigines of the desolate islands. The Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider had been worshipped by the aboriginals for who knows how many years, and it had given birth to a trace of divinity. The aura it emitted was violent and chaotic, yet it was 30% stronger than that of Azramia at her peak. When Yang Feng saw the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider, he immediately turned around and flew towards the jungle. Kill him! From the mouth of the evil high priest came a voice in ancient Baraman language. The aboriginals screamed and rushed at Yang Feng. There were also experts among the aboriginals, the strongest of which even erupted with formidable Star Knight rank fluctuations of power. When Yang Feng entered the jungle, he silently recited an incantation and cast advanced stealth, and his figure and aura disappeared. Although the demigod-rank Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider had the extraordinary ability to see through Yang Feng's stealth, but its gaze couldn't penetrate the trees to see Yang Feng. The three legendary powerhouses dispatched by the three pirate kings, Bloody Butcher Andrew, Raging Bearman Baptiste, and Poison Saber Brian, killed their way over. After killing dozens of aboriginals, they immediately saw the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. Shit! Retreat! When Andrew saw the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider, an ominous premonition welled up inside him, and his complexion changed dramatically, and he shouted. The Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider sprayed crimson threads that, as fast as lightning, formed a large net that swept towards the three legend rank experts. Poison Blade Brian's shoes radiated magic light, and his speed suddenly increased by a large margin. He nimbly circled around the branches and fled into the distance. The berserk Bearman Baptiste roared, and the Bearman bloodline inside him boiled in a flash. His legs bulged, and he suddenly burst out and fled into the distance. Bloody Butcher Andrew was just about to escape, when a dense rain of blow darts shot towards him. He was forced to brandish his sword to block. He erupted with bloody chi and swept away the blow darts. Although the Bloody Butcher Andrew was a legend rank expert, but he couldn't be completely immune to the blow darts like Yang Feng, who had a powerful life force surrounding him at all times. The Bloody Butcher Andrew was blocked by the dense rain of blow darts for a moment, and then the nearly endless crimson threads engulfed him. Break! The Bloody Butcher Andrew's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously, and a wave of blood-red combat aura gushed out and enveloped the magic sword in his hand. A blood-red sword aura slashed at the crimson spiderweb. The blood-colored sword light was extremely sharp, and wherever the sword light passed, the crimson spider silk would be cut into two. But the bloody sword ray only slashed out 30 centimeters before collapsing and dissipating. Bloody Butcher Andrew was immediately wrapped up by the endless crimson threads. Struggling frantically, the Bloody Butcher Andrew screamed mournfully, "Save me! Baptiste Brian, save me!" The Bloody Butcher Andrew frantically burst out with his aura as he frantically struggled in the red spider silk, but he couldn't even break a single strand of it. He could only be tightly bound and finally turned into a silk cocoon as he frantically tumbled back into the mouth of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. The Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider swallowed the Bloody Butcher Andrew, and chewed continuously. Drops of blood dripped from its mouth parts, and its 8 eyes exuded a crimson radiance, brimming with joy. For those incomparably powerful extraordinary life forms, preying on powerful humans was extremely beneficial to their evolution. It was just like how humans could reap great benefits from the flesh and blood of powerful extraordinary creatures when they preyed on them. Yang Feng looked at the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider, countless streams of data surged in his eyes, and a look of apprehension flashed past his eyes. He quietly distanced himself from the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. What a frightening monster! If I'm not careful, even I will be insta-killed. The Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider's 8 thick legs moved quickly, and it nimbly jumped into a grove. Under the shroud of the mysterious extraordinary power, the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider weighing tens of tons was as light as a feather as it leaped from the top of the forest, madly chasing after frenzied Bearman Baptiste and Poison Knife Brian. Save me! Boss, save me! As soon as Poison Blade Brian rushed out of the grove, he immediately issued a heart-wrenching cry for help towards the Dragon Bones warship. The raging Bearman Baptiste immediately issued a bear-like roar. Boss Cullum, save me! Crimson threads gushed out of the island and, as if vipers with life, swept towards the 2 legend rank experts. Poison Blade Brian and the raging Bearman Baptiste were stuck to the crimson threads, as if 2 small insects stuck to a spider, and were swept into the maw of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. There was a smacking sound. 2 drops of blood sputtered out of the maw of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider, and the 2 legend rank pirates died powerlessly. Eyes shot with blood, the black skeleton pirate King Cullum gritted his teeth and roared, "Fire! Kill it!" The ghost ship's bow cannon flashed with light, and a grey light containing corrosive power shot out of the cannon and hit the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. The back of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider suddenly burst open, and specters poured out of the wound and gnawed at the flesh around it. The eyes of the sword and skeleton pirate King Accent shimmered with a ferocious gleam, and he barked, "Fire!" The black steel warship's cannons fired wildly, and black magic rays barreled towards the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider like raindrops. Under the bombardment of the dense black magic rays, the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider erupted with a crimson energy shield, blocking the black magic rays. Chapter 370. It has been hundreds of years since the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider advanced to a demigod, and it instinctively developed the defensive divine spell Divine Light Protection. It wasn't that easy to kill. The eyes of the dragon and skeleton pirate King Lionel shimmered coldly, and he said coldly, "Fire!" The bow artillery of the Dragon Bones warship flashed, and a dragon breath shot out and slammed into the divine light protection released by the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. Under the bombardment of the dragon breath, the crimson divine light trembled and directly crumbled into pieces. Although the number of magic cannons of the Dragon Bones warship was relatively small, but each cannon shot was equivalent to a level 5 single-target offensive spell. The level 5 divine spell Divine Light Protection that the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider instinctively conjured was merely the lowest level divine spell. Its application of power was too crude, and it couldn't last long in the face of the artillery fire of the 3 legendary warships. The 8 eyes of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider turned, and then its huge body suddenly sank and crushed the tree supporting it. Countless pink threads gushed out of the jungle and swept towards the pirates of the 3 legendary warships that had already disembarked. "Help! Save me! Boss, save me! Your Majesty, save me!" The pirates who had just disembarked were all pale, as they let out mournful screams. The pink threads coiled like snakes, immediately coiling around the disembarking pirates and pulling them into the forest. The sword and skeleton pirate King Axon's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Do it, Master Elliot." A white-haired great wizard with a magic staff in hand nodded, then silently recited an incantation, pointed at the pink threads, and conjured the spell Great Fireball. A huge fireball descended from the sky like a meteor and slammed into the pink threads, burning wildly. The pink threads burned for less than a second, when crimson divine power gushed out along the numerous threads and forcibly extinguished the flames. If the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider was only a legend-rank extraordinary life form, the threads it ejected would have easily been burned by the flames. But it was already a demigod divine creature with divinity. Even if it relied on instinct, it could also use divine power to do all kinds of unimaginable things. Great Wizard Elliot glanced at the countless pink spiderwebs, and fear flashed in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. The large fireball spell is the strongest fire spell I have mastered. From the looks of it, only the level 4 spell Fire Dragon would be able to burn those threads." With a gloomy expression, Accent nodded silently without saying a word. The 3 legendary warships didn't make any moves, as they watched the over 1,000 elite pirates being dragged into the forest by the pink spider silk, after which a series of bone-chilling chewing sounds came from the forest. A look of helplessness flashed in Accent's eyes, and he said loudly, "Let's retreat." Although the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider was a demigod-rank magic beast, extraordinary life form, but if the 3 pirate kings joined forces, they might be able to defeat the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. But the price to pay would be too great, and the odds of success would only be 50%. A pirate king like Accent naturally wouldn't be willing to risk 50% to kill the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. The black skeleton pirate King Column responded decisively, "Okay." Practically as soon as his words fell, the legendary warship Ghost Ship shone dimly, and it retreated by 100 meters. Transparent spiderwebs suddenly erupted and coiled around the legendary black steel warship like snakes. With a frantic pull, the legendary black steel warship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was forcibly pulled inch by inch towards the shore of the island. Surprised and angry, Accent roared loudly, "Damn it! Start the black steel warship at once." Mechanical rumbles sounded on the black steel warship, and it started moving frantically towards the deep sea inch by inch. Although the demigod-rank Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider had terrifying strength, but compared with the legendary warship Black Steel warship, it was still slightly inferior. It was forcibly pulled out of the jungle inch by inch. The eyes of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider flickered with red light, and as if they had a life of their own, the threads swept towards the ordinary ships of the 3 pirate kings' fleets. In the wake of the snake-like crimson threads, ships were cut apart and slowly sank towards the sea. One by one, the elite pirates jumped down from their ships, crazily swimming towards the 3 legendary warships. In just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen warships were smashed and sank into the depths of the sea. This was the terror of demigod-rank magic beasts. Demigod-rank magic beasts weren't existences that could be easily killed by numbers. They were as powerful as natural disasters. This was why the aboriginals of the desolate islands worshipped them as gods. Accent's countenance changed dramatically, and he roared, "Help me get rid of it." I've already dragged it out. The Black Skeleton Pirate King Column said with a cold smile. Let's retreat. The Black Skeleton Pirate fleet quickly turned around and retreated towards the deep sea. The Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel said with a ferocious smile. Let's retreat as well. The Dragon Skeleton Pirate King quickly retreated as well, preparing to watch the tigers fight from the sidelines. Only when faced with the encirclement and suppression of the regular armies of coastal states would the three pirate kings truly unite. At other times, they would fight each other endlessly for territory. If Accent Sword and Skeleton Pirates were killed, the Black Skeleton Pirate King Column and the Dragon and Skeleton Pirate King Lionel would clap their hands and divide his forces. Accent gritted his teeth and roared wildly. You two bastards! Attack! Blast that monster to pieces! The magic cannons on the Black Steel warship quickly adjusted, and black magic rays shot towards the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider like raindrops. The Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider once again burst out with a red shield, blocking the black magic rays one by one. After suffering a few salvos, the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider suddenly burst out and madly rushed towards the Black Steel warship with lightning speed. After a few ups and downs, the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider rushed to the sea and sprayed countless pink spider silk from its huge mouth that swept towards the other warships of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate Fleet. The other warships of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate Fleet were cut to pieces by the pink spider silk. Countless pirates fell into the sea like dumplings, and then were stuck by the pink spider silk and forcibly pulled into the mouth of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. While the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider devoured the humans, the wounds on its body caused by the legendary warship Ghost Ship healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shocked and angry, Accent barked. Column Lionel, if I die, it won't let you off. It won't let you off either. Come and help me. I'm willing to give up my interests in the Eastern Seas sea routes. I'll give you all my sea routes. Column smiled coldly and said in a low voice, I think it's better for you to die, Accent. Lionel urged the fleet to retreat hundreds of meters into the sea again, and coldly watched the battle between Accent and the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. Accent was a cunning and fickle person with no integrity to speak of. Treachery was commonplace for him. No one was willing to cooperate with him, and no one believed his words. While devouring the humans, the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider braved the Black Steel warship's artillery fire and rushed to in front of the Black Steel warship. Its huge scorpion tail radiating black light stabbed at Accent lightning fast. Accent's face fell, and he erupted with pinnacle legend rank chi, retreated briskly, and blocked in front of him with a magic scimitar in his hand. When the terrifying scorpion tail stabbed at Accent's magic scimitar, it blasted Accent out of the Black Steel warship with the force of a mountain. After repelling Accent with a single blow, the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider opened its mouth and sprayed countless pink spider silks that extended in all directions like snakes, glued to the crew on the Black Steel warship, and then sucked them into its mouthparts. Let me in! Let me in! The pirates on the deck fled towards the entrance, screamed frantically and slapped the hatch in an attempt to escape into the Black Steel warship. The pirates inside the Black Steel warship closed the hatch, their eyes flashing with madness and despair, not daring to let the crew members in. Countless threads of pink silk swept up the pirates on the deck and swept them into the mouth of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. Along with blood-curdling chewing sounds, a copious amount of blood spilled out of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider's maw and fell on the deck. The eyes of the pirates inside the Black Steel warship revealed looks of despair and rejoice. The 8 eyes of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider revealed a look of ridicule, and then its huge scorpion tail stabbed into the Black Steel warship and stabbed the pirates hiding inside the Black Steel warship to death as if they were ants. Pink threads rolled up the corpses of the pirates like snakes and sent them into the maw of the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider. Chapter 371. When the Black Skeleton Pirate King Cullum saw that all the pirates aboard the Black Steel warship were devoured by the Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he roared at once, "Retreat!" The Black Skeleton Pirates fleet quickly turned around and retreated towards the deep sea. A dignified look in his eyes, the Dragon and Skeleton Pirate King Lionel uttered, "Retreat!" The Dragon and Skeleton Pirates fleet quickly fled towards the deep sea. The Benjack giant scorpion-tailed spider was a terrifying existence that could destroy a pirate king fleet. Unless forced to, no one would be willing to fight such a terrifying existence to the death. The Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider's 8 eyes looked deeply at the 2 pirate king fleets. After a long time, it turned around and treaded on the sea, moving towards the island. Under the effect of extraordinary power, the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider, weighing tens of tons, walked very easily above the sea and arrived at the seaside. Countless spider webs wrapped around the legendary black steel warship and dragged it out of the sea step by step until it reached the shore. The black steel warship weighed tens of thousands of tons, looking like a small mountain. Yet it was still dragged ashore by the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. Countless natives rushed out from all directions, cheering and jumping for joy. Like ants, they attached themselves to the black steel warship and used all their strength to drag the black steel warship towards the shore. Yang Feng, who was hiding in the jungle, silently watched the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider drag the black steel warship out of the sea. Streams of data flashed in his eyes as he quickly analyzed and calculated the movement trajectory of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. Yang Feng raised his hand, and 4 black button-sized objects flew into 4 corners of the jungle. The Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider advanced step by step according to the trajectory calculated by Yang Feng. One more step, it's coming. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he acted at once. Black light shot out from the 4 corners of the jungle, condensed in midair, and formed a closed space, sealing all spatial spells. Yang Feng flashed out, took out the supergravity gun, and fired at the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. One after another, supergravity balls suddenly erupted and bombarded the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider like raindrops. Hit by the supergravity ball, the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider sank into the ground and spewed out a mouthful of green blood. The demigod rank mechanical black dragon hidden in midair opened its eyes, opened its bloody maw, and fired a dragon breath cannon from the sky, turning into a beam of light that shot towards the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. A crimson divine spell shield suddenly appeared on the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. When the dragon breath beam slammed into the crimson divine spell shield, it set off ripples, shattered the crimson divine spell shield, and then slammed into the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. A huge bloody hole was blasted open on the back of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. It let out a painful howl, and its 8 eyes emitted an incomparably ferocious light. The weird totem spewed out a bloody divine light from the Aborigine tribe and entered the void. Thanks to the laws of the unseen world, vast bloody divine power gushed out of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider and frantically healed the wound on its back. A frightening bloody divine light burst out of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider, exuding frightening might. Yang Feng fired at the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider with the supergravity gun in hand, yet the supergravity gun's bloody divine light was forcibly offset by the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider's bloody divine light. On the island, countless aboriginals knelt on the ground and devoutly recited strange prayers, and wisps of faith power diffused from them and converged on the totem. The strength of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider climbed steadily, and it exuded a frightening aura containing wicked, chaotic divine might. It opened its mouth and spat out countless pink threads that were like flood dragons soaring into the sky, sweeping toward the mechanical black dragon in the sky. The demigod rank mechanical black dragon was the biggest opponent in the eyes of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. In its eyes, Yang Feng was just an ant. When Yang Feng saw this, his eyes shimmered with graveness. It's really too powerful. Is this a divine life form with demigod power? How terrifying! If the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider hadn't used its divinity and divine power, it would have been seriously injured by the mechanical black dragon's dragon breath beam. However, after using divine power, it actually recovered from most of its injuries in an instant. At the same time, its strength more than doubled, reaching an appalling level. This was the huge gap between a demigod with faith power and a demigod who couldn't use faith power. Virtually in an instant, the countless pink threads wrapped around the demigod rank mechanical black dragon and forcibly pulled the several thousand-ton mechanical black dragon down from the sky. The mechanical black dragon possessed strength comparable to that of a demigod rank ancient black dragon, yet it was still pulled towards the ground by the terrifying strength of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and conjured the level 4 spell Fire Dragon. Countless fire elemental particles suddenly gathered and formed a huge fire dragon that pounced towards the countless pink threads. When the fire dragon pounced on the pink threads, it frantically burned them. Even though the pink threads radiated bloody light, they were still burned and broken in two by the fire dragon. The mechanical black dragon took the opportunity to break free from the pink threads, opened its bloody maw, and fired a dragon breath beam barreling towards the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. The 8 eyes of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider turned, and a powerful scarlet divine light shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of it. The dragon breath beam fired by the mechanical black dragon was immediately blocked by the scarlet divine light shield, only setting off ripples on the scarlet divine light shield. The huge body of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider turned, and its 8 eyes stared at Yang Feng, and a ruthless, crazy, and murderous aura flashed in its eyes. With a move of its body, it ferociously slammed into the sealed space like a bolt of lightning. Crack! The closed space collapsed, and the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider forced its way out. A large amount of pink silk suddenly shot out of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider's maw and swept towards Yang Feng. Fire Dragon! Yang Feng retreated briskly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the countless pink threads. In a flash, violent fire elemental particles gathered and formed a huge fire dragon that intertwined with the pink threads. The pink spider silk, which contained terrifying divine power, constantly cancelled out the huge fire dragon. The fire dragon couldn't burn all the spider silk, and the spider silk, which contained divine power, also couldn't easily extinguish the fire dragon. Within the aboriginal tribe, the huge totem pillar emitted a red divine light that entered the void. A terrifying divine might gushed out from the huge totem pillar. Countless aboriginals knelt in front of the totem and prayed devoutly. A tremendous amount of fire elemental particles suddenly gathered in the void and formed a frightening fire snake, which slithered into the midst of the aboriginals kneeling on the ground and praying. In the wake of the frightening fire snake, the aboriginals turned into fireballs and issued miserable screams. Chrissy burst out with pinnacle legend rank chi, blurred into motion, and shot towards the huge totem like a stream of white light. The aboriginals fell into chaos. No one had the time to stop Chrissy. They could only watch helplessly as she appeared in front of the huge totem, took out a black sword, and stabbed the huge totem. The huge totem was a faith totem formed by the aboriginals after believing in it for hundreds and thousands of years. Although it was made of ordinary stone and wood, but after being nourished by divine power for more than 1,000 years, it had evolved into a strange divine power material. Even demigod rank powerhouses would find it difficult to destroy the faith totem. When the black sword in Chrissy's hand stabbed the huge totem, as if stabbing a piece of tofu, it sank into the huge totem. The red light of the huge totem dissipated, and with a crack, it shattered into 2 halves, revealing the blood-colored diamond-like crystallized divine power inside the totem. The black sword in Chrissy's hand was called the Cleaving God's Sword. It was a demigod armament bestowed to her by the goddess of the Amon Springs, and it specialized in breaking totems. No totem could block the Cleaving God's Sword. This was what Chrissy relied on the most. As long as the totem was destroyed, the demigod rank powerhouse who lost the support of the totem would become an ordinary demigod. Chrissy reached out with her hand and grabbed the blood-colored diamond-like crystallized divine power, then blurred into motion and fled into the thicket. At the moment when the huge totem was destroyed, the scarlet light of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider in the distance weakened frantically and decreased by more than half. Chapter 372. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon opened its maw and fired a dragon breath beam that slammed into the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. The red divine light shield covering the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider was forcibly broken, and a huge bloody hole was blasted open on its back. A good chance. Chrissy got it. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took out the supergravity gun and frantically pulled the trigger at the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. Supergravity spheres instantly slammed into the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider and blasted it to the ground, unable to budge. Dragon breath cannons descended from the sky and bombarded the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider's body, blasting it to pieces. A copious amount of mucus sprayed from the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider's body. Without the support of divine power, the nearly invincible Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider could not resist the demigod rank black dragon's attack. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared on the head of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he cast the secret method taboo demonic claw. A claw exuding dense demonic chi stabbed into the head of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider and dug out a crystal core and 2 divinities containing dense bloody light from its head. After losing the crystal core and the two divinities, the Ben-Jak giant scorpion-tailed spider collapsed to the ground, unable to budge. The mechanical black dragon descended from the sky, pounced on the corpse of the Ben-Jak giant scorpion-tailed spider, and started gnawing and devouring the corpse of the Ben-Jak giant scorpion-tailed spider. As the aboriginals watched the mechanical black dragon devour the corpse of the Ben-Jak giant scorpion-tailed spider, looks of horror and despair appeared in their eyes. They quickly prostrated themselves in front of the mechanical black dragon and recited strange prayers. Yang Feng's eyes radiated dim light, and he looked at the two gold divinities trembling in the taboo demonic claw and quickly analyzed them. These are Divinity of Massacre and Divinity of Chaos. The Divinity of Massacre can be fused with the Divinity of Massacre I possess. As for the Divinity of Chaos, it can be used as a material to refine a god armament. Divinity was not something that the more, the better. Instead, it had to be in line with the path one would take in the future. Only by integrating the corresponding divinity could one become more powerful. Of the two divinities Yang Feng obtained from the Ben-Jak giant scorpion-tailed spider, the Divinity of Massacre could be fused with the Divinity of Massacre inside him. As for the Divinity of Chaos, once he fused with it, it would be disturbed by the divinity, turning him into a temperamental and chaotic existence. The extraordinary life forms in the desolate islands basically accepted low-level sacrifices like blood sacrifice. Although the blood sacrifice would give them powerful divine power, it would also allow them to condense chaotic divinity. Gods with Divinity of Chaos would do things in a disorderly and chaotic manner, so no one was willing to ally with them. On the Feisua plain, there were some gods with divine domains of chaos and divine authorities, but those gods were also disorderly and committed outrages. Even the darkness gods wouldn't accept gods with divine domains of chaos and divine authorities. Because gods with divine domains of chaos and divine authorities might still be smiling and talking about an alliance with you one moment, but in the next moment, without warning, they would turn hostile and stab you for no reason. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the black steel warship, his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. As long as this black steel warship is properly remodeled, who will be my opponent in the sea? The black steel warship was clearly an alchemical product of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty. The black steel warship was a legendary warship with a thunderous reputation among the major forces of the Feisua plain. After Yang Feng obtained the black steel warship, as long as he remodeled it a bit and transplanted the various weapon systems and defense systems that the Shizu could manufacture at present, the black steel warship's fighting strength could be increased by several times or even a dozen times, making the black steel warship the strongest naval warship on the Feisua plain. Chrissy came over and looked at the mechanical black dragon devouring the Ben-Jak giant scorpion-tailed spider. A peculiar glint flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she said with a smile, "Amazing. Ian, is this ancient black dragon your contract life form?" The 5 beautiful female followers behind Crazy were also looking at the ancient black dragon, their eyes filled with amazement. Apart from the country of dragons, dragons were rarely seen on the Feisua plain. The number of demigod ancient dragons was even rarer. With an ancient black dragon as a contract life form, even gods would attach importance to such a powerful existence. Yang Feng said casually, "That's right, this ancient black dragon is my contract life form." Yang Feng extended his right hand, and a copious amount of demonic qi formed a taboo claw that trapped the two divinities. These are the two divinities I extracted from the Ben-Jak giant scorpion-tailed spider. One is the Divinity of Massacre, the other is the Divinity of Chaos. The Divinity of Massacre is mine, the Divinity of Chaos is yours. When Chrissy saw this, her beautiful eyes shone brightly, and she couldn't help but ask, "Amazing, can you teach me this secret method to extract divinity?" On the Feisua plain, only god-rank powerhouses could extract divinity from the body of a divine life form without special secret methods. Besides, apart from god-rank powerhouses, even if other people killed a divine life form and obtained divinity by luck, they would still have their divinity invaded by it. They couldn't trap the divinity like Yang Feng and freely choose. On the Feisua plain, there were some pinnacle legend rank powerhouses who killed demigods and obtained their divinity. However, after obtaining the divinity of chaos from the demigods, each and every one of them became deranged and inhumane. Yang Feng said with a smile, "If you can come up with a secret method of equivalent value, then we can make an exchange." The taboo claw was a peerless secret method recorded in the taboo text with infinite power. Naturally, Yang Feng couldn't teach it to Chrissy. However, there were countless secret methods to extract divinity on the Zhongji plain, so it wasn't impossible to teach it to Chrissy. Unfortunately, I don't have such a precious secret method. Chrissy sighed regretfully, then took out a bag and opened it, revealing the blood diamond-like divine force crystals inside. These are divine force crystals, let's divide them equally. Divine force crystals were the main goal of Chrissy and Yang Feng's demigod hunt on the desolate islands. The divine power crystal was formed from the power of faith. Although they were shrouded in a layer of berserk and chaotic power due to the blood sacrifice, but as long as they were purified, the divine force crystals would become a very precious energy source. When igniting the divine fire and condensing the Godhead, having pure divine power crystals would increase the success rate of igniting the divine fire and condensing the Godhead. Moreover, those divine power crystals could also be used for cultivation. They were essential resources for walking the path of the gods. If legend-rank powerhouses use divine power crystals to cultivate, their cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds if they had enough divine power crystals. Of course, if you use divine force crystals to practice cultivation, your cultivation speed would increase. But after you reach the Starry Sky Warlock realm, it would be very difficult to break through and promote to the Moonlight Warlock realm. He could only walk the path of the gods and ignite the divine fire to become a god. Yang Feng smiled and took half of the divine force crystals. Crazy suddenly smiled and said, "Ian, I can help you purify the divine power crystal in your hand. But you have to give me half of your divine power crystal." If these divine power crystals were used without purification, the chaotic, violent, and bloodthirsty power inside would erode the user, turning the user into a beast that only knew how to kill. The demigod rank Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider was dominated by chaos, bloodthirst, and berserk, which was why it fell for Yang Feng's scheme so easily and was lured out to fight the three pirate kings' fleets. "No need, I can purify these divine power crystals myself." Yang Feng smiled. A taboo demonic claw appeared in his right hand, and he pointed at the divine power crystals. Wisps of chaotic, violent, and bloodthirsty power gushed out of the divine power crystals and entered Yang Feng's taboo demonic claw. The female priest Rihanna standing next to Crazy couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What an amazing secret method! These divine power crystals are difficult to purify even with level 4 purification divine spells." The female wizard Pina also couldn't help but praise, "Amazing!" The female swordsman Vera asked curiously, "Is it amazing?" Pina answered, "Of course. These divine power crystals are the crystallization of countless evil faith power. They contain the evil power of the aboriginals who have been carrying out evil sacrifices for hundreds or even 1,000 years. If you get a divine power crystal, then as soon as you come into contact with it, you will be eroded by the divine power crystal and become an irrational monster that only knows how to kill. Just like the abyssal demonic servants we killed." Vera's complexion changed, and her eyes shimmered with graveness. "Is this such a terrible thing? Abyssal demonic servants were irrational monsters that only knew how to eat and kill." Vera shuddered inside at the thought that she would become such a terrible monster. In just a minute, the divine power crystal was completely purified by Yang Feng and turned into a pure, transparent, crystal-like existence. He put it in a box and put it away. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the divinity of chaos flew into a transparent crystal bottle. He corked the bottle and threw it to Crazy. "I'll leave this divinity of chaos to you. You'd better not use it." Chris took the transparent crystal bottle and stared at the trace of golden divinity inside. Her eyes flashed with excitement and regret. "I know." Chapter 373. Divinity was the embodiment of a law that extraordinary life forms condensed from their comprehension of a certain law of the plane. Each divinity represented that the extraordinary life form's comprehension of a certain law had reached a certain boundary, and contained the extraordinary life form's understanding of a certain law of the plane. As long as she absorbed the divinity of chaos, Chrissy would obtain the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider's comprehension of the law of chaos, and her strength would skyrocket. She might even directly promote to a demigod-ranked divine life form. But at the same time, she would be dominated by the divinity of chaos, and become an existence that handled matters in a chaotic manner. Chrissy's beautiful eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and she said with a smile, "Have you rested enough? How about we go hunting on the next island?" "Wait a minute." After saying that, Yang Feng strode towards the aboriginals kneeling beside the mechanical black dragon and praying. Spirit communication. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at himself. An array of light shone. His ocean-like spirit force spread in all directions and, according to a certain frequency, easily understood the words of the aboriginals. Great God, please bless us. Great God, please bless us. The aboriginals kneeling before the mechanical black dragon implored bitterly. Lowly mortals, I have killed the evil god. From today on, I, the great god Ian, will be the one to dominate you. What you kneel to is my mount. With a light leap, Yang Feng landed on the head of the mechanical black dragon and looked down at the aboriginals. Without saying a word, he poured tremendous spirit force into the minds of the aboriginals through a spirit communication spell. The aboriginals looked up at Yang Feng on the head of the mechanical black dragon with shock on their faces. Their simple brains couldn't react at all. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng cast the level 4 spell Dragon Might, and a frightening ancient dragon might spread from him. Under the pressure of the frightening dragon might, the aboriginals knelt on the ground, bewildered and full of fear. Believe in me or die. With the help of the frightening dragon might, Yang Feng engraved his thoughts into the minds of the aboriginals and bellowed in their minds like a god. Great God Ian, I am willing to believe in you. Please protect me. A young native with a medium build and an ordinary appearance knelt on the ground. His voice was filled with respect and humbleness. His upper body was bare, and his lower body was covered in leaves. Very well, I will bestow upon you knowledge and power. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a speck of light recording a tremendous amount of knowledge entered the forehead of the young aborigine. In an instant, a lot of knowledge entered the mind of the aborigine. That native's temperament immediately changed, becoming slightly different from those ignorant natives. Yang Feng tossed a mechanical demonic sword and an idol carved from ironwood, and they landed in front of the aborigine. The aborigine knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times, and said loudly, My name is Babakaru. Great Lord Ian, I am willing to become your most devout believer and spread your glory in the secular world. Babakaru first held Yang Feng's idol in his hand, then reached out with his hand and grasped the mechanical demonic sword. Pieces of mechanical armor flew out of the mechanical demonic sword, stuck to his body, and formed a silver mechanical armor full of sci-fi shapes. A formidable force gushed out of the silver mechanical armor and entered his body. In an instant, Babakaru changed from an advanced warrior to a terrifying being with level 3 warlock rank battle prowess. The mechanical demonic sword was an alchemical secret treasure Yang Feng refined using Shizu technology and the Zhongji Plains alchemy. Anyone equipped with a mechanical demonic sword would possess level 3 warlock rank battle prowess. This was the power of technology. Of course, if he lost the mechanical demonic sword, Babakaru would return to his original form and become an ordinary advanced warrior. Go! Take your people to conquer everything and spread my faith and glory. Yang Feng looked at Babakaru, his eyes full of indifference, as if a god overlooking the mortals. Tremendous spirit fluctuations engraved his thoughts into the minds of Babakaru and the other aboriginals. Babakaru said humbly and respectfully, Yes, my lord. The enormous mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, and a terrifying hurricane enveloped the mechanical black dragon as it flew towards Chris and the other women. Pina silently recited an incantation, pointed with her magic staff, and cast the spell Soaring. A violent hurricane suddenly blew out and enveloped Chrissy and the other women. Chrissy and the other women immediately soared into the air and flew towards the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings and disappeared into the sky. Babakaru raised Yang Feng's idol in one hand and brandished the mechanical demonic sword in the other, shouting, I, Babakaru, am personally appointed by the great god. I will lead you to spread the glory of the great god Ian. If you don't want to, you'll be killed. Are you willing to come with me to spread the glory of the great god Ian? We're willing. We're willing. The aboriginals screamed loudly. Babakaru shouted, Then follow me, let's return to the tribe. Return to the tribe. Return to the tribe. The aboriginals shouted excitedly. Babakaru turned around and led the more than 1,000 aboriginals back to his tribe. As soon as they entered the tribe, Babakaru and his party were surrounded by more than 10,000 aboriginals. The crowd parted, And the tribal chief walked over with a sharp bone blade sharpened from the teeth of extraordinary life forms. He looked at Babakaru and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "Babakaru. What do you want?" When Babakaru saw the tribal chief, his complexion changed slightly, and he shrank back. The tribal chief was the most powerful being in the tribe. With Star Knight rank battle prowess, no one in the tribe could match him. Previously, Babakaru was just an ordinary warrior in the tribe. He grew up listening to the legends of the tribal chief. Now that he was questioned by the tribal chief, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. At this time, the mechanical demonic sword released the spell Hymn of Courage, and a warm magic radiance enveloped Babakaru, filling him with courage. Babakaru's eyes flashed with a wolf-like gleam of ambition, and he barked as if an adult wolf king was challenging an old wolf king. "Tribal chief, you're old, you should abdicate. The position of tribal chief should belong to me." The eyes of the tribal chief flashed fiercely, and he pulled out his blade, erupted with terrifying power, and slashed at Babakaru. "What gall, Babakaru, do you want to die? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish." Babakaru's combat experience was completely different from that of the tribal chief. He didn't expect that the tribal chief would actually turn hostile and attack him. He watched helplessly as the tribal chief's bone blade slashed at his head. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, the tribal chief's bone blade slashed at Babakaru's head, but was forcibly jammed by Babakaru's armor, making him unable to budge. Babakaru was first startled, then his body involuntarily moved by the mechanical demonic sword in his hand, and he slashed madly, instantly cutting the tribal chief in two at the waist. "You!" The tribal chief pointed at Babakaru with an incredulous look on his face. He couldn't believe that he would be killed by an ordinary warrior like Babakaru. Babakaru took a step forward, slashed down with his sword, and beheaded the tribal chief. He grabbed the tribal chief's head and bellowed, "From now on I, Babakaru, am the new tribal chief." "Babakaru! Babakaru!" The aboriginals following behind Babakaru shouted excitedly, "Babakaru!" The rest of the aboriginals were silent for a while, then looked at each other and shouted as well. Babakaru smiled in satisfaction, then strode to the original location of the tribe's totem and placed Yang Feng's idol on the altar. With a bright flash of light, the mechanical idol suddenly expanded and turned into a 10-meter-tall idol brimming with dignity. The idol was made by Yang Feng using alchemy and Shizu technology, and it was equipped with an attack system and an optical computer. The idol alone possessed level 3 warlock rank battle prowess. After all, Yang Feng wasn't a god. He couldn't possess a traditional idol with his consciousness and display terrifying battle prowess. Now that he was using the mechanical god statue, he could easily control any of the statues to fight. Standing under the idol, Babakaru raised the mechanical demonic sword in his hand and barked, "From now on, the great god our tribe will believe in is called Ian. Everyone in our tribe must believe in him and spread his faith and glory." The tribe's high priest walked out of the crowd and shouted frantically, "No! He's an evil god. Only the great god Garuru is the only god we believe in." Garuru was the god name of the Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider. The aboriginals of the desolate islands had no culture, and their naming methods were strange and irregular. The reason why the tribe's high priest objected to believing in Yang Feng was because once the new god was worshipped, he, the high priest of the old god, would lose all his rights and become a cripple. Chapter 374. The eyes of Yang Feng's idol turned, locked on the tribe's high priest, and fired 2 laser beams from its eyes that slammed into the tribe's high priest and blasted him to pieces. Babakaru's face changed, and he barked, "This is blasphemy. Blasphemers will be punished by the mighty god. All of you, kneel down and pray to the great god Ian. Pray that he will forgive your sins. Do you want to die?" All the aboriginals knelt on the ground and recited the prayers taught to them by Babakaru while trembling with fear, praying for Yang Feng's forgiveness. Streams of faith power surged out from the bodies of those aboriginals and entered the mechanical idol. On the desolate island, in the center of another large tribe, there was a majestic totem engraved with the statue of a giant manticore. Suddenly, 2 figures burst out of the jungle and shot towards the totem lightning fast. They were Yang Feng and Chrissy. Below the totem stood 2 tribal powerhouses with bone blades in hand. The two tribal powerhouses suddenly erupted with Firmament Knight rank aura and slashed at Yang Feng and Chrissy with their blades. With a wave of the secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel in his hand, Yang Feng easily chopped the two tribal powerhouses into pieces as if they were tofu. Chrissy took the opportunity to step forward and stab the divine slaying sword into the totem. A black ray gushed out of the divine slaying sword, and the totem was instantly cut open, revealing the scarlet divine force crystals brimming with chaotic aura inside. Chris reached out and grabbed all the crystallized divine power in the totem pole. From a huge cave near the tribe, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. The fearsome roar spread in all directions. Countless birds flew out of the woods and fled in all directions. A demigod-rank manticore wrapped in a gust of wind flew towards the aboriginals. Its body was scarlet like blood, its eyes were scarlet, and it exuded a berserk and fearsome aura. When Chrissy saw the manticore, her eyes flashed gravely. "It's here!" When the aboriginals saw the demigod-rank manticore descend from the sky, they knelt on the ground and prayed. At this moment, the mechanical black dragon descended from the sky. A gust of wind enveloped it, causing its speed to soar to the limit. It opened its bloody maw and mercilessly bit the neck of the demigod-rank manticore. A copious amount of blood sputtered out of the neck of the manticore. It issued a pained wail, and its huge scorpion tail pierced the abdomen of the mechanical black dragon lightning fast, frantically injecting poison into the mechanical black dragon. Under the corrosion of the demigod-rank manticore's poison, the layers of the mechanical black dragon's super alloy armor were corroded and penetrated, and a huge hole was corroded open in its abdomen. However, it still firmly bit the demigod-rank manticore without letting go. Its claws pierced into the body of the demigod-rank manticore, firmly holding the demigod-rank manticore in place. Treading on the void, Yang Feng strangely appeared on the head of the demigod-rank manticore, operated a secret method, and the taboo demonic claw suddenly appeared, stabbed into the head of the demigod-rank manticore, and gently dug out the crystal core and two divinities from the head of the demigod-rank manticore. Divinity of Massacre. Divinity of Chaos. Sure enough, these demigod-rank divinity life forms born from blood sacrifices can only give birth to these two kinds of divinity. Yang Feng glanced at the two divinity in his hand, then sealed them in a crystal vial, and threw the crystal vial of divinity of chaos to Chrissy. When the aboriginals of the tribe saw their guardian, the demigod-rank manticore, so easily killed by Yang Feng and company, they were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. After killing the demigod-rank manticore, Yang Feng quickly left the tribe with Chrissy and the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon carried Yang Feng and company and landed on a hilltop. After Chrissy jumped off the back of the mechanical black dragon, she looked at the abdomen of the mechanical black dragon, a look of worry in her beautiful eyes, and whispered, "The poison of the manticore is very fierce. The poison of the demigod-rank manticore can even kill gods. Can your contracted life form hold on?" Without the demigod-rank mechanical black dragon acting as a meat shield, who knows how many of Yang Feng's party would have to die to kill the demigod-rank manticore? It doesn't matter. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and superalloy chests appeared in front of the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon opened its maw and sucked the huge superalloy chests into its maw. The part of its abdomen that was eroded by the demigod-rank manticore fell to the ground. Chrissy and the other 5 women were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. After all, Chrissy was a god's darling of the goddess of the Amon Springs. Her beautiful eyes flashed with envy and jealousy, and she asked with some uncertainty, "Is this an alchemical beast?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's right, it's an alchemical beast I got from a relic site." Chrissy sighed sincerely, "You're really lucky." Pina and the other women looked at Yang Feng with envy in their beautiful eyes. A demigod-rank alchemical beast that could easily dispel the poison of a demigod-rank manticore. There was simply no better meat shield. After replacing some of its parts and filling it with enough energy, the mechanical black dragon recovered its full fighting strength. Yang Feng jumped onto the back of the mechanical black dragon and said, let's go hunt the rest of the demigods." Chrissy's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she quickly jumped onto the back of the mechanical black dragon. With Yang Feng and Chrissy working together, demigod-rank extraordinary life forms on the desolate islands were killed one after another. It only took a day for 12 demigod-rank extraordinary life forms to die at the hands of Yang Feng and Chrissy. Each of the 12 demigod-rank extraordinary life forms contributed a divinity of massacre and a divinity of chaos. This was the type of divinity that demigod rank extraordinary life forms that enjoyed low-level blood sacrifices were the easiest to form. Existences that enjoyed low-level blood sacrifices generally needed more than 10,000 years, or even longer, to truly give birth to a god. Using the missionary method of the human church and pious and pure faith power, as long as there were enough believers, a god could be born in a few decades. The next morning, Yang Feng and his party flew out of the island on the magic carpet and headed for another island. The divinity of chaos didn't have much effect on improving Yang Feng's strength, but the divinity of massacre could be absorbed by Yang Feng and condensed into the domain of massacre, and finally condensed a godhead and the divine authority of massacre. When Yang Feng and his party entered the island on the magic carpet, they landed in a jungle. There were many figures in the jungle. Countless aboriginals hidden in the jungle shot countless blow darts at Yang Feng and his party. Shit, we're ambushed. Let's retreat. Yang Feng's face flickered. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and an advanced warping force field suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. The countless blow darts were twisted aside by the advanced warping force field. Yang Feng had a life force field protecting him at all times, so the blow darts couldn't injure him. However, Chrissy and the other women didn't have his ability. As long as one of the blow darts hit them, they might die. Chrissy said decisively, "Okay, let's retreat." In this ambush situation, only a few demigods would join forces, and Yang Feng and the others would be in great danger, and might even die. Yang Feng and Chrissy joined forces to kill the 12 demigod rank extraordinary life forms. They destroyed the totem poles and destroyed the source of power of the extraordinary life forms before the other party was fully mobilized, and thus succeeded in one fell swoop. Otherwise, a demigod rank Benjak giant scorpion-tailed spider that could fully display its strength would have the qualifications to fight Yang Feng and his party. Where do you want to retreat to? Along with the sound of the earth quaking, a 100-meter-tall mountain giant covered in trees, looking like a small mountain, came from the rear and blocked the path of retreat of Yang Feng and Chrissy's party. A 30-meter-long black-scaled winged snake with a horn on its head, a pair of wings on its ribs, and covered in black scales exuding demigod rank fluctuations of power blocked in front of Yang Feng and his party. A 6-meter-tall demigod rank fire demonic ape covered in red fur that seemed to have traces of burning flames, with extremely sturdy muscles, gave a malevolent smile and blocked in front of Yang Feng and company. A shadow twisted, and a demigod rank shadow leopard hidden in the shadows walked out. Eyes shot with blood and flickering with a tyrannical aura, it stared at Yang Feng and his party. A demigod rank twin-headed ogre overlord with blue skin and a huge bone in its hand slowly walked out, its eyes flashing with madness and bloodthirst. 5 demigod rank extraordinary life forms surrounded Yang Feng and his party, their eyes flashing with ridicule and brutality. An adult green dragon flew over midair and looked at Yang Feng and his party with a derisive expression, saying, "You guys killed all the gods of the Kagero Island. Now you want to come to the Kagero Island to hunt the gods of the island? You guys are really bold." Yang Feng grabbed the head of the adult green dragon, then his figure shook, and along with Crazy and the other women, he fled into the distance along with a gust of wind. Rumble! 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 The earth quaked and the mountains crumbled. Each of the 5 demigod rank extraordinary life forms seized at least one divinity of chaos. As soon as they seized the divinity of chaos, their strength suddenly soared by several folds. At the same time, they became even more berserk, and madly fought each other. The black-scaled winged snake manipulated various formidable dark spells, the fire demonic ape manipulated endless flames, the mountain giant brandished its mountainous iron fists, the shadow leopard shuttled in the shadows, and the 2-headed ogre lord cast formidable elemental spells as they madly fought each other. In the wake of the dark spells, raging flames ignited. In the wake of the dark spells, all things perished and were eroded. The mountain giant seized 2 divinity of chaos and merged them into its body at the first possible moment. Its eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty glint, and its divine power instantly doubled. The amount of divinity inside a demigod rank powerhouse had a direct impact on the amount of divine power they could manipulate. The more divinity inside a demigod rank powerhouse, the more divine power they could manipulate. The mountain giant took a step forward and extended its hand, and fearsome divine power of chaos gushed out of its right claw, forcibly distorted the shadow space, and forcibly pulled out the shadow leopard walking in the shadows. As soon as the shadow leopard was pulled out of the shadow space, it opened its maw and bit off a large piece of the mountain giant's arm with its sharp teeth. The fire demonic ape opened its maw, and a pillar of flame suddenly erupted, slammed into the mountain giant, and set the trees on its body ablaze. The mountain giant exuded a frenzied and chaotic aura. It grabbed the shadow demon leopard with both hands and tore it in half. Then, it stuffed the squirming corpse of the shadow demon leopard into its mouth and chewed it in big mouthfuls. After the mountain giant devoured the shadow devil leopard, a stream of earth and yellow divine power gushed out of its body and extinguished the flames it passed through. At this moment, the two-headed ogre lord mercilessly slammed the huge bone club in its hand into the head of the fire demonic ape with all its strength, blasting open a huge hole in the head of the fire demonic ape and twisting it to one side. The black-scaled winged snake swooped down like a bolt of lightning, opened its mouth filled with countless sharp teeth, and bit down on the demonic flaming ape's head. With a crack, the demigod-ranked demonic flaming ape's head was crushed, and the snake swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Enraged, the two-headed ogre lord began to recite the incantation of a level 5 spell. The mountain giant took a step forward and stomped on the body of the two-headed ogre overlord, flattening it. Then, the mountain giant grabbed the squirming two-headed ogre overlord with its huge palm and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing it in big mouthfuls. After devouring the two-headed ogre lord, the mountain giant's aura became even more chaotic and powerful. It reached out and grabbed the black-scaled winged snake. The black-scaled winged snake opened its maw, and a frightening black beam containing divine power of chaos suddenly burst out and slammed into the head of the mountain giant. A copious amount of divine power of chaos gushed out of the head of the mountain giant, and tremendous divine power condensed into a huge rock. When the black beam slammed into the huge rock was blasted into pieces, and a huge hole was blasted open. One could almost see the crystal core of the mountain giant's head. The mountain giant grabbed the black-scaled winged snake, stuffed it into its maw, and chewed with its sharp teeth. Fearsome divine power of chaos erupted between its teeth, and it ground the black-scaled winged snake into countless pieces and swallowed them. Among the 5 demigod-rank extraordinary life forms, the mountain giant was the most powerful existence. If the other 4 extraordinary life forms joined forces, they could kill the mountain giant. However, under the control of divinity of chaos, the 4 demigod-rank extraordinary life forms acted in a chaotic manner, killing each other without the slightest thought of helping each other. This was how the mountain giant killed them one by one. After the mountain giant devoured the other 4 demigod-rank extraordinary life forms, it erupted with a fearsome domain of chaos. Eroded by the domain of chaos, the eyes of the aboriginals around the mountain giant surged with endless chaos, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pounced on the people around them like wild beasts, and tore at them. Within the scope of the domain of chaos, people seemed to have turned into mindless beasts, killing each other endlessly. The mountain giant grabbed the aboriginals on the ground and threw them into its maw. With a ferocious expression on its face, it looked like a mountain starting to eat people. Yang Feng looked at the mountain giant from afar with apprehension in his eyes. This is bad. Unless a true god takes action, no one is the opponent of such a monster. After the mountain giant devoured the 4 demigod-rank extraordinary life forms, it had more than 20 divinity inside it, and gave birth to a domain of chaos. Even if the mountain giant's totem was destroyed, but with 20 divinity, it could still erupt with incredible power for a short period of time. No matter how Yang Feng deduced, the mechanical black dragon would be torn to pieces by the mountain giant within 3 moves. It wouldn't be able to last until the mountain giant's period of weakness was over. Only a perfect combination of divinity and divine power could unleash the true power of a demigod-rank powerhouse. If there was only divinity and no divine power, then a demigod-rank powerhouse could also erupt with terrifying power, but they would soon enter a period of weakness, and their strength would drop a lot. Without divinity, even the strongest demigod-rank powerhouse wouldn't be able to use divine power. Chapter 376. The mountain giant fell into chaos, wantonly killing the aboriginals. Yang Feng glanced at the mountain giant from afar, and then immediately turned away from it. According to Yang Feng's conjecture, the mountain giant should have 5 divinity of massacre and 15 divinity of chaos. This meant that it could erupt with 15 times more divine power than in the past. A divine life form had different divinities inside its body, and the divine power it could use was mainly based on the divinity with the most quantity. At the same time, Different divinities were used to stimulate divine power, and the power it could display was also different. The divine power the mountain giant stimulated through the divinity of chaos possessed the power of chaos. Anyone who was shrouded by the divine power of chaos would fall into chaos. When it used the divinity of massacre to stimulate its divine power, it would be filled with the power of massacre. At the same time, its divine power would also fill people with the desire to massacre. Yang Feng brought the green dragon's head to a secret cave, then pressed his chest. A silver metal sphere suddenly flew out, extended countless mechanical tentacles, inserted into the green dragon's head, and quickly extracted the green dragon's memories. Countless streams of data flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The optical computer in the portable fortified stronghold removed the useless parts of the green dragon's memories, only retaining the memories that he wanted to know, allowing him to have a certain understanding of the current situation of the desolate islands. The civilization of the desolate islands was extremely backward. It was originally full of all kinds of extraordinary life forms that the Aboriginals believed in. 100 years ago, 6 black dragons banished from the country of dragons came to the desolate islands, joined forces, defeated one demigod-rank extraordinary life form after another in the center of the desolate islands, and established a black dragon country in the center of the desolate islands. The 6 black dragons were like gods in the black dragon country, ruling over millions of aboriginals. At the same time, they went on expeditions everywhere and gathered 15 demigod-rank extraordinary life forms as their subordinates. Their prestige was awe-inspiring. They were the #1 power in the desolate islands. When Yang Feng and his party entered the desolate islands to hunt demigods, they were discovered by the extraordinary life forms sent by the Black Dragon Country. The Black Dragon Country sent the Green Dragon to gather several demigod-rank extraordinary life forms to encircle and annihilate Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, then his figure shook and he rushed into the distance. Black Dragon Country. It's impolite not to reciprocate, so let me give you a big gift. The mountain giant filled with a chaotic aura wandered aimlessly on the island. Wherever it passed, a chaotic domain would erupt. All sorts of extraordinary life forms fell into chaos, fought each other, and then became its prey. Suddenly, the mechanical black dragon appeared in the sky. It opened its mouth and fired its dragon breath cannon. A black beam of light suddenly erupted and blasted towards the mountain giant. The mountain giant reached out with its hand, and terrifying divine power of chaos erupted from its hand, distorting space and obliterating the black beam of light. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the center of the desolate islands, where the Black Dragon Empire was located, with a gust of wind. The mountain giant's eyes flickered with an incomparably chaotic light as it strode forward in a frenzy. With each step it took, it covered a distance of over 100 meters. The earth shook, as if a giant mountain was constantly sprinting. The mechanical black dragon led the mountain giant and quickly flew to the edge of the desolate island. In the distance was the sea. The mountain giant rushed out of the jungle and stepped into the sea. A copious amount of divine power of chaos gushed out from under its feet, forcibly supporting it to stand on the sea and leap into the distance. Ripples were set off on the surface of the sea, but strangely, it carried the mountain giant that weighed hundreds of thousands of tons or even millions of tons forward all the way. This was the terror of divine power, which could reverse various laws to a certain extent. If it was an ordinary mountain giant, it would sink completely when it stepped into the sea, unable to float. But thanks to the divine power of chaos, the mountain giant could tread on the sea as if it was walking on flat ground. As the chase continued, the mechanical black dragon led the mountain giant to an island. Boom! Boom! The ground on the island trembled. Wherever the mountain giant passed, everything fell into chaos. Passing through one island after another, the mountain giant was lured by the mechanical black dragon to the island where the Black Dragon Country was located. The Black Dragon Country was a country established by the 6 exiled black dragons. It had evolved from a tribal system to a slave system, and tall cities had been built everywhere. Enemy attack! Enemy! When the native warriors in the city saw the mountain giant, their complexions changed dramatically, and they screamed wildly. Teams of native warriors quickly assembled and looked at the mountain giant with a look of horror. The mountain giant appeared in front of the city in the blink of an eye and kicked the city wall. The city walls immediately crumbled, and the native warriors on top of the city walls were all killed. When the field of chaos around the mountain giant broke out, all the native warriors in the city fell into chaos and killed each other frantically. The whole city was plunged into a reign of terror. The field of chaos was one of the most terrifying domains, and it was least afraid of being besieged. People with slightly lower strength would be disturbed by the field of chaos and kill each other. The mountain giant merely passed through the city, and the city was flooded with rivers of blood. Countless native warriors died in the chaos. Any god of chaos was a moving natural disaster. If those gods with the divine realm of chaos and the divine title of chaos could not restrain their chaotic nature and directly descended to the mortal world, then every time they descended, it would be a terrible disaster. The gods of chaos would join forces to kill them. The mountain giant pursued the mechanical black dragon all the way. Wherever it passed, cities would fall without even having the chance to retaliate, becoming a land of chaos. Banij City, the capital of the Black Dragon country. A terrifying dragon might rose from Banij City, and an adult black dragon exuding demigod rank fluctuations of power flew into the air and looked down at the mountain giant. The adult black dragon glared at the mountain giant and let out an angry roar. "Mount Butandani! This is our country. Get out! Otherwise, only death awaits you." The mountain giant Mount Butandani tore off one of its arms. Tremendous divine power surged, and it grew another arm in an instant. Eyes shot with blood, and exuding an aura of chaos, the mountain giant Mount Butandani suddenly jumped up, used its arm as a huge club, and slammed into the adult black dragon along with a copious amount of divine power of chaos. Boom! The adult black dragon fell from the sky and crashed into the royal palace of the Banij city like a meteor, smashing countless walls and pillars. The adult black dragon was badly mutilated, and many of its bones were broken. 4 demigod rank auras rose from the Banij city, and 4 adult black dragons flew out of the Banij city's imperial palace and floated in the void. A majestic voice came from the royal palace. "What a strong aura of chaos! It has devoured too much divinity of chaos. It can no longer control its actions. Let it away into the sea." Although the mountain giant can use divine power of chaos to violate the rules and walk on the sea, but every step it takes a tremendous amount of divine power. Once the mountain giant gets lost in the sea, it will only take a few days at most before its divine power is exhausted and it sinks to the bottom of the sea. The 4 adult black dragons opened their ferocious mouths and spat out dragon breaths containing the divine power of massacre towards the mountain giant. The mountain giant waved its huge arm to block, and fearsome divine power of chaos erupted and shattered the dragon breaths. The eyes of the mountain giant shimmered with madness, and it suddenly leaped up. Like a cannonball, it arrived in front of an adult black dragon, grabbed the black dragon, and pulled it down from the sky. Then, it tried to tear off the head of the black dragon. A violent divine power of massacre erupted from the adult black dragon's head, stubbornly resisting the mountain giant's divine power of chaos and terrifying strength. Along with cracking sounds, the adult black dragon's bones crumbled inch by inch under the mountain giant's power. Alarmed, the other 3 adult black dragons descended from the sky, erupted with divine power of massacre, and bit the mountain giant's arm. Stones splashed from the mountain giant's arm. Under the frenzied siege of the 3 adult black dragons, its right arm was quickly torn to pieces. At the moment when the mountain giant's right arm was torn apart, it frantically pulled the dying adult black dragon into its mouth. Its teeth, which contained divine power of chaos, closed and shredded the adult black dragon into pieces. Eyes shot with blood, an adult black dragon roared loudly. "Big brother, if you don't come out, we'll all be killed." Fearsome ancient dragon might rose from the Black Dragon country, and a handsome man of about 23 or 24 years old with dragon horns on his head and exuding a wicked charm slowly walked out. He was the head of the Black Dragon country's 6 black dragons, Millet. Chapter 377. When the mountain giant saw Millet, it violently took a step forward and slammed its club filled with divine power of chaos at Millet. "Fool! No matter how powerful you are, if you don't have the rationality to exert that power, then it's all in vain." Millet smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation. Spatial force enveloped him, and he cast the level 4 spell Blink. He disappeared from where he stood and appeared on the head of the mountain giant. The mountain giant erupted with a domain of chaos that distorted space and engulfed Millet in an instant. Millet's eyes turned bloodshot, and he fell into chaos. Black light flashed, and he turned into a 50-meter-long black dragon exuding ancient dragon might and bit the head of the mountain giant, crushing a large piece of stone. The domain of chaos formed by the mountain giant's 15 divinity of chaos is terrifying. Even if a demigod rank powerhouse enters the domain of chaos, they will be eroded by the domain of chaos and fall into chaos. The mountain giant's fist shrouded in divine power of chaos slammed into Millet and blasted him away, and he slammed into the city wall, causing it to collapse. "Big brother Millet, wake up!" A black dragon roared and silently chanted in Draconic before pointing at Miller and casting the level 4 spell Great Sobriety. A bright ray of light submerged into the ancient black dragon that Miller had transformed into. The other 2 black dragons frantically cast all sorts of magic spells and engaged in a fierce battle with the mountain giant. The 2 black dragons are demigod rank powerhouses. Even the mountain giant is not immune to the attacks launched by the 2 black dragons operating divine power. Damn it! Is that the domain of chaos? What a fearsome domain! Millet's eyes flickered fiercely, and a copious amount of killing intent gushed out of him and formed a sea of scarlet massacre domain around him. As soon as the massacre domain took shape, Millet turned into a scarlet ray and suddenly burst out, and then strangely appeared behind the mountain giant. Millet's slaughter domain and the mountain giant's chaos domain collided, intertwined, and annihilated each other. He grabbed the mountain giant's head and dug out a huge hole. The eyes of the mountain giant flickered with anger, and a fist shrouded in endless divine power of chaos blasted towards the ancient black dragon that Miller had transformed into. Millet tilted his body slightly and twisted, dodging the mountain giant's fist in an ingenious manner. The mountain giant was huge and possessed terrifying strength. Furthermore, it was immune to many types of spells. Its only weakness was that it was slow. After the chaos domain could no longer restrict Miller, it fell into a complete disadvantage and found it difficult to hit Miller. Under Millet's attack, the mountain giant's body shattered inch by inch, and countless gravel splashed in all directions. However, in the next instant, divine light flashed from the mountain giant's body, and all of its wounds were healed. The mountain giant had absorbed 15 strands of divinity, and the divine power it could use could be said to be terrifying. Nourished by that terrifying divine power, it could be said to be virtually immortal. Even though it was besieged by the 4 black dragons, the mountain giant still showed no fear. Among the 4 black dragons, only Millet dared to fight it in close combat. After fighting for a long time, Millet faced the sky and roared, "Come out, all of you! Kill it! Don't fight it in close combat!" From Benij City, demigod rank auras rose, and demigod rank extraordinary lifeforms flew out of Benij City and bombarded the mountain giant from afar with various means. If those demigod rank extraordinary lifeforms fought in close combat, they would be killed in less than 3 moves by the mountain giant with 15 strands of divinity of chaos. Yang Feng possessed ancient black dragon bloodline, and his rank was far higher than that of ordinary black dragon bloodline of Dragonborn. Unless they practiced cultivation until the Legend Realm, they would not be able to disobey the orders of Yang Feng, who possessed ancient black dragon bloodline. The adult black dragon roared furiously. "Ancient black dragon bloodline? Which ancestor are you a descendant of? Why did you attack us?" "Originally, I just wanted to come to the desolate islands to hunt some lone demigods. However, since you besieged me, then it's only natural for me to deal with you. Obediently surrender." Yang Feng smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. The adult black dragon suddenly felt unbearable pain inside him, collapsed on the ground, and struggled in pain. Yang Feng looked into the distance, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. "It looks like the mountain giant isn't a match for these black dragons." The mountain giant was extremely powerful, but as the leader of the 6 black dragons and a powerhouse who formed the domain of massacre, Millet was equally powerful. He was even a notch stronger than the mountain giant. Yang Feng's figure shook, and like a specter, he disappeared and entered the depths of the imperial palace. In the deepest part of the imperial palace, there was a vast temple. Inside the temple, there were 6 black dragon idols. Thousands of devout believers of the dragon human race knelt in the divine temple and chanted prayers. Streams of power of faith entered the 6 black dragon statues. In the black dragon country, only the 6 black dragons had idols worshipped and could obtain faith power. As for the ordinary demigod subordinates, Their totem poles were destroyed by the 6 black dragons. Suddenly, there was a distortion in front of the temple, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the temple and was bounced back a few steps. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with graveness. What a powerful barrier! Once a temple was activated, it would open a powerful barrier to protect the temple to prevent people from breaking into the temple and destroying everything inside. Is that you? You lured the mountain giant here. Ripples rose in the temple, and a dragon-born beauty with wheat-colored skin, a pair of dragon horns on her head, dressed in black leather armor, slender legs, a slim waist, twin peaks like 2 small cantaloupes, long black hair, exquisite and beautiful facial features that look as if carved from marble, full of a heroic aura, and a spear in hand, walked out unhurriedly, stared coldly at Yang Feng and uttered frigidly. The dragon-born beauty pointed at Yang Feng with the silver spear and shouted heroically, I am Arlette, the guardian of the Black Dragon Temple and the Holy Maiden of the Black Dragon Church. Who are you, outsider? Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. I am Ian, the ruler of the Red Earth Wasteland. Very well. Ian, you will die here today. Arlette's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she erupted with pinnacle legend rank aura in a flash. As if she had turned into a silver ray, she stabbed at Yang Feng with the silver dragon spear in hand. Chapter 378. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng unleashed the demonic fighting sword art and released sword rays that collided with Arlette's silver spear ray. As if the incarnation of a silver dragon, the legend rank spear silver dragon spear seemed to have become her incarnation. Extremely crafty, it forced Yang Feng to retreat again and again. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a judgment. What an amazing woman! In terms of swordsmanship alone, I'm not her opponent. With a thought, Yang Feng unleashed Black Dragon Morph. The ancient Black Dragon bloodline inside him churned and surged, and he transformed into a fearsome ancient Black Dragon exuding ancient dragon might. When Arlette was hit by the ancient Black Dragon might, the Black Dragon bloodline inside her was suppressed at once, and her nimble body stiffened slightly. Her pretty face fell, and she forcibly urged the silver dragon spear to stab at Yang Feng transformed into an ancient Black Dragon. When the silver dragon spear stabbed a huge ancient black dragon scale, it bent slightly, and was immediately sent flying. The eyes of Yang Feng transformed into an ancient black dragon shimmered with indifference, and he slapped Arlette with his claw as swift as a clap of thunder, blasting her into the ground like a fly. She's not dead, what a strong life force. As soon as Yang Feng raised his dragon claw, he saw Arlette, who was slapped to the ground with who knows how many broken bones, yet still tenaciously alive and covered in blood. Black Dragon Morph was one of Yang Feng's trump cards. After transforming into an ancient black dragon, he would become a terrifying extraordinary life form infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Even though Arlette was a legend rank genius, but with her bloodline restrained, she could only be insta-killed. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he turned back into a human. He took out a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, inserted it into Arlette, and injected it into her body. After throwing Arlette aside, Yang Feng went to the temple and extended his right hand, and endless abyssal force suddenly gathered and formed a taboo demonic claw that stabbed into the temple's barrier. Crack! Crack! Amidst a series of cracking sounds, the shrine's barrier crumbled inch by inch, shattering into pieces. The priests, bishops, and archbishops in the temple looked at Yang Feng with fear and despair on their faces. Although the 6 black dragons in the Black Dragon Country were unable to bestow the power of divine power upon their believers, but they still followed the rules of the church and selected the corresponding clergy to spread their faith. Eyes shot with blood, a dragon-born youngster suddenly burst out and sent a claw at Yang Feng's heart. You heretic! Die! With a flash of sword light, the young dragon human race youth was torn to pieces and scattered on the ground. Yang Feng's gaze was firmly fixed on the 6 black dragon idols, his eyes flashing with a peculiar radiance. In his eyes, he clearly saw that there were only 4 black dragon statues spewing out pillars of divine power into the void. Before a demigod powerhouse evolved into a god statue was indispensable. The power of faith could only exist in the world and condense into divine power crystals if it had something to entrust it to. Even if you promoted to a god-rank powerhouse, if you didn't have a divine country of your own, then a god statue was still indispensable. Through the god statue, you could condense divine power crystals. Only gods with their own divine kingdoms could use their divine kingdoms to carry the power of faith and form pieces of divine power crystals without the need for idols. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of a black dragon statue spewing pillars of divine power. His right hand surged with endless abyssal force, formed a taboo demonic claw, and stabbed into the black dragon statue. Abyssal force, which was diametrically opposed to divine power, instantly poured into the black dragon statue. As if corroded by a highly toxic substance, the black dragon statue crumbled inch by inch, and then shattered, revealing the divine power crystals inside. An invisible mage hand grabbed the divine power crystals and sent them into Yang Feng's dimensional badge. Stop! Inside the divine temple, a beautiful dragon human race woman with skin as white as jade and dressed in an archbishop's robe let out a shrill and miserable shriek. Whether it was men or women, dragon-born in human form were extraordinarily beautiful, not losing out to elves in the slightest. In terms of physique, the handsome men and beautiful women of the dragon clan were even superior to the elf clan. The men and women of the dragon human race were mostly handsome and the women beautiful. Otherwise, they would be deformed monsters. With an indifferent look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the taboo demonic claw and destroyed the remaining black dragon statues one after another. At the same time, he took away the divine power crystals inside. Shit! I can't feel any divine power. My idol has been destroyed. Millet, who was fighting the mountain giant, was suddenly alarmed. He clearly felt his power pour out as if a dam had burst. Without the support of sufficient divine power, neither Millet nor the mountain giant could maintain the conjuring of their domains for a long time. Millet's domain of massacre shrank, and he retreated briskly. The other 3 adult black dragons also retreated quickly in an instant, exposing the 15 demigod rank powerhouses to the advancing path of the mountain giant. Exuding an aura of chaos, the mountain giant enveloped the 15 demigod rank powerhouses in its domain of chaos and rushed towards the 15 demigod rank powerhouses. Caught off guard, the mountain giant grabbed a demigod rank scorpion lion, tore it in half, and swallowed it. After devouring the demigod rank scorpion lion, the mountain giant's strength rose by a notch. Brandishing the club forged from its arm shrouded in fearsome divine power of chaos, it knocked down a demigod rank dragon blood griffin flying in the sky, grabbed it, and stuffed it into its mouth. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and other fearsome level 5 single-target offensive spells slammed into the mountain giant. Under the bombardment of the level 5 spells, the rocks on the mountain giant's body shattered continuously. Divine power of chaos surged, and countless rocks quickly regenerated, unable to cause any real harm to the mountain giant. Although the mountain giant was called a giant, but it was an earthen extraordinary life form. Its weak point was its earthen core. Only by destroying the earthen core or consuming all its power could it be truly killed. Under the protection of divine power of chaos, only a god could kill it with a single blow. The mountain giant rushed into the midst of the Black Dragon Country's demigods and madly slaughtered them. None of the demigods could withstand more than 3 blows from it. Its mouth hardly stopped chewing. One demigod after another was devoured by it, making it more powerful and more chaotic. Divinity was not something that could be used immediately. Only through constant cultivation would one be able to refine and control it. The mountain giant rashly devoured a large amount of divinity and even a large amount of divinity of chaos, which was why it was completely dominated by the divinity and fell into chaos. It had no possibility of self-recovery. A flame giant covered in flames roared, "Sir Millet, what are you doing?" The rest of the Black Dragon Country's demigods fled in all directions. No one dared to stand in front of the mountain giant. There was a flash of confusion in the eyes of the mountain giant, and it threw the arm that it plucked off towards a black dragon like a meteor. In an instant, the arm hit the black dragon, and the violent divine force of chaos shattered the black dragon's bones. Its eyes filled with confusion, it belched dragon breath and struggled frantically on the ground. The mountain giant's eyes were filled with confusion, and it strode towards the black dragon. The complexion of a black dragon changed dramatically, and it roared, "Big brother, quickly go and save Chapman." Millet's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam and he barked, "Chapman is beyond saving, let's go. This is not a place to stay for long. If we stay here any longer, we'll all die." With that, Millet flapped his wings and flew towards the depths of the sea in a violent gust of wind. Black dragons were one of the 5 evil dragons. According to the human hierarchy, they belonged to the camp of darkness life forms. They were evil, cruel, and selfish. Even if they joined forces for a short period of time, but when faced with a life and death situation, they would abandon their allies and choose themselves. The other 2 black dragons hesitated for a moment. The mountain giant took a step forward. Under the effect of divine power of chaos, it crossed several kilometers in one step and appeared in front of the 2 black dragons in an instant. The domain of chaos erupted in a flash and enveloped the 2 demigod-rank black dragons. The eyes of the 2 demigod-rank black dragons suddenly flashed with the light of chaos, and they flapped their wings and rushed towards the mountain giant. The mountain giant casually grabbed the 2 demigod-rank black dragons as if they were chicks. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and devoured the 2 demigod-rank black dragons one bite at a time. When Xiaofan saw the mountain giant easily devour the 2 demigod-rank black dragons, he shuddered, "What a terrible monster! If it keeps devouring like this and devours all the demigods in the desolate islands, it may even evolve into a god with the divine authority of chaos." After losing the blessing of divine power, the 2 demigod-rank black dragons couldn't compare to the starry sky warlock-rank ancient black dragons. However, they were divine life forms after all, and were extremely powerful. Even if Xiaofan wanted to defeat them, he would have to expend some effort. However, such powerful existences were grabbed by the mountain giant with a single grab. The mountain giant's terrifying strength could be well imagined. Chapter 379. Xiaofan looked at the ferocious berserk, an extremely powerful mountain giant with a look of apprehension in his eyes. A demigod with a perfect combination of divinity and divine power is so powerful. This is a terrifying existence far surpassing the starry sky warlock rank. No wonder gods are practically invincible existences of the same rank in the countless planes. Even on the Zhongji plane, only top freaks coupled with peerless secret treasures can fight against god-rank experts of the same rank. Although great elven monarch Azramia was a pinnacle demigod rank expert, but because she didn't condense divinity and couldn't use divine power, she should be regarded as a pinnacle starry sky warlock rank existence. The strength of demigods on the Feisua plane fluctuated greatly. Demigods with a perfect combination of divinity and divine power could even kill moonlight warlocks of the Zhongji plane if they had a powerful god armament. After devouring the 2 black dragons, the mountain giant's aura became even more terrifying and powerful. It was shrouded in a domain of chaos, which seemed to distort the surrounding space. The mechanical black dragon hidden in the clouds suddenly emerged, opened its maw, and fired a dragon breath beam barreling towards the mountain giant. An incomparably distorted divine power of chaos suddenly erupted and enveloped the body of the mountain giant. When the dragon breath beam slammed into the mountain giant in a flash, it blasted open a big hole. But in the next moment, divine power of chaos surged, and the big hole squirmed and quickly healed. The eyes of the mountain giant flickered with chaotic divine power. It took a step forward and appeared several kilometers away in an instant. The mechanical black dragon spread its wings, launched 20 rocket jet accelerators at full strength, and ejected countless flames. Its speed rose to Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound, and it fled towards the sea. The mountain giant was made of rock, was powerful, and was immune to spirit spells, mind spells, and many low-level spells. Its only weakness was that its movements were rather slow. However, with the blessing of divine power of chaos, it crossed several kilometers with a step, and was actually closing the distance between it and the mechanical black dragon. The 2 sides, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly fled into the vast sea. With every step the mountain giant took, it relied on its terrifying chaotic divine power to distort the laws and step on the ocean, chasing after the mechanical black dragon. Even though the mechanical black dragon was already operating at an unprecedented power output, its speed reaching a terrifying Mach 10, and the friction between its scales and the air had become extremely hot, it still couldn't open up the distance between them. Instead, the distance between them was constantly closing. Xiaofan took out a communications crystal and said solemnly, "Chrissy, do it." Among the aboriginal tribes that worshipped the mountain giant, there was a totem pole of the mountain giant. Numerous aborigines knelt before the totem pole of the mountain giant with pious faces. They kept chanting strange prayers, and streams of faith power entered the totem pole from their bodies. A bunch of ignorant heretics. Chris slowly walked out of the forest and glanced at the natives. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust. The Aborigines were dark-skinned, bare-chested, and dressed in skirts made of leaves. Even the women had the same appearance. They had no sense of propriety or shame. Moreover, these Aborigines were very ugly. Only the dragonborn with black dragon bloodline had looks that conformed to human aesthetics. Chrissy didn't regard these Aborigines as humans. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with disgust, and she walked towards the totem pole step by step. Chrissy was enchanted with advanced stealth. Under the effect of advanced stealth, the Aborigines were like blind people, and they didn't see her walk towards the totem pole step by step. When Chrissy arrived in front of the totem pole, she stabbed it with her sword. With a flash of black light, the totem pole split open under the power of the divine slaying sword, revealing the crystallized divine power filled with fluctuations of massacre and chaos inside. At the moment when the totem pole collapsed, the huge mountain giant above the sea took a step forward, and then sank into the depths of the sea. A vast power suddenly broke out, distorted the surrounding laws, and allowed the huge mountain giant to emerge from the sea again. When it emerged from the sea, its eyes flickered with a chaotic light, and it madly chased after the mechanical black dragon regardless of everything. Without the support of the endless divine power, the huge mountain giant only took 10 steps and crossed dozens of kilometers before it could no longer support itself, and sank into the sea while waving its limbs. It seems that it will take a lot of effort to destroy this big fellow. In the sea, as if integrated with the sea, a figure shuttled freely in the sea and appeared thousands of meters in front of the huge mountain giant. It was the demigod rank powerhouse Ciceron with the sea god's bloodline. Ciceron silently recited an incantation and pointed at the mountain giant, and violent streams of water condensed into frantically rotating drills that stabbed at the mountain giant. Inch by inch, hard rocks were cut off from the mountain giant's body, fell into the sea, and then were washed away by the sea. Having lost the support of divine power, the mountain giant could no longer reproduce its frightening regenerative ability, and its mountain-like body was cut off inch by Ciceron. The eyes of the mountain giant flashed with a chaotic and murderous gleam, and it struggled towards Ciceron. "Fool, this is the sea, this is my domain." Ciceron's eyes flashed with ridicule, and his body instantly collapsed and disappeared, before instantly condensing 100 meters away. With a wave of his hand, a whirlpool-like water drill suddenly erupted and blasted at the joints of the mountain giant's feet. Countless rocks splashed, the mountain giant trembled, and the joints of its feet collapsed inch by inch. Like a mountain, it sank to the ground and could no longer get up. The domain of the mountain giant was the earth. In the sea it lost the favor of the earth. If it had divine power, it could reverse the laws and walk freely in the sea by relying on divine power. Having lost divine power, even though it had more than 20 divinity of chaos, it was still powerless. First the legs. Ciceron's eyes revealed a trace of delight. With a wave of his hand, water drills slammed into the legs of the mountain giant and crushed them to pieces. Then the hands. A series of water drills extended up and shredded the hands of the mountain giant. All right. That's it. When the hands of the mountain giant were crushed, Yang Feng quietly appeared beside Ciceron. Ciceron's eyes flashed with unwillingness, and he said respectfully, "Yes, master." During the period of Yang Feng's disappearance, Ciceron attempted to resist Yang Feng countless times, but was tortured by the liquid metal nanorobots that had taken root in his body. He couldn't even commit suicide. He understood that he couldn't disobey Yang Feng's orders, and so he became well-behaved. Yang Feng swam to the head of the mountain giant. His right hand was shrouded in frightening abyssal force and formed a taboo demonic claw. He stabbed the claw into the head of the mountain giant and, as if crossing space, forcibly extracted the 2 divinities from the head of the mountain giant. Of the 2 divinities in the head of the mountain giant, one was the divinity of massacre, and the other was the divinity of chaos. The divinity of chaos was clearly several times stronger than the divinity of massacre. Divinities had the property of fusion. Once divinities of the same kind approached each other, they would fuse and condense into one. Divinities that fused with more than 100 divinities could be condensed into a godhead through secret methods and divine power. Demigods who condensed a godhead had the opportunity to step into the domain of gods and transform into true gods. Except for some lucky ones who picked up godheads, most gods had to ignite their god fire, condense their divinity, and then condense their godhead to advance to a god step by step. This is bad. With my current strength, There's no way to divide the divinity of chaos. Yang Feng swept the divinity of chaos with a glance and frowned slightly, and then sealed the divinity of chaos and massacre figure in a crystal bottle. Yang Feng glanced at Cicerone and said faintly, "Have you grasped the hiding places of the two pirate kings?" Cicerone replied respectfully, "Yes, Master, I sent someone to follow them. The hiding places of the two pirate kings have been found." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Continue to monitor them and wait for my order." Cicerone bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Yes, Master." Yang Feng swam out of the sea and flew into the sky with the huge head of the mountain giant in hand. The mechanical black dragon appeared in front of Yang Feng, grabbed the head of the mountain giant with its claws, flapped its wings, and flew towards the Black Dragon Country. The Black Dragon Country. The Beniege City. In the Beniege City, all the dragonborn men and women came out of their homes and gathered around the central square of the Beniege City. A handsome young man dressed in a black formal attire stood in the central square. Behind the handsome young man stood Arlette and all the clergymen of the Black Dragon Divine Cult, as well as many handsome, sexy, and beautiful dragon human race men and women. The handsome young man was the demigod rank Black Dragon Oben, who was suppressed by Yang Feng not long ago. The handsome men and beautiful women following behind him were the direct descendants of the 6 Black Dragons. Chapter 380. Face ashen, an unreconciled expression on her face, Arlette gritted her teeth and said, "Great Dragon God, why do we have to listen to his orders?" Arlette was seriously injured by Yang Feng transformed into an ancient black dragon. Even though she barely recovered by relying on her black dragon bloodline and the power of the liquid metal nanorobots, but she could only barely stand and walk. Oben's eyes flashed with unwillingness, and he said unhurriedly, "We were hit by his magic, and resistance is useless. Now we can only obey him." Arlette still wanted to say something, but Oben waved his hand, and she fell silent. Oben and the other 5 black dragons were not only the protectors of the Black Dragon Country, but also the ancestors and bloodline source of all dragonborn in the Black Dragon Country. Their status was extremely lofty. Even though Arlette was a peerless genius among dragonborn, and her cultivation aptitude was above that of the 6 black dragons, but she still couldn't resist his orders. Of the 6 black dragons, only Oben remained. He was now the sole ruler of the Black Dragon Country. Because of this, he was able to mobilize everyone in the Black Dragon Country with a single order. Oben suddenly raised his head and looked towards the horizon. His complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Arlette also looked in the direction Oben was looking, and her pretty face changed and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Impossible! How is this possible? That's the mountain giant. It's the mountain giant." In the square, the complexions of the dragonborn powerhouses suddenly changed dramatically, and they couldn't help but blurt out. In the distant sky, a huge mechanical black dragon grabbed the head of the mountain giant and, like an ancient behemoth, flew over with boundless might. On top of the mechanical black dragon stood a person. It was Yang Feng. Boom! The mechanical black dragon flew to in front of the Beniege City with Yang Feng on its back. It loosened its claw, and the huge mountain giant's head fell from the sky and landed in front of the Beniege City, shaking the earth. The mountain giant that defeated the 6 great dragon gods, was actually killed by him. Impossible! Even the 6 great dragon gods were defeated by this mountain giant. How could he possibly kill this mountain giant? The complexions of the dragonborn changed dramatically, not daring to believe what they saw. Miller and the other 6 black dragons, as well as the dozen or so demigods, joined forces to fight the chaotic mountain giant. However, they were all defeated by the chaotic mountain giant and suffered heavy casualties. Miller had no choice but to flee. Now that the head of the chaotic mountain giant had been brought back, the experts of the dragon human race simply could not believe it, and were unwilling to believe it. The mechanical black dragon carried Yang Feng and landed in the center of the square. Yang Feng looked down at the dragonborn and unleashed the level 4 spell dragon might. Boundless ancient dragon might containing the majesty of dragons spread from Yang Feng and enveloped the Beniege City. Under the pressure of the ancient dragon might, the expressions of the dragon humans who had the blood of the black dragon flowing in their veins changed drastically. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably in fear and they knelt on the ground, unable to move. Only a few legend rank experts of the dragon human race were barely able to resist the pressure of the ancient dragon might. Although the blood of the black dragon had bestowed the experts of the dragon human race with extraordinary beauty, cultivation aptitude, and comprehension abilities that far surpassed that of humans, it had also placed an additional layer of shackles in their bodies, making them unable to resist the source life forms of the higher grade bloodline. In the dragon race, ancient black dragons were beings of a higher rank than black dragons. Even black dragon bloodline powerhouses with a much higher realm than Xiaofan would find it hard to resist the ancient dragon might released by Xiaofan. "Greetings, master." Oben sighed in his heart, then walked up to Xiaofan, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. Inside Oben's body, the liquid metal nano-robot completely dominated his actions. Even if he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he was still dominated by the liquid metal nano-robot and made a humble action. "Greetings, your majesty." Arlette's body trembled slightly, and she involuntarily knelt in front of Xiaofan and uttered a humble voice that was beyond her control. "Greetings, your majesty." When the Dragonborn saw the aloof god Oben and the Black Dragon Country's holy maiden Arlette kneel at Xiaofang's feet, they helplessly knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Xiaofang glanced at the Dragonborn. With his great warlock rank extraordinary perception, he sensed the anger and unwillingness in the eyes of many Dragonborn. Xiaofang's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he said indifferently, "I'm tired. Arlette, take me to my chambers to rest." Angry auras rose from the Dragonborn, and the male Dragonborn geniuses stared at Xiaofang with grief and indignation in their eyes. Arlette was not only extraordinarily talented and had amazing battle prowess, but she was also the most beautiful and sexiest woman in the Black Dragon Country, and the holy maiden of the Black Dragon Church. She was the perfect goddess in the hearts of many men. For such a goddess to be brought to Xiaofang's chambers, the male Dragonborn geniuses were furious. Sensing the angry auras, Xiaofang swept them with his gaze, and a frightening dragon might suddenly erupted and crushed the male Dragonborn geniuses, making them unable to breathe and kneel on the ground, unable to budge. Arlette's beautiful eyes shimmered gloomily, and she replied mechanically as if she was made of wood. "Yes, your majesty." Xiaofang smiled faintly and strode into the imperial palace. Arlette followed closely behind him. As soon as Xiaofang left, the suffocating ancient dragon might disappeared. The Dragonborn kneeling on the ground heaved a sigh of relief, as if a mountain weighing down on them was removed. The eyes of a handsome young Dragonborn man flickered fiercely, and he stared at Xiaofang's back and gnashed his teeth, saying, "I'm going to kill him." The aristocratic Dragonborn gathered around the young Dragonborn man and stared at Xiaofang's back with frigid killing intent in their eyes. Oben came over and barked in a low voice. "Shut up. Angers, he's not someone you can contend with. He's trying to provoke you. He wants to kill all of you rebels in one fell swoop." Ajay's eyes flashed with an unyielding glint, and he uttered word by word, "Great Dragon God, are we going to be dominated by that outsider?" "If that's the case, I'd rather leave the Black Dragon Country." The aristocratic Dragonborn youngsters stared at Oben with unyielding expressions. Originally, Oben and the other 5 black dragons were as powerful as gods among the Dragonborn, and they were revered by the entire race. No one dared to object to his words. Now that the 6 black dragons suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the chaotic mountain giant, their prestige among the Dragonborn suddenly plummeted. Oben and the other aristocratic Dragonborn youngsters were very disdainful of Oben bowing his head to Xiaofang, and no longer regarded him as a god. "Really, a bunch of ants. How dare you speak to the great me like this? Go to hell." Oben's repressed anger and fury erupted at once. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he belched a fearsome dragon breath that enveloped Angers and a dozen other aristocratic Dragonborn youngsters and burned them to ashes. Black dragons were originally one of the 5 color dragons synonymous with tyranny and evil. Oben founded the Black Dragon Country, and was one of the 6 dragon gods of the Black Dragon Country. He had always regarded the Dragonborn and the natives as ants. Now that these ants dared to contradict him, he was filled with anger. Oben balked. "Albert." A handsome Dragonborn expert with level 3 warlock rank fluctuations of power knelt on one knee in front of Oben and said respectfully, "Sir Dragon God, this subordinate is here." Oben's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he barked, "Angers and the others have committed blasphemy. Take some men with you and kill everyone in their family. Don't leave a single one alive." Albert replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Sir Dragon God. Albert was the most loyal servant cultivated by Oban, and he commanded one of the 6 dragon god armies of the Black Dragon country. He was the sharpest knife in Oban's hands. Under Oban's order, Albert immediately led one of the 6 dragon god armies to carry out a purge of the Black Dragon country's angers and the other families. Oban transformed into a black dragon true body, suppressed the resistance of the angers and the other families with frightening dragon might, and eradicated them one by one. Blood flowed like rivers in the Beniege city, and all the families that were slightly disrespectful to Oban were erased by Oban and his people. After seeing angers resist him, Oban also began to abandon himself to despair, revealing his brutal nature, using terror and slaughter to awe the entire Black Dragon country. Deep in the Imperial Palace, Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to the treasury of the Black Dragon country." Arlette heaved a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Under Arlette's lead, Yang Feng arrived in front of the treasury located in a secret place deep inside the Imperial Palace. Yang Feng took out a secret treasure sword and slashed at the treasury's door, violently chopping it into pieces, and then stepped inside. The treasury was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and countless precious jewels. Illuminated by huge night pearls, all the treasures radiated resplendent light. The gold in the treasury was piled up into a mountain. There were 6 huge pressure marks on the mountain, which were obviously caused by the 6 black dragons entrenched there for a long time. Chapter 381. Yang Feng swept the treasures in the treasury with a glance. Streams of data surged in his eyes, and the optical computer in the distance quickly analyzed the treasures in the treasury. Yang Feng's gaze moved away from a huge gold mountain and fell on a piece of stone, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Inert Atlam stone, I didn't expect to have such a harvest here. Inert Atlam stone was one of the materials needed to create a warp gate. Once a warp gate was created, it could be used to travel thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers, several light years, or even hundreds of thousands of light years through 2 different warp gates in a single step. Yang Feng looked at the inert Atlam stone in his hand with a scorching look in his eyes. The quality of the inert Atlam stone here is pretty good. Although it can't compare with top-notch inert Atlam stone, but it isn't difficult to manufacture warp gates that can traverse tens of thousands of kilometers. With such a warp gate, the desolate islands will fall under my control. A warp gate could traverse a long distance by a step. With a warp gate, the Red Earth Wasteland, the Funes Province, and the desolate islands under Yang Feng's rule would fall under his control. Through the warp gate, he could easily mobilize his strongest power to support a certain direction. No matter what happened, he could easily use his strongest power to fight. Suddenly, Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He pulled out a pile of gems and picked up a fist-sized inert Atlam stone. His eyes flashed with ecstasy. This is top-notch inert Atlam stone. How lucky! This top-notch inert Atlam stone can be used to make 4 top-notch warp gates. Top-notch inert Atlam stone was extremely precious. It was a precious mineral that could be used to traverse millions or even tens of millions of light years. Even if the Shizu's technology reached its peak, they could only synthesize top-notch inert Atlam stone enough to make 1 warp gate every year at most. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. Top-notch warp gates may be able to traverse different planes. According to the analysis of the Zhongji Plains data, the countless planes in the starry sky should in fact belong to the same universe. From a scientific point of view, the planar passageway should use top-notch wormhole technology. If it was really as Yang Feng expected, then the 4 warp gates he made could lead to 4 different planes, which meant that he could freely travel to 4 different planes and reap great benefits through the differences between planes. In addition to the inert Atlam stone, Yang Feng found a lot of ores that could be used to manufacture great warlock-rank battle robots, crystal cores and corpses of all kinds of extraordinary life forms, and materials that could be used to refine all kinds of legend-rank magic artifacts. Among the 6 black dragons, there was a black dragon proficient in alchemy. It was that it refined the legend-rank secret treasure silver dragon spear and gave to Arlette. On an island within the desolate islands, a terrifying black dragon emitting the might of an ancient black dragon descended from the sky. It landed on a mountain peak and reverted to its human form. It was the eldest of the 6 black dragons, Millet. Millet glanced in the direction of the Black Dragon country, his eyes flashing with malice and madness. He gnashed his teeth and said in a deep voice full of resentment, "Damn humans, they dared to destroy my foundation. I will definitely eat all of you." A jade ship that was as white as jade and emitted holy light flew over from the sky, as if it had passed through the void and stopped above Millet. On the jade ship, there were 3 divine officials dressed in gorgeous priest robes. Their bodies seemed to be shrouded in the pure light of dawn, and they were holy and inviolable. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and the dragon power was also purified inch by the incomparably pure light of dawn. The countless chains constricted and wrapped around Miller. All of his joints were twisted, and all of his power was sealed by the chains. The cleric looked at Miller, who couldn't muster up a trace of strength, and said coldly, "Lowly worm, convert to the great and supreme Dawn Lord and offer everything you have, and you can live. Otherwise, we will carry out a trial here and purify you." Battered and exhausted, Miller promptly shouted, "I'm willing to convert. Spare my life. I'm willing to convert to the great Dawn Lord." Black dragons were evil and selfish dragons to begin with. As long as you were stronger than them, you could dominate them. Of course, as the master of these evil dragons, you had to be on guard against their backlash. Very well. I, the cleric Ramat, as a devout servant of the supreme and sole true God, the Dawn Lord, the spreader of the glory of the Fesua plain, grant you a faith imprint. The high priestess looked down at Millet and pointed the scepter in her hand. An incomparably pure light of dawn descended from the sky and entered Millet's forehead. A trace of fear flashed through Miller's eyes. He could feel a terrifying power permeating his mind, wrapping around the crystal core in his brain. Once that power exploded, his brain would be blasted to smithereens. Millet resisted the urge to circulate his draconic power to dispel the pure power of dawn. He remained silent and allowed the power to be engraved on his crystal core. He knew very well that if he resisted in any way, only death would await him. Looking down at Miller, the cleric Ramat uttered coldly, "Very well, reptile. Now you are a servant of the supreme and sole true God, the Dawn Lord. We came here to eliminate all evil gods in the desolate islands and spread the faith and glory of our Lord in this land. You are an aboriginal of the desolate islands, so take us to the most suitable place to spread the faith and glory of our Lord." Miller's eyes flickered with endless resentment, yet he said respectfully, "Yes, great clerics. I, Miller, was once the patron saint of a state in the desolate islands. Now that state is occupied by other evil gods. Great clerics, please purify that evil god. I'm willing to offer that state to the 3 great clerics and spread the faith and glory of the supreme and sole true God, the Dawn Lord." High Priest Ramat nodded slightly and said slowly, "Very good, Miller. As long as you sincerely spread the faith and glory of the supreme and only true God, the King of Dawn, you will be able to obtain eternal life in the kingdom of the supreme and only true God, the King of Dawn. After your death, you will be with our Lord." The other great cleric Levi swept Miller with an indifferent glance and said, "Let's go." Miller quivered, then flapped his wings and flew towards the Black Dragon country in a violent gust of wind. The silver jade ship unhurriedly followed behind Millet and flew towards the Black Dragon country. "Clerics, what brings you here?" When the silver jade ship flew above the Benij city, Yang Feng's voice came from the city. "You're tuning in to this Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.